I have a presentation that is basically somewhere there, so it will be very brief. I would like just to explain a couple of intentions of ours to focus on our topics around heritage, memory, and community. Maybe to present you some of the organizers, some of the institutions that are involved in this endeavor, and give you some, well, at least, you know, some tips and hints what we are doing right now here in Prague, so you are aware, and this is basically it. We are on the same page. Fine, so once again, very welcome, and you have probably noticed that you are in this campus, what we call Kampus Hybernská. It is actually the project between the municipality and the University of Charles University. So it is what I learned yesterday, and it was a kind of interesting thing for me to learn, that it used to be a building of Czechoslovak secret police for certain moments. So we have gone a long way since then. In this very part of the building, there were no cells, so it's kind of the karma is okay, and we can try to focus on that. In any case, it's being used now between well, let's say between the different municipality projects in order to make some sort of outreach of the academia towards the community. So that's the idea. And you will notice that in the yard, sadly the weather is not that pleasant to sit outside, but it is a very nice, I would say, place to merge with the students and to try to see what is happening there. So that's for campus. And I'm starting with those that I know the least. Yeah, so it's very kind of approximative. But in any case, another one, and this is another co-organizer of ours. And I'm just saying, okay, co-organizers, meaning that you will see many of those logos at the program, or you have maybe seen it already. But in any case, we have to be especially grateful to you, because the only budget we have is actually from your registration. So all the others are in kind, and thank you for that. So we have a media partner, and this is basically a Lucia here, sitting just in the middle, and it's a I would say web portal focusing on electronic dance music in the, let's say, Central and Eastern Europe, called Eastern Days. And one of those, let's say, collaborative projects we have done together is the interview with Graham St. John, who was supposed to be here physically, but didn't make it. And so this is why you can always read an article that basically is focusing on the issues of drugs, community, heritage, and maybe something else I'm forgetting right now. But I've done the interview with him together with Eduard, who is sitting here also. So that's Graham. Graham is saying hi, but it seems that getting from Australia by plane is not that easy that one would expect these days. If you are a Czech reader, which I don't think you are, but there is another version of this interview published in Czech in this A2 bi-weekly cultural media, which is another partner. And sorry, back to Lucia. Lucia is also an organizer of the public talk tonight. Yeah, so if you are interested to come, and you should be interested to come to see and hear about heritage, memory, and community at Planeta Za in Vršovice. So you'll find out the exact location also with my colleagues at the registration. You will hear more about Eastern Days and about the contemporary issues of preservation, the heritage, memory, and community in the EDMC in Prague. So A2, another media partner, and thanks a lot for them. They are organizing a talk tomorrow, very close to our venue, in this, let's say, multi-purpose club space, not so far from here, called Fuchs, and this is also where our after party will be on Saturday. So that's the people who are linked more with, let's say, historical approaches to especially techno and free techno and Czech tech community, basically. Yeah. In any case, again, you can see Graham on the picture just in front of you. And let's say the main organizer of the conference is our association, or the non-profit organization that is called Center for Study of Popular Culture. It has been active since 2009 and is pretty much linked with Tomáš here, myself, Jana also, Jakub, you will see also at the count with food and with everything. And it is basically an organization that we started as, at that time, so we were doctoral students in cultural history, trying to focus on different issues of popular culture and subcultures. And among our activities, you can see that we are organizing conferences like this one, but also alternative city walks. A very nice one, I was speaking with Yanis yesterday. We had for 25 years of the protest at the International Monetary Fund and World Bank seat in Prague in 2000. So it was last September that we were having this kind of 25-year celebration of the protest that were here. And, well, university classes, to mention the least, and exhibitions and so on. So that's basically what we do. An offspin of Center for Study of Popular Culture is the Archive of Czech and Slovak Subcultures. And that's something linked with Miro. You could have met at the registration. So he's also having the distro there and trying to sell also some of his merchandise. So you could be interested to support such beautiful space. And the issue is, altogether it's linked with the university. So Miro is also my colleague at the Faculty of Arts of Charles University, and we were quite lucky with Czech Science Foundation projects lately that supported our aims to study popular culture and subcultures and fanzine cultures and all that things we like through let's say national financing. So we will see how it follows. So we were focusing on fanzine culture, starting to gather let's say the first collection. Then we were focusing on those, let's say, classical topics of Birmingham, CCCS, okay, youth, music, and class. But okay, we're trying to focus on that in the context of Czech post-socialism, and you will see that that's kind of the period we are pretty much interested in the 1990s, maybe noughties. And the last one, or the currently last one, we are focusing on the third one on the row, negotiating the revolt in Czech and Slovak post-socialist transition. And okay, we have proposed a new one, so who knows if we will be successful. The success rates are very low lately, but we are trying to focus a little bit on the history of emotions during the post-socialism. Not necessarily only on popular culture, subcultures, but also on labor cultures and, again, protest movements. So that's something what we do. And getting back to this collection, Heritage, Memory and Community, we were quite, I would say, well, the very idea behind that was that this very strong generation of the people who were active in the 1990s are, well, gradually passing away, and one of them would be one of those early collectors of fanzines, musician and zinester Philip Fuchs, who died in 2016. And basically from him we have handed over his collection in order well, to make it bigger and make it more systematized and so on. And so that's basically well, again, Miro, who is the person in charge of that. I put Walter Benjamin quote melancholical collector because sometimes it's kind of puzzling, yeah, what to do with those enormous kind of collections we are having, how to cope with this kind of heritage, how to do with that. So you can see, if you're interested, we can try to organize some sort of trip also when you are in Prague together. Maybe it would be best on Saturday, but we'll see if you're interested. And there is, I would say, beyond quite a large collection of fanzines, there are also cassettes, there are some sort of memorabilia, stickers, and many other sort of items that and that we collect. Okay, so that's the collection, and based on those collections, we were trying to make some publications. So one of which would be an idea, and maybe it could be interesting for you. It's a chapter getting published at Bloomsbury Publishing about the concert of Depeche Mode in Prague in March 1988, which was kind of a big thing actually then. It was one of those big, let's say, concerts of big names coming to Prague, but also again on the heritage of Czech punk, on the heritage of dub experimentation in reggae cultures and so on. So that's our topics. Basically, the very archive is located in not so close to here, but again not that far either, in Prague 5, which is across the river and a little bit up the stream, in a again multi-purpose building called Eternia, where together with the archive there are two, to my knowledge, two music halls, a community gym, tattoo studio, vegan restaurant, and several other, let's say, community things, community spaces. I would say the sad part of it is something we have experienced now with Tomáš 2 weeks ago. Actually, we were part of, let's say, May Parade or May Day Parade that finished in this very building. Actually, the building got attacked by the fascists, yeah? So it's something we are coping again with some 30 years of this sort of retro, yeah. So 1990s are back in this kind of very way. We have a far right at the parliament right now, so that's something also we are sharing with several other countries. The times are very gloomy. But okay, we are kind of we find hope that in this kind of exchange with international exchange, we find some ways how to cope with those national issues. So that's another, let's say, point of our interest. So that's a lot to do with music and politics, culture and politics. I am co-editor now with the book Music and Anti-Fascism, and focusing on different other topics linked with especially far right and anti-fascism. Another thing we do are the collections of, exhibitions basically of the collections we are doing. You can see one of them we have done in Germany, in Leipzig, in November. And what was kind of interesting also for us to see that this kind of picture puts an idea about how to cope with the memories, because the person who is on the picture and looking at the exhibition is a post-punk singer, and she's kind of aware of the people who were there. So it's opening us completely new ethical questions for us. So we are also focusing on those issues, how to cope ethically with the cultural research, especially with the cultural research of the living participants. And so that's again one strand that could be, that has been kind of quite successful to present the results. One of which would be the issue of studying radical cultures at the political margins, something I mentioned in relation to anti-fascism, fascism. And another one would have to do with the, let's say, emotional entanglements with the archive, and a book that is in preparation with our colleagues in Vienna at MDV. Yeah, so that's it. And okay, many of those topics are completely distant to your interest, so I would like to very briefly just mention. Now I put the flyer of the first rave of the 1994. It's not the very first rave, but the first big rave in the Czech Republic. very close to Prague in July and August 1994. And that's, that opens the issues about club cultures and festival tourism and right to the party and this and that. Basically, you will hear much more about these stories tomorrow at the side event, also from the really participants of those different sound systems. But again, publication-wise, there are two strands, one of which would be focusing on those nocturnal geography, so that's something we are sharing also with Teresa here, the issue in the night studies. And again, let's say, work together with the colleagues from the University of Birmingham, Matt Grimes and Poppy Wild, on the transgressive selfhood. So basically, how the self can be positioned in this kind of transgressive cultures. Okay, lastly, and I know that many of you are interested in a very, I would say, hybrid forms of electronic music. So this is something we are also focusing on together with Jakub, actually, who will be serving lunch and dinner. And we are preparing currently a manuscript for Intellect Press on the culture history of Czech pop folk music. And that's something we are also sharing quite, I would say, with many different countries. So we can just imagine how to mix and combine, electronic music with some sort of folk elements. Yeah, so stay tuned. Okay, so this was a very long introduction and the publicity for our different projects. Maybe there is a time to say some sort of house rules and practicalities about the conference. I've started already a little bit. But first and above all, we hope that we will have fun, but of course not fun on the expense of others. So we hope that we'll manage to cultivate this kind of safe and kind of respectful environment. And if there is something not quite right, let us know, and we will try to handle that. If you wonder where are the bathrooms, they are very discreetly just here. And another bathroom is very close to the second part of our conference venue, which is all located on the other side. If you are outside in this yard, there are different other bathrooms also, so it might be a good way. If those are not vacant, you can try to go out of the building. We will be out of the building during the lunch break, because we found out that it could be, well, I would say a nice break to go outside and to breathe a little bit of air. We will have also, lunch would be outside. It will be served in the yard, and there should be also some music played today and tomorrow. Prepared and curated by Eduard. So that's if there are some criticism, it's not to me now. And So if you find that it's too cold outside, or it's raining, or anything is not as it should be, you can always stay inside. There will be a chill-out room and some sort of publicity stand of Intellect Press. The music will be also played, well, there will be another sort of music mix being played here. I guess you have already seen there is the coffee, tea, water, so it's just basically on the other side, and there's this bar stand. You can, if you want to drink water, it's completely safe to drink the water from the tap here, and we recommend it. Also for lunches and a sandwich dinner we will have just after our conference program. I should mention that we are using the social enterprises, and we like to support them. So if you like it, we'll be happy. If not, then sorry, and please allow to some sort of if there are any tweaks or something that doesn't work well for you, let us know. There should be also vegan options, but and altogether the lunches and dinner will be vegetarian. the vegan options, please address Jakub in order to find out where they are, yeah, because we are trying to hide them from the others. And what else? Yeah, you have probably noticed, I've seen that kind of critically noticed that we would like to ask you to limit the paper presentations to 15 minutes, which is hard, and I know it, but in order to allow the discussion. And yeah, it's maybe why we are here, just to have more time to discuss about our different papers, about our different research and so on. Let's try to keep it for 15 minutes really, and not to overflow. Yeah, so this kind of self-discipline will be really needed. Yeah, last but not least, if you stay here until Saturday, consider registering for the after party. Hopefully we'll manage to cover all tickets from the registration. Let's see how it works. In any case, the back, it is, well, one of the, let's say, post-dubstep DJs who is currently living in Belgium but is originally British, and the party should be very nice, so I have to recommend. In any case, this is basically it. I hope I'm not forgetting anything. If I forget something, just ask me then, or just remind me. I hope you will have fun the following 2 or 3 days, and hopefully you will meet also some new friends and colleagues, and you will manage to take the most of that. So thanks again, and yeah, so have a successful conference. Okay, thank you. And now you will see that we have prepared some sort of conference program, yeah, and we are starting with the first panel straight ahead. That should be chaired, if I'm not mistaken, by David. And I have seen David here somewhere, but probably he's around. And now I see that there is a Friday, 15 May on this, and that David is coming back. So there are 3 papers for the first panel, chaired by David Aaron Schwartz. The first one should be Anna Rita Costa. The second should be Manoli Moriarty. The third one should be Jack McNeil. And David, I will give you the mic. Yeah?
Hello. And the third one is Jack McNeil, as Daniel just said. So thank you for this nice long welcome and giving us the background context on a lot of these things. I wanted to welcome you all to the first panel, Sonic Practices and Performance Technologies. As mentioned, we have 3 speakers. Ana Rita Costa, coming from Portugal, who is giving a talk on resonance on the dance floor and spatial sound and DJ performances as collective practice. Manoli Moriarty, giving a talk on vinyl DJing as situated musicianship and electronic music dance cultures. And then Jack McNeil, is that close enough? Okay. And Jack McNeil giving a talk on the nightclub as an interface for performance, improvisation, social performances, and frameworks for aesthetic production. I think I also wanted to just kind of make a mention about the call for papers that's currently out for the special issue of the next Dance Code issue focused on the DJ set, because I feel like in particular, these 3 panels, or these 3 speakers, are really giving talks on areas related to the DJ set. And we have 2 people here who are actually all three of you do DJ sets. And yeah, so I haven't met Annie yet, so I don't know who Annie is. Hi. So I guess we will go ahead and get started. Yeah.
Do we have a timer for me to see the hours?
Yeah.
And how can I see a time? Just want to not get lost.
No, I'm sorry, I don't think there's like...
I put my phone here. Thank you. So, good morning, everybody. Thank you so much for this amazing presentation. It was very insightful. My name is Ana Rita Costa. I'm from Portugal. I'm not based anymore in Lisbon, but I born and was raised in Lisbon. Thank you. And my DJ name is Mayan. It's like my alter ego, where I've been DJ for the last 14 years, but mainly it was firstly my hobby. Like was not my job, my real job. I was working in healthcare as a radiographer, and for 8 years. And I was, I think, COVID was really good for me. I know it was bad for a lot of people, but for me it was really good because I was fired from the hospital, and I was at home with time and some tax unemployed money, and I just could realize that I had to follow my heart with this thing of the music and electronic music. First, I was a little bit afraid because you cannot change something that is safe, like a contract in the end of the month, for something that is a freelancing and artist or whatever is so. But I just tried, and here I am, being 100% a DJ and now a researcher. I'm doing a PhD in Aveiro, and I'm trying to connect this passion with my knowledge. I jumped to a master in Porto, where I study arts and sound technology. And there I found spatial audio, 3D audio, like Dolby Atmos and ambisonic. I'm not sure if you know or if you are familiar with it, but it's something that it's connected to, for example, this room. It's a good example because I was there, sitting there, and when Andrew was talking, I was listening him behind me. And this is already quite new because normally when we are in the conference, we are just hearing front, like a normal DJ set, right? You are in the club and the DJ is in front of you and the stereo speakers are left, right? So it's a wall of sound and you are just there. And especially nowadays, everybody is looking to the DJ and sometimes with the phones, whatever, sometimes dancing too. So when I was thinking about this spatial audio and 3D audio, and when I was on my class learning this new technology, it's not new. Ambisonics is from 70s, so it's not new. But I think nowadays, maybe because Dolby Atmos, I think they put the first sound systems in the club in 2015 in London. So, but it was not successful because nobody was actually working in a practical way. So it was not very successful. But thank God, I think now more and more people are talking about it. So what I thought about it was, okay, so we are in the club, we are on a dance floor. If you cut this wall of sound, left, right, and if you have sound all around, maybe people will start to just, be more together in a collective experience, in a collective way, being surrounded by the sound. And for me, this was the click, and this is why I was like, okay, let's explore this, let's try this. And in Portugal, we don't, in Lisbon or Porto, we don't have any club doing this. We have in Lisbon like 4 speakers, quadriphony. So it's 4 speakers. It's quite good, but I wanted to go a little bit further. And I'm not there yet in Portugal. So this was my test in my master in Porto. So this is quite a controlled environment where I installed 8 speakers around, and I really wanted to be working with the CDJ and the mixer, and then my laptop is doing the spatial audio thing. This is something that I was presented in Superbooth by Dolby Atmos. It was only female artists that are working with spatial audio. Was very interesting. So in last year, in August, in Superbooth, I met this engineer, sound engineer, Pierre, that he was presenting his own hardware that it calls Spatbox. So the Spatbox is an hardware that can specialize any equipment. So he's very nerdy geek guy that he loves electronic music, but he's doing classes of physics, sounds, and like the board part of the music. And he was specializing his own equipment. And I asked him, so can you specialize a stereo signal? And he said, no, not with this hardware, but maybe I can build a new one. So I said, yeah, so maybe let's work together. And he built this version 2 of the Spatbox. And I went to Lyon, to GRAM, the Center of Research, and we spent there 1 week testing and working. We had 26 speakers in this room. We were here doing the tests, doing some, because this is kind of ambisonic, so it's very mathematic thing. And then we went to the club. We went to Le Sucre to do this, to put the hands on, to actually understand how this could work. And after 3 days doing tests there without people, everything was working really good. Well, at the beginning not, but then yes. And when we actually did the event, it was almost 300 people around us, and I couldn't hear anything. Like the specialization was not so amazing because the people were dancing, sweating, talking, everything. So my conclusion was, okay, I need to do this more often. I need to test this. I need to find a way because it's difficult to do the monitoring for the DJs who knows what is to actually hear the sound before it's playing. It's very important. So Pierre just looked at me and he said, just focus on the music, on the mixing, and trust me. And because I was working with him for 6 days, he said, okay, just do your thing. And he had a visual thing. I had more videos, but you can check on my Linktree. There's this video on YouTube that you actually can, we recorded in 360-degree camera too, so you can just see around and see the people around. And this was quite practical and good experience because you can do a lot of tests in a controlled way or controlled room, but the acoustic changes when you have 300 people sweating and talking and dancing and doing everything around you. So this needs more tests, and that's why this is my force to do the PhD thing, because I really want to test more and actually try to meet more people with these nerdy ideas and find new solutions for this. I know too that L-Acoustic is doing stem separation, live stem separation. So it's a new system, Liza, that you are actually playing a vinyl or you are actually playing CDJ, and it's AI and it's doing stem separation in real time. So you can actually send the voice there or the drums or the bass line, whatever you want to put it. It's working with a MIDI, and you have like an iPad with an application there that you can actually specialize in real time. I saw it in ADA last year, and I did a workshop, but I never tried it. You have Meyer Sound too, that it's not, maybe it's older than Lysa L-Acoustic. It's Space Map Go, where I am doing I did already some formation too, and I probably will try very soon in Portugal. Because they are interested in that I can actually put my hands on. And again, it's you have to have an iPad to work with it. So you have the mixer and the CDJ, and then I'm sending stereo signal for this app, and there you can define the design. It's really amazing, the setups they have. It reminds me a bit of sacred geometry too, you know, this beautiful design thing where sound are just moving around. And of course, if you have more speakers, you have more detail. When you have 4 or 6 or 8 speakers, you feel it, but I'm very interested in psychedelic sound design. So I love this feeling of almost you can see the sound, and maybe it's a little bit synesthetic feeling, but I think it's the powerful of this way of playing music and giving this experience to the people. So this is my contact. I am very looking forward to connect, and if you have any question, or I didn't want to bring technical part here. I think this was more my experience, and I'm on the first year of the PhD, so I have a lot of time to know better what I will do. And of course, I am curious about what you think too, and maybe you have already any experience on this special audio DJ thing. And yeah, and that's it. Thank you.
Cool. Thank you so much, Anna. Yeah, this reminds me. I remember maybe 5, 6 years, more than that, maybe 8 years ago in Berlin, going to Monum, to this 4D sound setup that they had at Funkhaus, which was just amazing. I mean, it wasn't a very big space. It was maybe double the size of this room. But the way they had the speakers situated in these columns, where I went in with an artist, and they were just blown away as they were navigating through this space and all of the kind of intricacies.
It's 4D sound technology, and they actually build these speakers on purpose. And in San Francisco, you have envelope people that they develop to speakers that is like 360. So it's not, this is like even breaking this wall of speakers. Thank you. Yeah, but that's the part of the technology, because there are so many now ways of doing this that yeah, Monon is one of the first, and actually it comes from Amsterdam, 4D sound.
Okay.
Hopefully next year I will be there.
Does anyone have questions? Yes. Okay.
Thank you for the presentation. I was just wondering, because what's it called, Ambisonics has, of course, no, but it has been used a lot in stuff like sound installation, where there's a lot of movement going on. But some of the people I know who have tried to experiment with this say there is a challenge when you want it to be dance music, where it needs to be a very focused rhythm. There needs to be sort of like a very grounded pulse that you can work with. I was just wondering if you could tell me a little bit about when you DJ with this system. Is there a practice of what elements make sense to throw around and what do you need to keep more centered in that way? Yeah.
Thank you. Very good question. I think when we are talking about electronic music, the main thing is bass, groove, right? That's why we go to the club. That's because we want to feel in our body. If you take that away, you lost the thing in the club, right? Imagine a club without bass. It will be awful. So the thing is, you keep the bass, you don't move the bass. So the bass is the grounded thing. It's everywhere. And what you move, my perspective, my opinion is I only play with medium high frequencies. So we have the vocal frequencies, you have the piano frequencies like 5,000 hertz, then more the hi-hats, this kind of feeling that you actually see it. Like, you know, where is it? So these kind of frequencies you can play around, but you don't touch the bass. You don't touch the groove, you don't touch the, under 200 hertz, you don't touch it. It's everywhere. Otherwise, you can play like a drop, the feeling of let's make a filter thing, and then the drop, whoosh, that works. But don't move the groove.
Cool, thanks. And I guess one other question I wanted to ask, especially with the collective female pressure, in the past, there's always this sort of stereotype of this male sound person and working in sound and engineering as a female, and especially you mentioned at Super Booth that it was all female producers and artists that were there for that event or for the particular event that within that. If you could maybe just speak to what your experience is like with that, if that's changing through efforts of yourself or what's still around from the legacy.
Yeah, that's a very special issue for me because I opened Female Pressure Portugal with a friend of mine. So why? Because I was feeling that it was male domination. It is still male domination, and I was feeling I had some situations and I was trying to find some female artists or someone that I could speak and talk about these things and maybe feel a bit supported. So we in Portugal we didn't have, and I found out Female Pressure community, and I just wrote an email to Suzanne. And in the end of 2022, we actually started the project in Portugal to bring this voice. And so since 2023, we are giving free workshops of DJ, free workshops of introduction, Ableton. And now it's more and more women that are into this thing, and I think everybody's talking about this. It's quite impressive. So it's changing, and and we need more men talking about this too. And I think it's getting more natural and more normal. So I feel that is very changing. 10 years ago, 5 years ago, not too much, but now it's super strong.
Well, thank you for the presentation and also
Thank
for
you
the
very
work
much.
you're doing
Thank
in
you.
that regard, because change doesn't just happen. It happens by people inviting specific audiences out for workshops, people making them, feel welcome, and that's not something that's been the norm. So thank you for all of that.
Thank you. Thank you too. Thank you for the invitation.
All right, next up we have Manoli. Where are you? There you are. So you can take this one, and then you'll just. Oh yeah. So I can give a brief 1-minute talk on the technology of giving performances, of being on stage at conferences, but no, I don't need to.
It's ironic that I'm going to talk about finding a balance between digital and analog technologies when technology is already giving us some grief. Just give me a second. Okay, so thanks everyone for being here this early. It's not very comfortable for me, so early morning, so I'm going to try to read from my script for this so I don't get lost. What is the starting point for this? And I'm hoping this will become a paper eventually, but at the minute it's just kind of trying some thoughts putting together with a little bit of theory imbued as well. So my starting point really is that although digital DJ technologies are very widespread at the minute and usually are the ones that are dominant, especially with touring performers, vinyl still remains very culturally significant in many areas of electronic music and dance culture. So what interests me personally is not the persistence of vinyl as a format, but the kinds of musical and cultural values attached to vinyl DJ performances. So I'm not asking whether vinyl is better than digital or vice versa, or one is more authentic than the other. I'm interested in how different performance systems shape different forms of interaction and how those interactions become meaningful with particular musical cultures. So, my general argument is that vinyl DJing remains significant, not because it is inherently more authentic or more skillful, but because it foregrounds particular relationships between body, material, sound, technology, and the environment. So just a little bit of my background. I'm trying not to talk too much about myself. We can do that during lunch. My route is fairly traditional. I started DJing in the early 2000s, and by result, I had to start collecting vinyl. And that was not because some sort of romantic attachment to the format. It was just where the music was. If I wanted to play particular music, it was only released on vinyl, and therefore I needed to use it. And and all the talk about the skill that comes with mixing on vinyl and so on, that wasn't really a question of whether you were able to do it, you just had to learn how to do it if you wanted to engage in that practice. So towards 2010 or so, I had to do an interruption of my practice for various reasons, and I reconnected with it during the pandemic because I found, again, as Anna mentioned earlier, I found myself with a lot of time, and I thought, okay, let's try and dust off the old vinyl. But I also found that digital DJ system had become very, very powerful, and this allowed performers to play almost any digital file in ways that were exactly the same as vinyl before, and also it reduced some of the strain on listening that takes with doing manual work. So at the same time, of course, coming back, I started encountering some of the claims around the whole debate, digital versus analog, vinyl versus CDJs or Serato or any of those systems. So real DJs use vinyl, sync is cheating, and so on and so forth. Claims that everyone probably in this room are quite familiar with it. So I'm trying to have a deeper understanding between this debate. So today my aim is not to defend digital vinyl or vinyl against digital or digital against vinyl, or to defend any sort of purism with vinyl. But it's just, I ask, what does vinyl DJing still do? Musically, culturally, and for a wider area of research. So, as I said, these are some of the claims that have been going around, and it's important to point out that these are not the same kind of claims. Some are made by DJs, some by audiences, some through online discourse, some promotional culture, some of course is gatekeeping and nostalgic accounts of earlier practice. And this is not a straightforward evidence of what DJs think. I treat this more as a recurring perception clustered around vinyl DJing and around the kinds of labor, skill, and commitment that vinyl appears to make visible. So these are useful not because they're necessarily correct, but because they tell us something about how vinyl DJing is culturally imagined. So rather than asking whether these claims are true, I want to reframe the question. And hopefully this will become a paper, and the question is how and why particular forms of musical value become attracted to vinyl DJing. So it's not necessarily what DJs think, but it's how the practice of DJing with vinyl acquires cultural significance. And the question here is, are these claims true? The discussion will quickly, from the previous slide, the discussion will quickly become trapped in a familiar format debate. Vinyl will become either the authentic medium of real DJing or an outdated technology defended by nostalgic gatekeeping. Digital systems will become either liberating tools or shortcuts that remove craft from DJing. And neither position is especially useful in this debate. So, moving on, I asked what conditions allow vinyl DJing to become meaningful. What kind of musical labors does it foreground? What kind of embodied interaction does it require? And how are these interactions perceived? So these are some of the values associated with DJing on vinyl. And these are some patterns that have been repeatedly emerged in different discussions. Both discussions on academic publications that have been released in the past, and both, of course, things that happen in person and online. So the first is embodied skill, which is things like manual beat matching, tactile cueing, pitch adjustment, record handling, and of course the continuing listening and adjustment feedback that exists. The second is visibility of labor. So what vinyl does much better than digital is it tends to make certain forms of work perceptible. Cueing, correcting drifts, moving between records, selecting records, putting them on the spindle, and so on and so forth. So, and generally managing an inherently unstable medium, which is mixing on records. So the third is material engagement. Records are physical objects, of course. They are stored, they are transported, they can be worn, they can change their quality over time. They can be, of course, collected, preserved, and sometimes they can be fetishized as well, or sold for extraordinary amounts of money too. So they are connected to a release culture, label economy, scarcity, ownership. So these values are related, but they're not identical. Some are operational, affecting how DJs perform. Others are symbolic or perceptual, affecting how the performance is interpreted. But I'm going to come back to those two particular values later on. First, I want to talk about this theoretical framing, which I'm drawing on Eric Clarke's ecological approach to musical meaning. And Clarke himself as well has drawn from much earlier theories by James Gibson on what is ecological perception in understanding musicianship. In relation to vinyl DJing, this can be understood as a situated practice of active engagement with the auditory environment. So musical meaning, in this case, musical meaning will emerge through interaction with specific technological and material system. So extending this on emphasis on listening and perception, the DJ is not simply selecting tracks and playing them back. They are acting with a performance ecology made up of records, turntables, mixers, monitoring, sound system, room acoustics, audience response, and of course the genre expectations that come with each different music that is being played. So in this case, vinyl is not an object with a fixed cultural meaning. It becomes meaningful through its use, through embodied interaction, visible labor, and the environmental stability. Environmental sensitivity. So, as we said already, vinyl DJing involves interaction that is continuous, tactile, and unstable. In a basic vinyl mix, the DJ is not simply starting two tracks at the same tempo and leave them to run. Even when two tracks will be produced at the same tempo, small differences in pressing quality, turntable calibration, motor behavior, the physical handling means that the mix will require ongoing attention. And that is even before we start including volume controls, equalizers, any effects, or anything fancy. This is just about keeping two tracks playing at the same time. That requires a constant ongoing attention. So some of the ways that this labor is becoming visible. We can
So
see
to
this.
slow it down, you can rub the platter this way. And if you want to speed it up, you can do it the opposite way. So you're kind of pushing the platter forward if you do it like that.
So this is a tutorial about DJ Blakey that I just wanted to bring just to show anyone that hasn't had any interaction with this medium before. Now, why this is a particularly useful tutorial for anyone to go out, it's not just about learning how to do the thing, it's also understanding that it's not nostalgic or polemical. It simply describes the practical reality of vinyl mixing. The whole tutorial opens up by saying that digital DJing is powerful, but vinyl is more satisfying and more rewarding because it demands constant attention, micro-adjustments, and a direct relationship with the limitations that the medium imposes on the performance. So one important point Blakey also makes is that a perfect vinyl mix is almost impossible because of the analog nature of the system. But does not mean that practice is imprecise, it means precision is negotiated in real time. So this leads to a broader point about labor. Digital DJ systems do not eliminate labor, they redistribute it across time, space, and visibility. In vinyl systems, much of the labor happens in real time. The DJ manages timing, cueing, correction, record handling, and environmental instability as part of the performance itself. Digital systems sift some of this labor elsewhere. Bit grids may be prepared in advance, cue points may be set, playlists may be exported, file formats may need correcting and negotiated with Recordbox, and anyone that's dealt with Recordbox, they will know what a program that may be, and we're going to reserve judgment. So libraries can be organized, tagged, structured, and so on and so forth. So this performance, once finally the person gets onto the stage, they may appear smoother, more stable, or just less effortful visibly. So the issue here is not absence of labor. That labor has happened. It just happened at a different time, a different place that is not perceptible by the audience. So going back to some of these values that we talked about on vinyl DJing, the first one is operational or practice-facing value. This is related to what the DJ is actually doing, which is the rhythmical control, adaptive listening, tactile interaction with the medium, and responsiveness to the environment. The second now is symbolic or perceptual value. This relates to how the performance is interpreted, which is the visible labor, the authenticity, the commitment or investment, and the performer legitimacy by playing this old format. So the key point is that these dimensions frequently overlap. Manual beat matching has operational value because it requires adaptive listening and rhythmical control, but it has also symbolic value because it can signify skill, effort, and legitimacy. Likewise, carrying records has practical implication, but it can also signify commitment, investment, and a particular relationship to musical ownership. We do not need to decide then whether vinyl's value is real or symbolic, because it can be both. So this distinction about what are the values helps avoid two reductionist readings. The first one is to reduce vinyl's value to nostalgia or ideology. So vinyl is treated as a fetish object, symbolic, conservative, nostalgic. There are certainly cases where vinyl functions this way, but if we stop there, we ignore the real operational differences in practice: timing, touch, risk, listening, and environmental responsiveness. So the second reduction is the opposite of that. It's treating vinyl as a superior medium, as a self-evident. So here, playing on vinyl is simply assumed to be more authentic, skillful, more committed, more meaningful in a musical way. And this is equally limiting, if you think about it. It ignores the fact that musical value is culturally situated. A form of labor meaningful in one scene may be completely irrelevant on another. A technique that may appear skillful to one audience may be invincible to or unnecessary to another culture. So the argument is not that vinyl is only ideology, and not that vinyl is inherently superior. It's that vinyl acquires meaning through situated interaction and cultural interpretation. So the next step is to ask whether these values become meaningful. The form of engagement I have been describing are not universally valued. The same practice can carry different meanings depending on where it takes place, who is performing, who is listening, and what expectations are attached to this scene. I'm just going to move a little bit faster because I'm just conscious of time. So one of the main items is whether performance literacy is legible. And that, again, it will depend on different audiences and how they can perceive what the performer is doing and whether they can extract meaning from that. And there's a quote here by Carl Cox about ask who was your favorite vinyl DJs, and he said Sasa and Dickweed, and he describes them as seamless, that you could not even hear the transitions. And now this is a very interesting point, because anyone familiar with Sasa and Dickweed know that this goes back quite a few years when, again, the performance technology that was available at the time was vinyl. Now we don't have that anymore. We have people like, I'm bringing an example of Quelza and his comments on his YouTube video under his online performance. That the notion of seamlessness now is effortless. We don't need to worry about it anymore. We have machines that can make it seamless for us. And as a result, we're moving back to adding a little bit of sloppiness in the performance because we wanted to demonstrate that we are working it ourselves. We are not letting the machine do the labor for us, we are doing it ourselves. So this is as well to do with why I distinguish between functional equivalence and performative differences. Many techniques can perform both vinyl and digital systems, things like rewinds, long blends, layered mixers, double drops and so on. These are not exclusive to vinyl. Digital systems can produce the same sonic outcomes with greater consistency and flexibility. So I'm just going to move very quickly because I'm just conscious of time. Are we done?
Yeah, I mean, if you want to give it maybe 30 seconds or so. And
okay, I'll just very quickly mention that one thing that was also associated with vinyl culture is we consider this to be an underground medium and the mainstream is all digital. And that's just not the case if you actually look at it. We have things like reggae music, which are globally recognized genre, and we have things on the other side like core, gabba, breako, things that my students listen to a lot of the time. And I, as an old man, I don't understand them at all, but I'll let them get on with it. So core gabba thing is something very niche, something very underground, but it's almost exclusively digital. Reggae, globally recognized, tightly associated with vinyl culture. So the point again here is that this notion of attachment of vinyl is not neatly mapped on what we consider to be underground or what we consider to be niche and mainstream. So if David will allow me, I will just finish very quickly with just a quote from Laid Back Luke, and again, someone who developed his own controller and went to make a worldwide global career from touring and returned very recently to CDJs. Because why? Because people could not understand what it is that he's doing. And he wanted to communicate that labor. And he says that he thought people were thinking him as a hobby DJ because of the tools he was using, which again maps neatly to what we were talking about earlier, about just using vinyl is just something that communicates more skill, but now we have moved to the next stage where controllers can communicate lesser skill. So just to close off, I promise, absolute last sentence. So the significance in the distinction between vinyl DJing lies in the way its material conditions foreground embodied interaction, visible labor, risk, environmental sensitivity, and cultural memory. And it remains not just a symbolic residue of early digital technologies, but one contemporary mode through which musicianship, heritage, and collective memory continue to be negotiated in electronic music and dance cultures. So thanks for...
Period. Thank you very much for that. That was a very long last sentence.
Yes.
But, you know, you're Greek, you like the drama, as we established last night.
No comment.
Yeah, I mean, I think this is, I don't want to say an age-old debate, but kind of, this is the debate of vinyl and digital has been ongoing for a long time. I think putting the, stepping away from that debate and putting the focus more onto really just explaining the act of the performance of vinyl DJing and what that means. There was one thing I wanted to bounce off you because there's, I guess, sort of a criticism in a way of digital that I think speaks to this kind of performance, what you were describing, and that was the class perspective, that the gatekeeping in vinyl DJing, because you have to, in order to participate in this act, have these materials and these tools. And so if you don't have access to resources or you don't have the materials, well, guess what? You don't have the tools to be able to play. Yeah. And like turning that on its head a little bit by responding back to say that fosters community more, because then people have to get together with others. And I wonder if, in terms of vinyl DJing and what you've explored, how community plays a role with that, and how mentorship plays a role in that, and how, you know.
No, that's a great point. And I do try, when I'm debating internally this whole debate, I look at it from a pedagogical point of view as well. And for me, an older person that's been already had the vinyl collection, I'll already spend the money on it, to go out and preach to my students, go and spend money on vinyl, go buy your Technics and that. Don't worry about the £100 controller that you can learn with. This is garbage. I can't do that. So just from a community perspective, I understand what you're saying, that it helps people to get together, but anyone that owns vinyl, will you share it with someone else? Oh yeah, take my vinyl and go play with it and learn with it. It's unlikely, isn't it? So, I mean, I would never give mine.
I mean, I guess I was
personally
speaking,
anyway.
I was speaking more in the context more of kind of like community gatherings.
Yeah,
you know, where there's open decks, or, you know, people who do have a vinyl will bring it to a club and do, you know, workshops or do things like this. That at least I've seen in Berlin, I think fosters community in a really special way, especially when it.
Yeah, in Liverpool we have a lot of open deck events, and both within the university and outside, loads of students trying to do them at their own time. Nobody's bringing vinyl, nobody, and it doesn't matter what kind of genre they are playing. They just look at it as something that requires a lot of commitment, a lot of investment that they just do not have the resources to do. So if you allow me an anecdote, once in Manchester on a rainy day, which is most days in Manchester.
Hold on once. Is there any like burning questions or really wanting to respond to something or say something before? Oop.
To ask about the whole capitalistic sort of interplay as well, because there's this whole, on Discogs, like a lot of vinyl prices are going like crazy. Like a lot of the 90s stuff that people were doing for love and not for capitalism, like all the Spiral Tribe records as well, are now going like this super expensive. So that sort of fetish, vinyl fetish as well is sort of going on. So like also like who can afford to buy vinyl these days? Even new records are pretty expensive. So.
But so if you want me to comment on that, what I was going to say that I didn't have time to say is how the economy of vinyl has changed as well. So back in the day, releasing on vinyl was just a necessity, was just the standard thing. If you're going to be signed to a record label, they will give you some money up front, and then they will go and press the record, and then they will distribute it to record shops or promos and so on. Well, that was the infrastructure. If you had unreleased music, you would have to go and press it on acetate so you can play it out in clubs. Nowadays, the notion of releasing on vinyl is reserved for people of certain, and labels of certain dedication and following. So an unknown person, like a breakthrough artist or something like that, they will probably release on digital, not on vinyl. Vinyl is aimed for collectors, is aimed for specialists, is aimed for people that are considering about giving this commitment and this investment to the craft. Touring DJs, and again, I've got a quote from Carl Cox somewhere here about would he consider ever going back to vinyl performing for his tours? And he said, absolutely no. It would double my work, and also people want to see this mixed in an expert way. They don't want to see me just being sloppy and just being there just so they can say, oh, I saw Carl Cox playing vinyl. And if you allow me, there was a recent gig of Jeff Mills that was playing on vinyl as well, and that made a lot of noise. I looked at it and I thought, yeah, okay, interesting, in a nostalgic way, but whether it's interesting as a performance is a different debate.
Thanks, Manoli. Quick question, hopefully. Cultural importance associated with you describe as visual manifestation of effort, of labour. That implies the audience is watching the DJ, and I wonder if you think that's something that's happened over time, when the audience visual attention to the DJ, what they're doing, became culturally normal. Is it important to watch the DJ?
That's a good question, because that's another debate that is raging at the minute, whether we should be even looking at the DJ and how that person has become from just the person that gives us the music to someone that we need to revere and take pictures of and so on and so forth. Look, I can approach it. I can only approach this research from a personal perspective, and I would always look at a DJ during a gig, not because of the reverence, but because I'm a geek and I'm interested to see what they're doing. And especially when I started learning, the only way to understand how they do that thing is to actually watch them. So whether we should be looking at a DJ or not, that's a different debate. And people like DVS1, they're doing some really good work in trying to break away from that orthodoxy, let's say. Yeah, I don't know if this answers your question. Yeah, okay.
So, time
spoken very long, yes.
We should move along, so we'll give you a clap and say thank you very
thank
much.
you.
This is a dialogue that opens up lots of people's ideas and thoughts, so we can definitely talk about this more. Yeah. Okay, so next up we have Jack, who is talking about the nightclub as an interface. Yeah. How are you doing, Jack?
I'm fine, thank you, David. How are you?
We stayed out a little bit too late last night. Maybe.
You might have outed us on that one, maybe.
Oh, I don't think so. But I'm feeling good. First time in Prague.
Second time.
Second time. Okay. There we go. All right, I'm going to start this. So you'll have that just 15.
Fantastic. Thanks, David. Thanks, everyone. And thanks, Manoli and Anna as well for the really interesting presentations. I'm going to finish up the session with this presentation. As with last year, I forgot that we had to put things on a USB, and I used fonts, which are not in this presentation. So if the formatting's a bit weird, I'll try and describe what's happening on screen. This paper seeks to understand the nightclub as a space where artistic production and creation is facilitated through the lens of interface theory and performance studies. And by looking at the nightclub as an interface, this work seeks to kind of understand the relationship between the architectural space and its function, the socio-cultural connotations bound up with the nightclub, and the bodies and actors in those spaces in relation to how improvised performance happens in the club. Artistic practices, production and creation sit at the heart of the function of the nightclub in a number of ways, in the deliberately designed or repurposed architectural entrances, corridors, dance floors and toilets, and in often the improvised dances reflected, repeated and reimagined in multitudes by dancers. The music that's heard on the dance floor may not be produced on the dance floor itself, but it's produced with the dance floor in mind and imagination. And off the dance floor, the social spaces of the nightclub and the spaces before and after generate these kind of social performances in preparation rituals and identity performance, and in these kind of performed subcultural identities that we'll all be familiar with. So this paper will explore the notion of the club as an interface for performance, discussing how the club facilitates different performances and the artistic or improvisatory potential that the nightclub holds. And as with Manoli's paper, this is a very kind of early iteration of this project. So at the end, we'll be looking at some kind of criticisms or some problems with the project as well. Those of you who were clubbing through 2020 might remember the pervasive presence of newly constructed online club spaces, live streams from clubs and bedrooms, and group streaming services introduced as the COVID-19 pandemic hit. For those of you who haven't succumbed to collective amnesia of the period, resident advisors' high production Club Quarantine might be familiar. It was a professionally designed multi-sensory online club space with high-profile DJs, impressive visuals. Here it is. Impressive visuals and sites for visitors to interact as if they were doing the real thing. And if this is sounding a little familiar, I'd like you to dig a little deeper and take yourself to the virtual toilet spaces that the club's designers included in their online topography. A space where participants took to cubicles to interact with one another, performing rituals and behaviours that might not be out of place in their physical counterparts. Visitors engaged in mundane chatter about the music and the lineups, where they were stood on the dance floor, usually it was front left, of course, and asking about the availability of drugs in the toilets, checking on the enjoyment and the well-being of other visitors to the club. The reality of these discussions was, of course, entirely detached from the fantasy, with visitors sitting behind a screen in the comfort of their own homes. But the performance that visitors were engaging with forms the basis of this presentation, engaging with learned behaviours and performances from the real space, which were then translated into performances in the virtual world. This presentation is not about toilets, but they are a useful starting point. It's a manifestation of a built environment that clearly fosters and encourages interaction. They catalyse these social performances that sit outside of the everyday, that are experienced in the club. And they're spaces where the participant learns, through existing and engaging with the space, how to act and how to be in these spaces. By positioning the notion of the club as an interface, multiple outcomes become apparent. Firstly, as Mackenzie Walk suggests, raving can be seen as practice. And the act of raving is always some sort of form of performance. And secondly, it highlights the potential of the nightclub as a space through which new aesthetic forms can be generated. So I'll begin by discussing about where performance exists in nightclub spaces, before talking about the theory of the interface, and finally landing on kind of where these two things meet somewhere in the middle. So, the multidisciplinary and broad field of performance studies is complex. At its most literal, it addresses notions of artistic and aestheticized performances that happen on stage. But at some point, the boundary between art and real life is eroded, expanding performance studies towards these more mimetic social performances, which Henry Bial usefully outlines in these three historical phases of performance studies, named PS 1.0, 2.0, and 3.0. 1.0 presents an understanding of anthropology through the lens of theatre, described by Biel as a pairing between the two disciplines, and it challenges the Eurocentric hegemony of the world as static to a more utopian world, a more utopian view of the world as a performance where individuals are interconnected. PS 2.0 represents a development of these ideas that considers performance not as a utopian expression of otherness, but rather an individualized performance of compliance with or resistance to a norm. And finally, PS 3.0, which is slightly less relevant to this presentation, reevaluates performance in the context of a building digital landscape, where performances are simultaneously performed online. While this linear understanding of performance studies is useful, these three developments are not actually all that dissimilar and are to an extent interlinked, in that they all recognize the social as a form of performance. And that performance prevents a form of world-making that can act in opposition to the everyday. Across disciplines, nightclubs are perceived to exist outside the everyday, where behaviors and actions such as dancing are performed in a way that's transgressive. The kinds of performances that you see in nightclubs are typically only seen in those spaces. And sometimes those performances can be considered specific to a space. But critically, the performances are learned through engagement with that space and can be either aesthetic in the form of dance or the performance of the DJ, or indeed social. So, Brigitte Biel-Missel and Dirk Lehm concisely position the nightclub as an Ermöglichungsarchitektur, next slide, which is an architecture of enabling, highlighting the potentiality of the club space as one that allows performance. However, for Lehm and Missel, this extends beyond the dance floor into social spaces of club settings, implying a form of social performance. As with the dance floor, this social performance often happens within the architectural confines of the club spaces. And if the function of the club space is to perform, in a sense, otherness, as it is in many of Europe and indeed the world's club spaces, then the architecture of the space allows this to happen. Opportunities for fleeting encounters are often built into the space, be that in the club's toilets, smoking areas, corridors, or other social hubs. And as such, my assertion here is that clubs are designed with artistic and social functions in mind, steeped in the embodied cultural knowledge of club owners, designers, DJs, and so on. Taking Biel's assertion on performance studies into account, the social performances happen within and are facilitated by the cultural and architectural space of the nightclub, which are learned based on visitors' knowledge of those spaces, and in many nightclubs happen in opposition to the everyday and to hegemony. Oftentimes as well, the performance rituals will begin at home, rituals that visitors will engage with prior to traveling and entering the club, pertaining to dress, makeup, identity, and other kind of identity performances. To perform insiderness, visitors often begin to transition into and perform alternative identities that relate to the club space. And for many, this will be as simple as changing the way that they dress, or the way that they act. But for others, entire shifts into alternative identities might take place. And in this sense, they're taking their embodied knowledge of the space and they are performing it. So in all instances of performance I've mentioned, the nightclub and club culture is a catalyst. It's a space that facilitates performance through its architectural design and cultural status. Whether performances are aesthetic in the form of dance music or social, so in dance or music or social, through off-dance floor interactions within the space or the preparation rituals and kind of passages from the everyday into the other club, the nightclub is central to the performances of the visitors of those spaces. So again, the nightclub may be seen as an interface, a non-deterministic framework that facilitates varied and improvised performances. Which is where we get into interface theory. So in Brandon Hookaway's text on the implicit meaning of interfaces, a dualism emerges in the expression of an interface as the meeting of functional technology and a flexible user, typically a human being. And there's a clear interrelationality here where one agent reacts to the other. So Hookaway is suggesting that both agents in this bidirectional relationship represent both interiority and exteriority. And he passes the definitions of inter and face. So the exteriority is fairly clear. In a technology, it's the design of an object as you approach its use. Typically, on musical interfaces, to draw from my own discipline, this might include knobs, dials, buttons, screens, and other visual signifiers. The exteriority of the user is also not super difficult to define. It relates to the physicality of the person that might be using that object, without which the interface would just be a blob of plastic, metal, silicon, glass, and so on. The notion of interiority, however, demands a little bit more discussion. The interior of a technology might include the interior workings of a device, chips and circuitry designed meticulously by whichever company or specific designer might have put a device together. In the digital world, this might include layers of code that set the parameters of use of that technology, limiting it to its intended uses. And although this interior is primarily material, its interior and indeed exterior design as well also represent networks of cultural and social relations, represented through individual designers, through teams of designers and tech companies, as well as the forces that influence them. But they also represent the interiority of the user, this embodied knowledge, what they know, how they know it, and where they come from, and so on and so forth. So the idea of the club as an interface with both interiority and exteriority is useful for this argument. Club's interior design, which in an odd sense is its kind of exteriority, predicates a set of performance affordances for the performance of clubbing. Within these spaces, there are a set of functional features that impact how we might perform, spanning again from the dance floor to the toilets. Critically, however, to understand how these spaces work, there's an element of cultural knowledge of participants that's important. As we know, clubs are often gate-kept spaces. That's been referred to a couple of times today already. And there are often barriers to access based on people's subcultural capital. But, much like interfaces, they must present some sort of transparency or sense in how they're operating in order for the user to access them and to gain knowledge of how they work. At the same time, they should also embrace the complexity of use to produce varied and improvised creative outcomes. If the outcome of a club was always the same, it would be a very boring experience, I think. As such, positioning the club as an interface for performance may embrace the complexity of club architectures, the cultures they inhabit, and their design, as well as in the socio-cultural body of the user. Moreover, as with musical interfaces and user, the club and participant must interact in order for new material to be generated and to be created. Again, be that through dance, through music, or other social performances. And as such, this work supports the idea that the club is a generator of form. To finish off, because I know that the 1 minute sign's going to be held up in a second. Cool, it's all good. There are a couple of issues with all of this. And a lot of this comes from kind of human-computer interaction studies. But while subcultures are typically culture-sharing groups, as we all know, the notion of interiority could be problematic in terms of learning that interiority, particularly if that's aligned with subcultural capital. And as such, seeing the club as an interface might perpetuate the biases that club spaces often perpetuate. There's also a problem of the issue of the fixed experiences of participants. When we're thinking about a user and human-computer interaction, it's very problematic to assume an average. And does this translate to this theory? When we're thinking of the body as an exterior, the body varies wildly from user to user, opening up discussion around who club spaces might be designed for and perhaps who can access them, as well as what can be done to increase access to that space. And again, this issue of questioning the average is a problem. What does that average club, clubber, or space look like? And again, much like with a number of musical instruments or interfaces, does this risk, this idea of the club as an interface, risk hegemonic and deterministic club spaces? And is this a problem? Again, these are early stages of this project, so I'd like to thank you for listening. And yeah, any questions you might have, that would be great. Thanks very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Jack. We have one hand up here.
Hi, Beata.
Hi, thanks for the presentation. I'd like to start off with the problems that you raised right at the end. 2 questions, sorry. What do you make of self-policing door policies in this regard? Because to me, it sounds problematic. It's a nice idea, but it really sounds problematic in terms of creating exclusive spaces and also being really deterministic, what increasingly, through necessity, commercially orientated club spaces, what kind of audiences they want. Mm-hmm. And they need to survive. So that was question 1. And the other one, what do you make of social class, especially in Britain, through an interiority of a space? How is that interpreted by different social classes? Thank you.
Yeah, I think I'll answer the second question first, if that's okay, because it's something that I'm really interested in terms of this like access to club spaces and who gets access. And particularly in the UK, in order to access club spaces, you need financial capital because it's really, really expensive to go out in the UK, as some of you will know. But also because of that, there is a perception, and I've noticed this in some work that I'm doing with a colleague at the moment on access to kind of London's club spaces particularly, is that clubbing is now seen in some corners of like London's club culture as an activity purely for people who have come from money and have like financial, social and cultural capital. Like, and in that sense, there is this kind of self-deterministic like interiority of the club where people who might come from different social groups to the kind of dominant social group in that space feel like they may not be included. And I think this kind of idea of the club as an interface is actually really utopian. It's a really nice idea. It's this idea that, you know, we can use it as a space for kind of aesthetic production, and it gives us the opportunity to dance and to make music and all of this kind of like super utopian stuff that we always hear in kind of nightlife studies and in club culture and in the kind of discourse as well. And the reality of that, and particularly in a place like London, is that there are people who just don't have access to that. And don't because they see in the club that it's not a space for them because you have, you know, wealthy, privately educated people who have a lot of money to spare, spending £50 for a ticket to drum sheds or whatever. Self-policing door policies. Was that the first question? Can you tell me what you mean by that? Sorry, so I can understand a bit better.
Yeah, I think there's a different, in terms of communities, we have door policies where it's very clear that the bouncers are to regulate who's coming in based on mainly social markers, but not necessarily structural markers, for example, race or gender. Mm-hmm. And usually clubs are trying to show at least that they're adhering to this. Self-policing means to protect the spaces inside. And again, this is a question that links to the interiority, right? So what's intended by the creation of these spaces in the first place, but also what the cultural, the interiority of the people brings to it that then allows them to actually protect these spaces, and how to recognize this in terms of the spaces that they are trying to protect.
Yeah, that's really interesting. I mean, I think, again, to kind of draw on an anecdote, there used to be a party in London, which I won't name, but it was a queer party in London, which kind of preached this inclusive nature. But when you went to that space, it was a very specific type of person who was there, and the photos that came out of those spaces also represented a specific kind of person who was typically cisgendered white male, usually with at least a six-pack, maybe more. And it automatically, you know, the design of that club and the kind of marketing for that, well, it wasn't a club, it was a night, but the design for that night suggested that this was only for a kind of a certain type of person, and it very much locks people out. And again, it comes back to that utopian idea of like interiority and exteriority. Like, what I really didn't want to do with this presentation and don't want to do with this ongoing work is suggest that there aren't kind of problems with this idea, even with a kind of non-self-policing door policy, you know, with a big sort of bouncer on the door. There is an element of like excluding people based on how they might look or how they might act or where they come from or where they might exist. And yeah, for me, I think it's one and the same. So I think it's interesting for me thinking of nightclubs as interfaces and then seeing where the problems lie in that. So a part of this paper, which I didn't include today, is about Ableton's push and how it's basically deterministic based on a kind of long history of kind of electronic dance music and 16-step sequences. And that's how it's kind of built. But it is deterministic, and it's based on a kind of lineage, if that makes sense. And if you start kind of attaching that to nightclubs, it could be great, but it becomes very problematic very quickly, as I think you're suggesting. Yeah.
Thanks.
Hi, thank you for the really interesting presentation. I work in a nightclub, other than being a student and a researcher. I do awareness, so I think this provides a really interesting point. And I also work at a club called Tilatek in Amsterdam. That was the school previously. So I was really interested when you said like clubs are designed with a performance perspective in mind, because the school was historically a high school and then got transformed into a club. So this made me interested in what do you think. Like, do you think there's a pedagogical relationship between the exteriority and the interiority that breeds inside of architectural spaces that are refurbished into clubs? And how might the laborers be engaged in this process?
That's really interesting. I think, yeah, because I think a lot of the clubs that I have thought about are clubs that are specifically designed for that. Although obviously a lot of clubs will be kind of put in retrofitted spaces. Like, it's very rare that someone kind of builds a club, said drum sheds. I don't know, I'm looking at you, Dan, but I think we've spoken about it before. But, you know, drum sheds is in like an old IKEA and they've kind of retrofitted that. I mean, I think for me, the answer to all of this comes back to the point I was making about the fact that like the user needs to have some access to that space, as you would with, you know, let's say a piano. They sit down at a piano and you've got buttons and you're like, okay, I've got to press these buttons, even if you've never seen a piano before. Or you press the button once and you're like, oh, okay, cool. And then you press it again and then you're making music all of a sudden. And I think with clubs, like, you've got to walk in and know it's a club. And so even if it's kind of retrofitted, you have to kind of know to an extent, or the function and the form have to be to an extent accessible to someone who has not been in that space before. So like, again, and I always come back to toilets in this, and partly because I taught a module at York about dance music culture and like toilets came up all the time. But like, we were basically talking about like the social function of toilets in nightclubs. And like, if it's your first ever time in a nightclub and you just landed from another planet and you go to a club, you go to the toilet and you're like, okay, this is a toilet. It's just the same. But as we all know, like, those spaces are very different in terms of the practices that happen in them to like whatever happens in here. And that's like a learned thing, but it only takes like 10 minutes of standing in a club toilet to know that like people are socializing in there, people might be going into cubicles in groups of more than one for whatever reason. And people are kind of, it's this like almost like space of a pause. And I think in terms of the pedagogical aspect, it's the space, the kind of exteriority of the space, but also the interiority of all the people in it as well. So if you've got like 25 people doing a similar thing, then if I come in as a newcomer to that space, I see that thing and I'm like, okay, that's what I do. And that's kind of the kind of pedagogical function in any context for me. So yeah, I hope that answers your question.
Is there one more? Right.
Thanks, Jacques. There's some really interesting arguments there, particularly the performance of the audience as opposed to the performance of the DJs, performers. Mm-hmm. The question is one that I did ask Kat Rossi on Monday during that online presentation. Have you considered illegal rave spaces in this context of thought, which usually don't have toilets as well, by the way?
I wouldn't know. I mean, I think, like typically illegal raves especially, there is a performance around them, around like getting to that space, like the movement, like pilgrimage to going, I mean, talking in a kind of old school context, to like a phone box and like working out the location, then driving around the M25, thanks Margaret Thatcher, and then kind of like coming off and finding the little spot. And like what's really interesting in like more contemporary illegal raves, something that I've noticed as more as a participant and not as like a researcher, but like the language of like the old school illegal rave is always used. It's like don't tell your friends, like come quietly, like no social media. It's all on like a Telegram group, or like gets deleted immediately after. And there's this like performance in the discourse around those spaces that is very much like linked with the lineage and the interiority of like illegal rave spaces. I mean, like, I was talking a lot about like architectural, like bricks and mortar in the presentation, but I think the theory could be applied to any kind of rave space. And I've always struggled, and maybe it'd be interesting to talk to some of you about this, but like, I've always struggled with defining what like the club is. Because you talk about the club, but it's not the club, it's the festival, it's the illegal rave, it's like the little house party that's happening with some DJ who's flown in from wherever. That's literally never happened to me before in my life. Yeah, does that answer your question? Cool.
Okay, well, thank you very much, Jack. I guess just to sort of wrap up with the last couple minutes we have, I think, not to summarize, but to at least share my feelings or response about what we just heard. I mean, it's an interesting journey going from these interconnected themes of talking about sound inside of the club, talking about the person who is literally performing and creating that sound that exists within the space, and then taking a step back, but also using that as a way to take a step in. I hadn't been familiar with interface theory before. That's just not something I had come across, and I think, that's an interesting lens, and based on the different questions and raised, I think you're ripe with lots of issues to explore in that. And I think, of course, with the vinyl and digital, that is something that is very ripe to discuss lots of different topics within. But the focus on vinyl is an interesting one. And of course, talking about sound and spatial sound and the way those practices are evolving, in particular with the inclusion, or I guess not inclusion, but the encouragement and structure behind getting more females into those spaces to do that is, it's important. And that's me being the chair for our first time and learning how to do this and wrapping this up on the first session of the morning that you put me on. Thank you. So now I guess a 10-minute break or so, and then the next session's in here. Okay, cool. Thank you, everyone.
First presenter up is Charlie White from Manchester School of Architecture, and a presentation still called Right to Noise, Negotiating Club Sound in Manchester and Berlin. So again, presentation and then questions. Thank you.
Does this...
So when the slides come on, perfect.
Amazing. Hi everyone. I'm going to jump straight into this because I want to be as fast as possible. So, Right to Noise, Negotiating Club Sound in Manchester and Berlin, Charlie White, Manchester School of Architecture. As residential development pushes into established nightlife districts, noise has become a central fault line in the politics of the nocturnal city. Hello. As residential development pushes into established nightlife districts, noise has become a central fault line in the politics of the nocturnal city. Nightclubs employ loud, amplified sound as the foundation of collective experience. Yet that very condition places them in direct conflict with neighbouring residents. Noise complaints progressively narrow the conditions of existence for venues. In response to this sustained pattern of restriction and closure, governance reform has followed. In 2018, England adopted the agent of change principle into its planning framework, placing responsibility for acoustic mitigation on incoming residential developers rather than pre-existing venues. In the same year, Berlin launched the Schallschutz Funds, or Sound Protection Fund, a publicly funded programme providing grants for clubs to undertake acoustic mitigation. These represent significant policy advances, yet in both contexts examined in this paper, the underlying conflicts persist. In Manchester, the Night and Day Cafe, a grassroots venue operating the city's northern quarter since 1991, was drawn into a 3-year court battle by the complaints of a single neighbouring household, and now operates under severe restrictions on its sound output. In Berlin, the Lower Mühleninsel venue cluster on the Kreuzberg waterfront has received 6 rounds of funding to install highly sophisticated acoustic interventions, and yet resident complaints continue. What emerges is that noise disputes exceed the limits of soundproofing and technical resolution. Sound is a complex phenomenon that resists the technical categories on which noise governance relies. Through the mechanism of noise complaints, nightclub sound becomes a site where contests over cultural recognition and urban belonging are played out. While cities have widely instrumentalized nightlife for regeneration, clubs are unable to exist without producing some level of disturbance and therefore remain structurally vulnerable. Extending Lefebvre's right to the city, this paper develops a right to noise, asking who has the right to make noise or the power to silence it. Manchester's northern quarter makes its contradiction clearly visible. In the early 1990s, the area was largely derelict, its warehouses occupied cheaply by artists and musicians. The Night and Day Cafe opened in 1991 in a former fish and chip shop on Oldham Street, one of a growing cluster of grassroots clubs and venues that were instrumental in transforming the area's identity. In 1995, the Manchester City Council commissioned a regeneration study that described the nighttime economy as largely responsible for the renewal of the area. Over the following decades, the Northern Quarter continued to develop into Manchester's primary nightlife district, while concurrently becoming an increasingly popular and commodified residential area. In 2021, repeated complaints from a single neighbour led to a noise abatement notice served on the Night and Day Cafe. The apartment in question forms part of a converted warehouse that shares a party wall with the club's dance floor. At the time of residential conversion, the venue was identified as an important cultural asset, and potential noise issues were identified at every stage of the planning process. Acoustic surveys were conducted, noise insulation conditions were attached to planning permission, and the installation was approved on site. Despite these measures, something failed, and the club found itself obliged to appeal the notice in court to fight for its survival. The legal process lasted 3 years and cost the venue approximately £160,000. After extensive acoustic testing, experts were unable to find a configuration that would eliminate audibility in the complainant's bedroom while maintaining a volume to sustain a functional club. Against significant public pressure to save the venue, the court settled on imposing a 56% restriction on bass output for club events, enforced through sealed limiters. The case exposes the limits of planning stage protections, such as the agent of change principle. Although not formally named at the time of the conversion, the planning system did what the principle requires. It identified the existing venue, surveyed the acoustic risk, and took the active steps to prevent conflict at the development stage. Yet, when complaints entered the noise enforcement system, the planning history offered no protection. The venue became fully responsible for ensuring the comfort of its neighbour, despite bearing no responsibility for the inadequately installed apartments placed directly next to it. What regulatory frameworks treat as identifiable, source-specific noise is in practice something far more complex. Field observation, comprising listening, field recording, and ethnographic observation across 18 sessions in the Northern Quarter between 11 and 6 a.m., reveals a soundscape that confounds the regulatory premise. Sound interacts with the built environment in unpredictable ways. Bass frequencies transmit through building fabric, and reflections of hard masonry facades distort the perceived direction of the sound. Further, much of what residents experience as nightlife-related disturbance originates outside any building envelope. Crowd noise, closing dispersal, and operational routines all fall beyond the reach of building-based soundproofing. Meanwhile, sounds entirely unrelated to nightlife, from emergency sirens to early morning refuse collection, regularly exceed the intensity of anything produced by clubs, and yet attract no regulatory attention. The selectivity here is normative rather than acoustic. Under the UK's noise enforcement framework, the threshold for actionable disturbance is not a measurable noise level. It revolves around a qualitative judgment. An officer attends the complainant's home and determines, based on their own assessment, whether the sound constitutes a nuisance. This assessment does not account for the character of the area. A resident who moves into the heart of a nightlife district is afforded the same legal protections as one living in a residential suburb. A de facto right to quiet is therefore structurally embedded in the system. No corresponding right protects the ability of a venue to make sound, even where the venue predates the residential development and is recognised by the city as a key cultural asset. Berlin presents a contrasting case. Where Manchester's governance response failed at the jurisdictional interface, Berlin has attempted to resolve the conflict through direct intervention at the operational stage, investing in acoustic mitigation at venues already in conflict with their neighbours. The Lower Mühleninsel is a narrow strip of former Cold War border territory on Berlin's Kreuzberg waterfront. Club Divisionaire opened on the canal in 2001, and over the following decade, the peninsula developed into one of the densest concentrations of club culture in the city, with 6 venues operating in close proximity by 2017. Although not directly adjacent, the cluster sits across the open water of the Flutgraben from the residential buildings of Heckmanufer. Complaints from residents have been continuous since approximately 2007, with clubs negotiating pressure from authorities throughout this period. By the mid-2010s, formal mediation infrastructure was developed in the form of roundtable discussions and a nighttime warden, allowing residents and clubs to communicate directly. But these measures did not resolve the conflict. The political significance of the Lower Mühleninsel dispute, combined with a wider pattern of club closures across Berlin's inner districts, led to the creation of the Schauspitzfonds in 2018. Funded by the Berlin Senate and administered by the Club Commission, with an annual budget of approximately €1 million, the programme provides grants of up to €100,000 per venue to undertake acoustic mitigation, covering 80 to 90% of intervention costs. Since 2018, the Schauspitzfond has funded 6 rounds of acoustic work across 5 venues in the cluster, including bass cancellation arrays, directional speaker systems, acoustic walls, and full garden enclosures. The interventions, designed and installed by specialist audio companies, deliver measurable reductions in sound emissions at every funded site. Germany's noise framework differs from that of the UK in setting measurable decibel thresholds. But complaints are still triggered by individual perception, and the process of responding to them through testing and negotiation places substantial financial and administrative burden on the club, meanwhile opening them up to scrutiny by the authorities. The Schauspitzfonds are only available to venues already operating within their legal noise limits, yet complaints persist. Low-frequency sound presents a particular challenge. Bass travels great distances, transmits through building fabric in ways that higher frequencies do not, and is experienced by residents as bodily vibration as much as audible sound. Germany's Federal Environment Agency has acknowledged that complaints can arise from low-frequency content, even where regulatory thresholds are formally met, noting that scientifically established foundations for the thresholds of effect are lacking in this category of sound. The existing regulatory framework is not calibrated for the way low-frequency sound is felt, perceived, and reacted to. Field observation of the soundscape around the Lower Mühleninsel gives further insight into these conditions. The environmental context of open water creates a setting where sound travels with no built mass to attenuate it, and where changing wind and weather conditions mean that the acoustic relationship between venues and residents is never static. The clustered nature of the venues further complicates matters. With multiple venues operating simultaneously, residents often cannot identify which source is responsible for the disturbance. In addition, much of the sound that reaches Heckmanufer originates from people rather than from speakers, the social activity that surrounds an outdoor venue cluster, from canal-side socialising to crowd dispersal. The Club Commission identifies a further complication. Many of the interventions here revolve around directional mitigation, including directional sound systems and acoustic walls. These inherently displace sound rather than removing it. When emissions are confined in one direction, they can shift to previously unaffected neighbours. The Schutzschutzfonds addresses noise conflict through soundproofing interventions, but the conditions that drive complaints extend beyond what technical measures can reach. Complaints persist even where venues are operating well within their legal limits. At Sisyphos in Berlin, acoustic testing following complaints revealed that the venue's self-imposed limiters were operating several decibels below its legal thresholds. The complaint opened the possibility for the venue to play louder, not quieter. Meanwhile, in 2011, the club Gretchen received a formal noise complaint while setting up, before the club had even formally opened. It appears the gap between regulatory compliance and experienced disturbance is structural and cannot be bridged through soundproofing alone. Berlin has gone further than any other city in recognizing club culture politically. In 2021, the Bundestag passed a resolution to reclassify clubs as cultural venues rather than commercial entertainment. In 2024, Berlin's technoculture was inscribed on Germany's Intangible Cultural Heritage Register. Yet the Bundestag resolution remains unimplemented, and under federal noise regulation, music from clubs remains classified alongside industrial and commercial noise. Despite the technical success of the Schutzschutzfonds and political recognition of club culture, venues remain vulnerable to complaint-driven enforcement. Berlin demonstrates that exclusion persists even under conditions of substantial institutional support, because the inherent asymmetries of noise governance remain structurally intact. The de facto right to quiet is embedded in every complaint pathway, and neither technical intervention nor political recognition has been able to dislodge it. Both cases reveal the same asymmetry. The structural conditions that produce these conflicts, the physical, spatial, and subjective dimensions of sound itself, lie beyond what any technical intervention can address. In Manchester and Berlin alike, residential complaints are processed through institutional pathways oriented towards the elimination of audible sound. Residents enjoy a structural advantage as complainants, constituents, and often property owners, while complaint-led regulation systematically places the burden of testing, mitigation, and legal defence on clubs. What amounts to a de facto right to quiet is embedded in every complaint pathway and enforcement mechanism examined in this paper. No corresponding right protects the ability of sound-making cultures to exist. Clubs have historically functioned as vital cultural infrastructure for minoritized communities, providing spaces of refuge, visibility, and collective belonging. Yet these communities have no formal voice in the governance processes that shape the future of their spaces. The right to noise names this asymmetry and articulates what a governance shift from suppression to tolerance would require. If clubs cannot exist without producing some level of disturbance, then the right to make noise is the right to exist. This is not a demand for unchecked loudness. It is a context-sensitive claim that audibility is a dimension of spatial justice, and that governance premised on the elimination of sound operates as a politics of whose presence is legitimate. Drawing on Lefebvre's right to the city, the framework extends the claim to urban participation into the sensory dimension. Lefebvre argues that inhabitants hold not only a right to occupy urban space, but what he calls a right to appropriation, the claim to shape it according to their needs. Communities appropriate urban space through music, dance, and collective sonic immersion. A right to noise affirms the legitimacy of that appropriation. Doreen Massey's account of space as relational further clarifies why tolerance is structurally necessary. In districts where different populations and temporalities coexist in proximity, some friction is unavoidable. Yet, existing power geometries mean that one set of acoustic expectations are institutionally privileged, whilst others are treated as dispensable. Communities whose collective life depends on the acoustic conditions clubs provide should hold procedural standing comparable to that which residential amenity already commands. Brandon Labelle's concept of acoustic justice helps to further clarify the stakes. What Labelle terms the distribution of the herd is not accidental, but actively organised through governance, determining which sounds are supported, which are tolerated, and which are treated as disposable. In both Manchester and Berlin, the governance of club sound is oriented towards its elimination. The right to noise insists that sound-making cultures should participate in shaping that distribution rather than being positioned only as its objects. These claims are not hypothetical. Governance models that partially enact them already exist, and they are growing in ambition. In Berlin, a proposed Kulturschallverordnung, or Cultural Noise Ordinance, was drafted in 2023 and would create a separate regulatory category for cultural sound, removing clubs from classification alongside industrial and commercial noise, and raising the thresholds at which club sound becomes actionable. In an alternative approach, the state of Victoria in Australia established entertainment precincts in 2014. Venues within designated precincts benefit from modified complaint thresholds, and incoming residential developers are required to mitigate against the existing sound levels. In Cologne, the city has gone further. In 2025, a Kulturschutzzone, or cultural protection zone, was established in the Ehrenfeld district, prohibiting all residential development within a designated area surrounding 6 clubs. The measure reflects a recognition that where residential accommodation exists in proximity to clubs, complaints will follow regardless of mitigation. Developers have since sought to negotiate, proposing construction at the edge of the zone with heightened noise insulation, and even lease clauses requiring residents to close windows at night. The city has held firm. Within current governance, the only reliable protection is to guarantee physical distance between clubs and residential development. These initiatives demonstrate that an alternative governance is achievable. The right to noise argues for a framework that enshrines the protection of sound-making cultures as a governing principle, integrating tolerance across planning, operational, and regulatory stages. It begins from the premise that sound-making cultures have a right to exist, and asks what governance would look like if that right were taken seriously. The question this paper raises extends beyond noise governance. It is about what cities value, what they protect, and what they are willing to let disappear. In Manchester, planning stage protections designed to prevent conflict offer no defence once complaints enter the enforcement system. In Berlin, technically successful soundproofing, political recognition at the highest level, and full regulatory compliance have not dislodged the de facto right to quiet embedded in every complaint pathway. What is at stake is not only the survival of individual venues, but the conditions under which collective cultural life can take place in the city at night. Clubs are among the few remaining urban spaces where collective joy, solidarity, and expression are valued above productivity and consumption. Yet the sonic character that makes a nightlife district distinctive holds no formal status in the governance system that determine its future. In Manchester, the consequences of this absence of protection are already visible. Over the past 15 years, the city's underground club scene has largely migrated from areas like the Northern Quarter to the industrial fringes around Strangeways Prison, drawn by cheap rents, late licenses, and the freedom to make noise. Venues, such as the White Hotel, have helped establish a cultural identity for a formerly neglected part of the city. However, last year, development frameworks were approved to build up to 7,000 new homes in precisely this area. When regeneration follows clubs to the last remaining margins, where are these cultures permitted to exist? This is the cycle that the right to noise responds to. It argues for a fundamental reorientation, from club culture rendered continually vulnerable by regimes of enforced quietness, toward governance that actively tolerates and enshrines sound-making cultures as integral to the life of the city. Decisions about sound are decisions about inclusion, about who can be audibly present at night, and about the future of urban life. Thank you.
Minutes.
17. Okay.
Perfect. So, yeah, are there any questions? Shall I go here first and there? Yeah.
Thanks very much. That was really interesting. I'm interested in the Schallschutzfonds and whether or not there is some level of kind of discrimination of certain clubs against others within that fund. So, for example, there was a case a few years ago where Corsica Studios in London was given a grant to soundproof, but the Colombian club next door was like shut down basically for being too loud. And I was just wondering if you know of any sort of similar instances in Berlin. Is there discrimination, for example, will more money go to spaces like Berghain or CDV or Tresor or whatever against like smaller, more grassroots venues?
This is a great question. So from communication with the Club Commission, they've not had to turn down any applications to the Schallschutzfund yet, which is great. As I say, they've been given this €1 million per year for the Berlin Senate to kind of dish out. And so far, that has been successful. There are conditions that you have to meet in order to be able to make the application. And like I said, clubs need to be already adhering to their noise thresholds in order to be applicable. However, in practice, this is kind of a grey area, and there are clubs that would not really be able to exist within their thresholds without the Schallschutzfunds. And the cost of kind of testing before the funds are there is too high. So in reality, there's a bit of leeway given to clubs depending on how loud they are. But yeah, in general, they've not had to turn down a club, and there's been various clubs that have had multiple rounds of funding, and it isn't really a case that the big clubs are getting the most funding at all. It's often the opposite, because I mean, it depends on which clubs are requiring the most work, and somewhere like Berghain is lucky that it has very thick walls and, you know, yeah, quite a bit of distance around it. So yeah, this is not the most essential.
Great. Thank you for the presentation. So coming at it from dance studies in particular, I write about, well, not in my paper this time, but I write about flamenco. And so the vibration is a big aspect of that, because a lot of the noise is not even just the noise, it's the vibrations from the footwork. And that was something that I found in a lot of the venues that I looked at in Madrid in particular, which, you know, how are you going to insulate against that? But also the idea that you see these places as creating value in certain areas, which attracts people to want to live there, but then ironically kind of also spells their own death warrant, basically. And then once that area is no longer hip, it kind of empties out. This is a pattern I've seen in Madrid. I've seen it in LA, all over the place. Are there any kind of, I mean, the things you're talking about in Berlin, I hadn't seen it elsewhere, like the protections of these places. But do you see any hope, any way forward outside of like municipal intervention, outside of like any kind of like grassroots things, organizing that can happen?
That's a great question. I mean, I think some of the interesting talks that are going to follow today are going to address the different ways that we try to protect club culture and kind of institutionalize it, or whether or not we should or shouldn't do that. My research is, I mean, coming from the perspective of being an architect, I'm looking at a very kind of functional notion of how do we simply create conditions in which clubs are allowed to exist, really. And so, yeah, there's obviously far more variables than that, but that's a kind of a baseline that has to function. And it was also something that, as an architect, I feel like we should be able to improve and address. Because even if clubs are given support, are able to continue, like noise complaints is a legal mechanism that can just suppress and remove clubs, even if they're functioning really well, which is obviously really difficult to do in the first place. And yeah, in terms of vibrations, that's really, really interesting point that you raise. And that's, I haven't gone into the kind of technical details here, but I'm really interested in how noise governance and the decibel thresholds that it sets and the kind of assessments really don't account for the sensations of vibration and the way that bass is in particular kind of perceived and felt. Because I'm not totally saying that all people that are making noise complaints are unfounded in their kind of complaints. It's also that it's complex defining what is a disturbance, and even when there is very little volume levels, there can be disturbance through vibrations in other ways.
One more question.
Yeah, thanks so much for this. I think there's a lot of really good stuff here that is fascinating. I mean, I think conceptually this idea of the right to noise, which then illuminates the kind of converse of a right to quiet, I just think is an interesting way to look at it that I haven't seen framed in that kind of way before. And I think also this idea of the selectivity and how that's enforced. Like, you know, when you talk, like I live in Berlin and construction is very loud in a residential neighborhood that's adjacent to bars and clubs, but you know the garbage truck is the loudest thing, you know, when they come in and take the bins out of the back and open the doors, and you know, and that's at 6 a.m. or something. You know,
and the sirens.
And the sirens, right? And I just think it's interesting that's not applied in the same way that the regulations don't apply to internal services or to like you know, general public services. But yeah, it's. There's this sign from Renata that I think is great that you should include when you're doing this. It's like you know, when you move to this neighborhood, bear in mind this has been, you know, which is also kind of in response to the comment made there. I don't really have a question. I just
there's really great points, and I think the Renata sign is really like close to my heart. It's about this awareness that there are places which are noisier places because of existing kind of music culture. And in relation to the previous point, like I heard a quote which is that everyone wants to live in a vibrant area, but no one wants to live next to the vibrancy. And this is kind of the problem that we have. Yeah.
All right, one more question.
I think piggybacking off of what they both said, living in Madrid for a little bit, where is the middle ground between like conforming to these institutions and kind of pushing back? You know, where is the middle ground? Why is it always us quieting down, and why is it not them being more accepting of sound? Like, where is the middle ground in your opinion?
Yeah, no, it's absolutely right. I mean, currently speaking, there is no middle ground legally. You know, in the UK, you have the same rights living in the middle of the northern quarter as you do living in like the countryside. And realistically, so I live in the northern quarter in Manchester, and it really is one of the noisiest places that you will ever live. There are clubs in every single direction and sound echoing everywhere. So the notion that someone would move there and then say, oh, turns out this is noisy, is obviously ridiculous. And that's kind of why there was a big campaign in the UK about that club being closed down, everyone being like, you know this place is noisy, but you're not having any, you're not giving any allowance to the fact that it's noisy, and you're just kind of using your legal right to quiet in order to close it down. So yeah, I would say there isn't really any allowance or any middle ground given, and that's what I'm arguing for.
Cool.
I think we have to go to the next presentation, unfortunately. I would give a warm hand to Charlie again, please.
Thank you.
Wonderful presentation. All right, we're going to move on with Dori Arbayi, talking about the impact of state intervention on Budapest's electronic music heritage.
After this presentation, I'm a little bit nervous, but I believe this topic is really important. So, welcome everybody. I am Dorothea Herbai, a third-year PhD student at Babes-Bolyai University in Cluj-Napoca at the Faculty of Political, Administrative and Communication Sciences. Today, I will talk about Budapest, more precisely about what happened to the city's electronic music scene in early 2026. The former Hungarian government tried to shut down clubs that were not just nightlife venues, but also important spaces for cultural communities. These included Turbina, Arsenal, and Symbol. Electronic music culture has always been special because the community and the physical spaces are closely connected. The dance floor is not just a floor. It is a shared memory, shared ritual, and shared identity. When these places are closed, it is not only a building that disappears. Something more is lost as well. In this presentation, I will examine this process from different perspectives: the legal background, the economic effects, and the reaction of the community. I will also look at how scene responds when its physical spaces are threatened. To understand why so many clubs were closed, we needed to go back to 2025. In February 2025, former Hungarian Prime Minister Viktor Orbán launched the Delta program, a nationwide anti-drug campaign. Officially, it was created to fight the spread of cheap synthetic drugs in rural communities. But by autumn 2025, the focus of the campaign had changed. Attention turned toward Budapest, and especially toward the electronic music scene. In November, police raided Dojo Club without warning. 211 guests were examined by on-site doctors, and filming was not allowed. Later, the Hungarian Helsinki community said this was unlawful. A few weeks later, the government introduced a new decree. If a drug-related criminal procedure starts in connection with a venue, police can close it for up to 3 months. By the end of December, this had become permanent law, justified by the war emergency. The important point is that the venue itself did not have to break any law. It was enough that the criminal procedure was connected to the place. This became a legal basis for targeting Budapest electronic music scene. Let me walk through 3 important cases because together they reveal a clear pattern. Arsenal is one of the most important techno venues in Budapest. It was built over 6 years without outside investors and employs around 50 people. In February 2026, a guest was found with drugs that were allegedly partly bought at the venue. Because of this, the club was forced to close 2 months. In this public statement, Arsenal said, "We are a venue, not an investigative authority. We cannot carry out official searches, especially when forbidden substances are brought in secretly." The symbol case was different in nature, but led to the same outcome. Police arrested a man during a joint Polish-Hungarian investigation into drug trafficking. According to the police, he sold drugs at the venue. Under the new law, this alone was enough to close the club for 2 months, even though the venue itself was not accused of any crime. The Turbina case is perhaps the clearest example. The venue had actively tried to prevent problems. It worked together with authorities, joined discussions with the government's drug commissioner, and focused strongly on responsible event management. Police also carried out undercover surveillance there for several weeks and found no violations. Despite this, Turbina was still closed for 1 month based only on a single witness statement made afterwards. This shows very clear how collective punishment works. A venue could be punished regardless of its own action. This is especially important because Turbina was much more than a nightclub. It also hosted academic events, exhibition, children's program, and community workshop. The law was made no distinction between these activities and criminal acts. The impact of the closures was immediately and very real. Turbina estimated losses of up to 250,000 euros in just 1 month because of cancelled events, refunded tickets, prepaid international artists, salaries, and other operating costs. Arsenal estimated losses were almost the same over 2 months. Altogether, more than 115 jobs were directly at risk. It is also important to understand the wider context. Even before the police raised visitors, number had already dropped by around 50% during the last autumn because of the COVID, inflation, and growing economic pressure. So these closures hit the sector that was already in a fragile situation. The cases also received international attention. Both Mixmag and DJ Mag reported of them. The director of Budapest Park publicly warned the international artists and promoters were becoming uncertain about Budapest. This is significant because over the last decade, Budapest has become one of Europe's important destinations for electronic music tourism. The situation is made even harder by the fact that Hungary has one of the highest VAT on cultural events. The data program did more than fight crime. It became a tool to control cultural spaces. This can be clearly seen in what happened with the Club Alliance. Drug Commissioner László Horváth publicly told clubs to follow the rules. But when the Profession Alliance of Music Clubs, representing almost 100 venues, asked exactly which rules he meant, his answer was, "There are none." The Alliance then created its own proposal and sent it to him, but received no meaningful response. The closures were therefore not based on breaking clear regulations. They depend on official distraction, and venue had no clear way to protect themselves. This issue goes beyond economic damage. It's also about who controls the public narrative around cultural spaces and cultural memory. When authorities placed a criminal note on the door of a venue and publicly described it as a drug nest, they do more than temporarily closed. They also shape how society sees places possible for years. This is not the first time something like this happened in the electronic music culture. The British Criminal Justice Act of 1994 also targeted rave culture, while participants were simply trying to defend a living community and cultural practice. Budapest is part of this longer history, but with one important difference. Here, the community response was organized, visible, and politically aware. The community responded on several levels at the same time. The first level was organized action within the industry. A professional alliance of music clubs brought together 91 venues. The alliance was politically diverse. It was included right-leaning owners and artists close to the government as well. But they agreed on one thing. The closures were excessive, legally questionable, and punished venues that had not committed any crime. Turbina and Arsenal also collected several thousand euros within a few days. The second level was public protest. The Dance for Freedom demonstration was organized twice, both times directly in front of the Hungarian parliament. DJs, poets, politicians, and young people from rural towns all spoken at the events. The presence of people from rural areas is especially important. The Delta program originally claimed to protect rural communities from drug problems, yet many of the same people later protested against the club closures. The third level was symbolic action, which is also especially important in the electronic music culture. When Turbina reopened, the community organized a carefully planned event. People marched together, and at midnight, the official closure notice was ceremonially removed from the door. Then, at exactly 1 minute after midnight, an all-night techno set began, the first night of a multi-day reopening festival. This was not simply a reopening party. It was a symbolic act of taking back the space where the dance floor itself gained political meanings. So, what can we conclude? In the short term, the state achieved some of its immediate goals. It created stigma, caused serious financial damage, and above all, made people more afraid to go out and attend events. But it could not destroy the community. Instead, what emerged was a scene that became more organized, more politically aware, and more willing to defend its own cultural venue. A scene that marched to parliament, supported itself through crowdfunding, and turned a midnight reopening into a collective ritual. This shows that electronic music communities do not simply disappear when they face serious threats. They reorganized, and this reorganization itself became a form of cultural memory. The community showing both itself and others who they are and what they stand for. Physical spaces are fragile. Community bonds, as we have seen, are much harder to destroy. Before we move to questions, I would like to share something that happened after I prepared this presentation. On 12th of April, Hungary had a change of government. The TISA party won the election, and the new government officially took office on the 9th of May. Only a few days ago, as I stand here speaking to you, the new government has already indicated that it will not continue the previous government policy towards clubs. The police raids have stopped, and the Delta program in this form has come to the end. The law itself is still in place, and it is not clear when it will be changed, but this development confirms something important. The community resistance was not meaningless. From the reopening of Turbina to the demonstration next to the parliament, all of these actions helped turn into a political issue. Electronic music culture has always understood that dancing is not only entertainment, Budapest showed that this is still true today. Thank you for your attention. I would be very happy to answer. And I'm also interested in hearing about the experience of yours, especially how the European cities have handled the relationship between clubs and authorities, and how the loss of venues had changed the feeling of belonging.
Right, thank you, Dori. We're going to the questions.
Thanks, that's very interesting and also painful to hear about these experiences. One comment on one question, if that's okay. The comment is a similar experience with some clubbing in Athens, where the commercial clubs were not targeted in any way, but then some spaces that were self-organized, like Embros, were always trying to be raided and closed down by the government or officials anyway, on the back of legislation that is very fluffy, like the one you described, but also the fact that the politics involved in those spaces do not align with the ones the government is trying to promote. So yeah, very similar experiences there. The question is, you said there's a change of government. Is there trust in that they will do something better by the community? Or is there suspicion, or is there negotiations going on? What is the current situation on the ground?
Yeah, I believe everything will change in Hungary, and hopefully the CAP situation will better and better. But of course, it's not the most important things, because the Hungarian everything, it's in a very, very low situation. You know, the last government leave us a lot of problem in every way, but I hope in the next months we will talk about these kind of problems also.
Thank you. This is really, really interesting to hear about. I'm super interested in this, I forget the name now, but the group of clubs coming together to form essentially like a lobby group. And I wonder maybe if you could speak a bit more to it, because it's interesting in a context where the national government was so, like you couldn't trust the national government to be necessarily reliable, why the decision was made to legally organize and to try and change things through the law, rather than, I suppose, moving underground and going illegal, going, DIY. And I suppose maybe in addition to that, what was the situation when all of these closures were happening, and was there an electronic music culture that was operating illegally in Budapest at the time? Yeah, why was the solution one to go more formal and legal rather than to disappear?
Okay, I have my own opinion, which is connecting with the political situation. I believe the last government, the Fidesz, thinking about they can use fear in every level in Hungary, and the clubs and the dancing and these kind of free activities, joyful activities, was a point which they just not understand, and they just wanted to punish the youth, the free people who are thinking a different way. Because, the underground, it's always a little bit different, because you can feel yourself free. And these people who are doing these clubs, the Turbina, the Arsenal, they are just really lovable and bringing, the culture, the European culture here in Hungary, and the last government just hated. But this is my opinion, it's not an official opinion. And this was a point when they started to close places. And yeah, there was some mainstream club like Symbol and the Joe Club, but which was the hardest when they closed that Turbina, and that's the reason why they started to organize themselves and doing an official alliance against the government, because they believe they can, if they are working together, love each other and doing something together, they are stronger, and they have rights. Yeah, I believe.
We have time for one more question if there is one.
Thank you for your presentation. It's just really heartening to hear about community coming together around club culture and the importance of clubs being embedded in the community. having activities for children and the academic symposia, and fortunately for you, obviously the change of regime. And just wanted to plug the Golden Lion in Todmorden, which is a few miles from Manchester, that had a similar complaint about noise. And there was a massive outpouring across the whole community. It's a small town in support of the owner. And again, the position of that pub, that club, was very much about community, about being there during hard times, putting on food for people at Christmas, things like that. So, yeah, this is maybe something to think about in terms of our connection to community, and that connection is just really important. And do you see that continuing in Budapest?
Yes, I'm sure it will continuing, because there are a lot of community program, and I believe these bad times help to us to build a closer community, and we are working together, and right now we are sharing more bad experience which help to build a new kind of future to us, to the community and the underground. Yeah, thank you.
Right, thank you, Dori. All right, next up is Rich Anderson from the University of Liverpool.
Okay, all right. Thanks to Dance Cult for having me. I'm going to talk today about, my name is Richard, I'm from the University of Liverpool. I'm going to talk today about the underground as context and looking at definitions around the term underground, which was a research itch I wanted to scratch around 2019 to 2023. I researched select dance music scenes in Liverpool in the UK, and I was looking into this kind of the concept of the persistence of the underground. So apologies that some of this is UK specific, and apologies that I'm scripted this, but I'm aware of time and I'm old and it's on paper, so I don't know what I'm going to do with the paper. But anyway, it seemed to me that there were various scenes and events that matched what I thought the underground was. And after 2008 in Liverpool, there was these kind of venues and scenes, social geography that started coalescing around places. And I constructed and carried out thesis research into this phenomenon. And in doing so, I found Fekenscha's definition, which is on the right, or you're right, which I thought was the sort of most neat and concise, and really the only definition that I thought seemed to fit. And Fekenscha articulates this idea of this perceived necessity for protection or secrecy, and that for groups of dance music enthusiasts, venues, events, that kind of thing, it feels appropriate if these groups perceive they have a set of values to protect in some form, and it's the kind of values that I was really interested in finding out. And in this sense, I suppose what Fekenscha is talking about, underground responses, are reflections of these given set of values. So what are these values? That's what I was looking at. And it was interesting because Fekenscha's definition I don't know where it comes from. It doesn't seem to be derived from ethnographic findings from his participants. So that's what I wanted to do. Underground's a complex term, and I actually think there's further terminology problems. Dance music itself, the term, cult cultures, EDMC, is that right? Yeah, they're complex terms, and there's characteristics that are common. Dance music is a very convenient, or dance music culture or club culture is a convenient association for that. It describes a musical program characterized by repetitive beats played through a sound system by a performing DJ to a dancing audience within a bounded space. But it can take many forms. So it can be this kind of small scale thing. This is like under a bridge somewhere, to really, really huge events. And beyond these commonalities, there's vast array of differences around geographies, genre behaviors, intentions, commercial purposes, and linked to that most significantly is scale. So generalizing about dance music cultures leans towards what I see as a dubious tendency that assumes all dance music events produce the same set of experiences for those that participate, regardless of the types of genre or scale of these events. And there's a tendency also to be frequently uncritically celebratory around that. So this is a report, this Dance Music's Impact on Communities and Culture, that was written in 2022. Effectively, it's a meta-analysis of academic research, and it comes up with sort of generalized findings. And I think it's telling that it's looking at academic research, because academic research tends to focus on the cool clubs. So unsurprisingly, you know, it comes up with the ideas such as clubs and festivals improve health, well-being, friendship, and happiness. And there's an inference that that's experienced by all attendees at all club events and festivals. And this generalization is something that I'm kind of working through as I'm turning my PhD into a monograph. So, people have fun at these events, but they don't necessarily experience all of the affects. So I'm kind of refuting the generalized myth around the affects. So as I said, I was looking at the persistence of the underground, and it's still a very current topic. This is an Instagram post from this year. So in examining the underground, it did reveal that a presence of characteristics which differentiate the circumstances in which social and individual benefits are experienced. So I'm saying that positive affects can be experienced, but they're not guaranteed at every club or on every dance floor at all scales in all locations. And I think we could probably imagine that the world would be a much better place if all we needed was to go clubbing, to feel better, be friendlier. And given that how many people do go out every weekend, you think that would be the case. So my claim is these affects are circumstantially experienced and generally in select contexts. And I've found that this was supported empirically by the research I was doing, where I was asking people to discuss their understanding and meanings of underground, and I was speaking to practitioners and dancers. I did interviews, I did surveys, and they described the differences between the mainstream club experience and underground events and how they played out. And in particular, they talked about scale and articulated that basically scale negates equivalence. So here's some people having fun. And this is at Circus in Liverpool. It's a 10,000 capacity warehouse. This sells out every month. A lot of people go out and have fun. And you know, there are various places across the UK that are similar in scope. There's a spectrum. I'd say this is a mainstream event. Okay, and there's a spectrum to that, and different people have different ideas. So for some, it's like city centre bars where the bar turns into a disco and dancing happens, which is secondary to alcohol sales. Or there's this kind of thing where I think Jack was talking about the price of these things is 50 quid. I don't know how much they cost. It's a lot of money. And here's some text responses from the survey that I carried out. People go to these clubs, these events, and they like it. They get a lot of DJ for the money, and they do what they do very well, and it's very professional. But these people in my survey are talking about that they choose also to go to underground events because people are friendlier. They never have a bad time at Circus, but there's not a great atmosphere, and this reflects in the engagement of the people there. People don't seem to be engaged in dancing as much, don't seem to be appreciating and listening in the same way. So, the kind of claim that clubs and festivals improve health, well-being, friendship, happiness, it depends, I think. That's a statement from the report. And it undifferentiates. It doesn't differentiate between the clubs. So let's look at safety, which is an aspect of well-being. It's a concern for everyone who attends club dance-focused events, but it's asymmetrical in terms of threat type. So I asked my respondents, did they feel safe when they attended club nights, and most did. The majority said that yes, always. Still a significant amount of people reported mostly, but not always. And then it's interesting there, the male-female ratio split, and it becomes apparent that generally things are safe, but not always, and women don't always feel as safe. And so we have these posters. I presume most cities have got clubs that display posters a bit like this. You know, it's about tolerance and being nice to everybody. But these, my experience is that these are only in the sort of small scale clubs. They aren't in the ones at scale. There's one kind of event, a smaller scale event, gives a shit about this stuff, and the others don't make it apparent that they do. What happened there? My screen went blank. Ah, there we go. Okay. So looking at friendship and safety, still, the more mainstream an event is, the more there are fights and violence. That's what one of my respondents, you can see the ages of the people. This is a female between 40 and 49. And this is also reflected in the clip here is from a magazine called Private Eye in the UK. It's talking about violent events taking place at drum sheds in London, which is part owned by the organisation that commissioned the report I'm talking about. And the next two quotes are sort of people talking about what they don't experience at underground events, looking at the intention of the attendees, and it's evident that certain males engage in sexual harassment at the mainstream clubs, and they choose underground clubs because they're not there. And this corresponds with what Tammy Gadir has revealed in her recent book, who also critiqued academia's sort of over-celebratory narratives around clubbing. So, when my survey participants described what they did when they did experience friendliness, it was in the less commercial, less mainstream environments, and there's quotes here about people kind of experiencing something that they didn't experience in normal society. Everyone was smiling, look after each other. Everyone's being a friendlier atmosphere. They articulate what they termed underground events, and they contrasted these with hostile atmospheres, or occasionally hostile atmospheres, and maybe slightly intimidating at times. And these are young people in these talking about it and their early experiences. So that's kind of one kind of major mythological problem. Another is this idea that there's this new kind of gross commercialization, and what I consider like a 90s problem is essentially is a kind of rose-tinted spectacle look at the 90s, and it was better then. And this perpetual romanticizing of the formative experience and a veneration of so kind of supposed unified dance music culture derived from kind of these origin stories that, that there's a linear path, and it was sort of utopian-esque at the start, and it's become more commercial. Is that my assertion from memory, and is that profit-focused events across all genres have been operating at scale since the late 1980s, not 90s, in the UK and beyond. And Thornton was meticulous when she analysed the sensational story of Acid House as early as 1995, of how that was basically an industrial construct by the music industry. So there's a UK and maybe international trope that only utopian-esque parties existed before the 1994's Criminal Justice Bill forced everyone into restricted club environments. But it's fundamentally, historically inaccurate. There were super clubs before then, but it's become cemented into this generalized dominant narrative. So this is nothing new. So what do I think is the underground? I keep doing that. Can you see? Is that right? Yeah. So 3 characteristics. Moving on for time, 3 characteristics. The first is a combination. I found this combination of venues deliberately situated out of the way, so you can't just wander in off the street. There's an economic necessity that these clubs were established there, cheaper rents, and they contributed to this kind of sense that these spaces were considered clandestine, pointing back to this kind of characteristic of being secretive, and the ad hoc nature of an organisation of these parties was many audience people who attended them perceived them to be illegal raves in locations so removed physically and conceptually from city centre bars that they were in fact deemed secret, which boosted their allure. And infrastructure personnel who are speaking in these quotes here are very cognizant to this fact. They explain that in describing this, that their understanding that this is what constitutes their understanding of the underground. A second characteristic is that underground contexts act with an antithesis to commercial mainstream. So it's the intention of the organisers are crucial here. They're not profit-seeking. Is commercialisation always problematic? I'll leave that open. But this is recognised by promoters. So here you've got one articulating the difference between their understanding of financing, putting the money up for an event, and a financialised model, where the goal is a business model that's going to generate profits. And we're talking about megabooks here. This survey participants talking about, the events that they prefer, or those where there's not a focus on making megabooks, not run by corporations, not run primarily for major profit. And we really are talking about megabooks here, like Live Nation, Broadway Group, Superstruct Entertainment. They are huge corporations that are running major events, major festivals. This image, very briefly, is from an Instagram post for a party that's happening on Saturday. It's happening in Liverpool, and this is free, and it's deliberately free. It's deliberately so, it's politically so, it's counterculturally free to enable as many people to attend as possible. 1 minute and 2 slides. Okay, differentiating the underground characters. Number 3. Social imaginaries, parties functioning as spaces for an alternative sociality. This echoes sort of Fickensh's idea of a protected space. These imagined spaces, I don't consider these guaranteed outcomes. Organisers assemble the party elements to provide opportunity for its manifestation. And this is kind of a moment that participants conjure with a certain blend of circumstances. It's the intentions, really, and where a space like that can be turned into something beautiful. Okay, so final thoughts. I'm trying to identify these common characteristics, or in doing so, and I'm deriving this from an empirical ethnographic kind of underpinning, and this is forming the basis of a book I'm hopefully writing. And I'm situating this against this kind of generalized discourse, which is this homogenized view of club cultures. And I think that's kind of mythological, and it raises problems, and it raises the underground. There are vested interests that are framing this, there are commercial interests, there are political figures, there's the media involved, and there's very little space for discourses on the underground that undermine this. So we're probably all researching kind of cool clubs, and therefore we don't really engage with this mainstream where there's 10,000 people in the place. So there's this kind of uncritical celebration of this underground, and yet this generalization, those affects can be applied across all scales. And that I think that's problematic, and it's something I'm attending to. So this is an Instagram site that exists to counter that. This is not the Warehouse Project. For those who don't know, the Warehouse Project is a huge event in Manchester, periodically. I think it's monthly. Ultimately, if you follow the money in the sleeves, that goes all the way back up to Live Nation. But this kind of site, not all these things are necessarily underground, but they're demonstrating the persistence of resistance. Okay, thank you for listening.
Thank you, and we do have time for questions.
Thank you very much, Richard. I was particularly struck how about the 1990s nostalgia and about how this nostalgia is made. It's something that's quite close also to different scenes, and especially like in the Czech post-socialism, the 1990s were understood as somehow golden era for several musical genres. So I was interested if it's telling for this kind of generational standpoint of the people who control the narrative and how to problematize it. You've shown some some ways out of this nostalgia. One would be class, another one would be ethnicity, maybe gender would do it. What would be your recipe for overcoming this nostalgia?
Historical accuracy. Actually looking at the clubs that were taking place at that time would recognize there was the breadth, and then using that to apply something like, not necessarily my characteristics, but, as a way to differentiate. I'm very UK specific here, but, there were clubs that were very mainstream, very, very popular, operating very commercially, with a profit, at that time. And there were others, that were completely different. And it's that pattern persists. And I suppose to counter that nostalgia, I suppose it's just sort of recognizing, I think engaging with the mainstream is something that people who study dance music, me too, don't really do. I mean, I'm actually thinking about, trying to engage some young people who would go to circus and do that kind of research about what people get from that, what is going on there, follow the money trails and that kind of thing. So I think that kind of might do it. But yeah, there is a rose-tinted view, and I'm not 100% sure of the answer, but thanks for the question.
Thanks so much, Richard. I've got a question about the kind of safe space awareness policies that you mentioned earlier in your presentation. And I wonder if you have a sense of how much safer those policies make people feel. I think, so there's a party in Leeds called Love Muscle, which starts off their safe spaces policy by saying, like, no space can ever be completely safe, which I think is quite common now. But also a lot of events that have adopted a safer space policy because that's what other people are doing, and because that's the done thing. There was a party in York, which is where I live, where there was like, please no photos on the dance floor. We will have a photographer. If you don't want to be photographed, get out of the way of the camera, which is not how you do it, right? But I'm interested to know, if you know how safe space policies like impact how safe participants feel, if there's maybe a gender split there as well.
My findings were that there's a general perception of safety, and when people were talking about specific sort of clubs, they did feel safe. But then, in some of the interviews, there was one person who did describe a bad experience they'd had in one of these, cool underground kind of event they put on underground, an event of space that had underground experiences, should we say. So that was kind of alarming. I think there is a recognition by the people who are putting on, there's no guarantee. Do people feel safe all the time? I don't know. I mean, it's strange that there's certain things that happen late at night in the early morning where it's very hazy. You kind of find men who, you know that they weren't there at 2, but they're there at 5. And they're just drinking and looking at the women on the dance floor, and that would happen, across various spaces. So I think there's an understanding from the people who are putting those posters up in those small events that we can't guarantee this, we can't police that, but we can do our best to do that. But I think everyone in those kind of places knows about Ask Angela, whereas if you go to a lot of other places, that training hasn't gone to the staff and things.
Hi. So I have a critique that's coupled with a question about the survey research that you were doing. By using the categories of male and female, you're being very limiting, right? This is a very gender normative kind of way to approach this by having option male or option female.
I didn't have those options.
Oh, was that because
that's just the split? There was less than 1% who didn't identify in either of those ways. So I'm just kind of making a convenience. But I take your point. Yeah, okay, I did ask that.
Okay. So wait, so you had a survey, and on that survey, this was a verbal thing, or people were writing this?
It was an online survey.
An online survey, and so they had boxes they could check for each question, and for gender, how did that look?
I think there was a variety of options: male, female, transgender. I think there was 5 different options, and identify the standard ones that are on questions. Yeah.
Okay, got it. Yeah, I guess it seems like there's also this distinction between venues and parties. I think is an important one that I thought was kind of hazy or a bit.
Yeah.
You know, because there's, for example, venues that I go to in Berlin regularly where there are certain events that are happening there that I would say this feels like an underground event, you know, it just feeling wise and based on some certain criteria. But then there's also venues that can be underground venues. So
where I stand on that, which is a really good point, and I possibly am being too hazy. This is why the term context is crucial here. It's the context. So you can have a venue that puts on like a jazz event that, you know, a variety of audience members come to, and then the next weekend is something completely different where a DIY collective are using the space and they decorate it in a certain way and they have intentions to create a different kind of experience. So the idea of parties and the context is critical. So this space has the potential to become an underground context, but it isn't guaranteed. And even when it is guaranteed, not all of the affects can necessarily be experienced. And being, you know, but yeah, I'm probably using the term underground venue too often, and I'm not being disciplined enough in my own thing that there definitely is a context around this. It's not fixed against a venue. I don't know if that answers your question, or at least, yeah, okay, thanks.
We have time for one more question.
Hey, well, thank you. As somebody that remembers the 90s pretty well, I appreciate your trying to problematize this kind of nostalgia. To what extent do you think that kind of 90s nostalgia is just that was before social media, so it was before there was an opportunity for a lot of people to tell their stories, to have that access to, bring up that? Because that's my perception is like, yeah, I had a lot of bad experiences in the 90s. I had a lot of good experiences, but there just wasn't a venue for me to like just tell the world, hey, this happened to me at this place, watch out.
Yeah, and possibly social media has enabled that. I think like visually though, in reflection, it's strange that clubs in the 90s were actually one of the few places in society where you would get photographed extensively by the club as you were doing something as mad as dancing. And that was published nationally in a magazine in the UK called Mix Mag. Every week they'd have pictures of, people gurning and looking off their faces or dolled up, looking beautiful. And that was kind of that kind of predates this kind of constant surveillance culture, and that was obviously in the bigger clubs. But yeah, so in terms of like the nostalgia, yes, I think maybe, but I also think that people are writing in a kind of very much in a rose-tinted spectacle way, and following these kind of origin stories, like it was this particular club that was the first to do this, and it was that was the story in a linear history. Where I mean, the UK, but the worldwide, it was so much more diverse and so much more going on that sort of the history was multitudinous across multiple geographies.
All right, thank you, Rich.
Thank you, everyone.
One more round of applause. Yeah, so I think we've come to the end of this panel. Thank all the presenters once again for taking us through the brick and mortar spaces, and also especially the ways these spaces are regulated, and how they can continue to exist or sometimes decline as a result of it. I think it's time for a lunch break now, right? Somewhere downstairs.
Absolutely. Thanks so much, Tim, also for chairing the session so bravely. And actually, the lunch will be served outside. So I have the information from the person in charge that it's a bit chilly. So maybe take your jackets with you. And the music will be curated by Mark Higgins and Ren. This noon. So enjoy the music, and we'll see each other back at what? 2 o'clock, is it? Okay. Thanks a lot.
sang habite mes veines, mes choix sont dans les combles, mes os, mon cœur, mes peines ne sont que des secondes. Je vis dans l'eau, dans l'air, dans l'ombre. Je vis dans l'eau, dans l'air, dans l'ombre. Habite mes veines, mes choix sont dans les combles. Mes os, mon cœur, mes peines ne sont que des secondes. Je vis dans l'eau, dans l'air, dans l'ombre. Je vis dans l'eau, dans l'air, dans l'ombre.
take a call. I can hear you. Hang up. My hands feel really big. I don't know. At the customer request, the bell telephone company rings right now.
but I've been such a fool to put my trust in you. I've been such a fool.
digress from this point of conversation. I could smile a little though, a smile of desperation.
Confusion rains down, wandering lonely as a cloud. I digesting every word they say, attracted in a funny way, the supernatural brigade. Did they come here to hide? Hard to capture my mind.
macht euch.
Curtains in the station. Black roof country, no gold pavements, tired starling. Silver horses run down moonbeams in your dark eye. Dawnlight smile on you leaving my contentment. I'll wait in this place where the sun never shines. Wait in this place where the shadows run from themselves. Down, 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 down.
cinéma. Un gouffre abyssal. Un gouffre abyssal. Communication brutale. Communication brutale. Passerelle bancale. Passerelle bancale. Des barbelés sur nos débats. Des barbelés sur nos débats. Des barbelés sur nos débats. Des barbelés sur nos débats.
the place. You know what I'm saying?
but you
Okay, hello everyone, welcome back. I hope you enjoyed your lunch. So we have two speakers for this next hour, so no time pressures this time, thankfully. So first one up, I'm going to invite Richard Anderson, who's a Research and Innovation Associate at the University of Liverpool. And Richard's going to be presenting Mapping Liverpool's Vanished Dance Music Landscapes. Okay.
That's it. Hiya. Okay. Yeah, sorry, me again. I'm representing all of these people. Basically, there's a group of us in Liverpool who are involved in a mapping project, and I just happened to be the fall guy who was going to do the air miles and do the presentation because I was here anyway. So yeah, what I'm saying is very much representative. Dr. Matthew Flynn, Grace Goodwin, Nina Himmelreich, and Dr. Martin Nicastro. Martin Nicastro is from University of Pavia in Italy, and the rest of us are at University of Liverpool. Oh, wrong one. Yeah, so what I'm going to talk about today is mapping that we've done around initially live music venues and dance spaces, as these are increasingly a key part of sort of musicology and music sociology as points of interest. This was particularly keenly felt both during the pandemic, when in the UK all music venues were shut for 16 months, but also in the kind of post-COVID recovery phase. So at that time we were developing a map in which we situated music venues geographically, so that we could establish an accurate picture of what was going on, and also as a data visualization tool to see where things were located spatially within the city, and also the scale and the variety and spread. And largely this has been a policy tool. It's been used to influence the advocacy work of the Liverpool City region, which is a sort of, used to be Merseyside, but it's now this regional administration in the northwest of England. There's a regional music board, Liverpool City Region Music Board, made up of volunteers in the sector who are advocating on behalf of various music things. And also the combined authority government is who the map is useful for. But it's also part of a broader live music mapping project with associates from various universities around Europe, and we've got maps in other cities as well. So initially it was looking at what was here now, but now we're also looking what was here then, and going back. And I've got a clicker which I'm going to use for its laser, but I keep thinking I'm progressing the slides. So I'm a researcher from the Institute of Popular Music, and I'm sort of standing on the shoulder of giants in this respect, of people who've written about music venues and maps in Liverpool. Sarah Cohen published this map drawn by a musician, and there's been a variety of academic publications. Sarah Cohen, Marion Leonard, and more recently Sarah Cohen and Robert Cronenberg, who's an architecture professor, wrote a book about Liverpool's music landscapes, where they used maps to sort of identify where things were. I'm also drawing upon work outside of academia. So Alvin Christie is someone who is a resident of an area of Liverpool called Toxteth, and has written a kind of fantastic online resource situating venues that were very important in this area. Toxteth is an area where traditionally the black population of Liverpool is resident, and the kind of social aspect of the venues and what they the function they served is outlined in their work. And also Mark Forshaw, who's developed this kind of Mersey Raver map. This is a pastiche of the local transport network in Merseyside, which is now the Liverpool City region, where all of these little stations are either club names or nights, and so the IPM, the Institute of Popular Music, is basically drawing upon all this previous research, and also my own, which you've heard a little bit about already. But basically, one of the other findings is that venues are sort of situated in geographical zones, I found, and there was a kind of geography around these places. This is the 10 Streets area in the north of Liverpool, where these venues would cluster. There was about seven there now. I think there's about 3 or 4 left. And there's this kind of social centrality of the venue, or the dance music space, I was looking into the work of Shields and Hetherington, talk about the kind of this spatial relationship, or people's relationship to certain spaces and their identity formation and identification with those spaces, and also talking a little bit about what Jack was talking about this morning, this idea of these architectures that are adopted or adapted into music venues or dancing spaces. So as we were kind of drawing together the data on what exists in terms of the venue and dance music spaces landscape in the city region, some of the places we were studying actually were closing as we were recording this. So there's this constant state of flux that we found, and this prompted us to sort of note the years in which venues were closing, and then we're trying to kind of broaden this out. Well, okay, if we have that, when we can go back in time and draw more data and have something as a record of what exists. So we looked into earlier efforts where people were documenting musical heritage. In this book, which was part of a museum, or came out of a museum exhibition, The Beat Goes On, it's really interesting. But one thing it's very lacking is the years in which venues closed. So we would then go to social media groups. Like this is about a particular venue called Macmillan's, which was a nightclub in the city centre in the 80s and to the 90s. So a lot of people remember this. They had a fantastic time there. But, when did you go? Well, they were, young, they were drunk most of the time they were there. Remembering the years is really difficult. The local newspaper, Liverpool Echo, is always running these stories. Remember these clubs, remember all of this. And again, it's very limited in terms of the accuracy of the data. Well, we wanted that data to be accurate because we wanted to create a timeline where we could draw a sort of, not just a physical representation of what exists now, but we could step that back in time. So that's been difficult to do. And so I'm just sort of talking a little bit about our methods here. One of the interesting things that's come on the horizon is Google Maps and Google Street View. So I don't know if you're familiar, but you can go into Street View and see the years in which the Google Maps vehicle goes around and records things. So this is Nation, a club in a club venue in Liverpool, famous for hosting the club night Cream, which maybe you've heard of that. And we can go back in time, and that's kind of important because it looks like that now. You can sort of see the point in which I think I can't really see from here. 2016 or something, it was demolished to make way for a £54 million accommodation where people make noise complaints about the nearby venues that survived. Okay, so yeah, we would try to establish this kind of the Google Maps is a great thing. We can see, well, the venue was there, and then this year it's not. So there's a kind of a reliability scale that we're starting to establish, and hopefully as things go on. But meeting someone in a pub and says, "Oh yeah, I remember that venue. It closed in 1976." It's like, Yeah, okay, it's not very reliable. Whereas someone's written a book about that venue, then we can they've researched it more clearly. So that's there's some of the methods we're using, but there's Google Maps is good, but there's also other problems around this. And speaking to the archiving and heritage sort of angle of this conference is that what we're also starting to see in Liverpool and maybe in other cities too is this loss of digital archives. So what digital media enabled was people to very easily kind of publish material, and so websites were created about, there's one called Get Into This, which was all about Liverpool live music scene, reviews, and that paper, and Bidolito, which was a freely distributed paper. They had quite a good model. They would get students to free tickets to go to gigs to do reviews, and so we had this rich history of what was going on from about 2010 to about 2022, and then. They're starting to disappear. These sites are disappearing. They're not, the Wayback Machine isn't really that good at collecting these things. So there's an assumption around digital archives, which is they're always going to be there, and we're finding that that's not the case, and they're actually very fragile. And as I think it was talked about at Dance Code last year, this kind of thing about the costs and the ownership and the copyright and the responsibility for that is very fragile. Okay, so what did we end up with? We ended up with this map. So if I just press that, it should play. Does it play it? Yeah. Okay. So we got this map. Each little dot represents a venue, and we can zoom in, and the heritage view allows us to kind of take a step back. The squares represent something that's closed. The circles represent something that's still open, and we can traverse through the years. You can see the space. If you look at the bottom here, these. You will have seen that loads of venues appeared in sort of from 2015 onwards. There's an area called the Baltic Triangle of the city. And we can also look at eras, so we're looking at the 90s, where there's a variety of kind of clubs that are no longer there, like Nation, like the Casimir. And then we can go back further in time. And these are things that are operating in these decades, so the 80s and 70s. A lot of clubs in this area of Toxteth, which were largely serving the black population there. Yeah, so that's what we created, and we've done this based upon this definition of what a live music venue is. It's any place that programs at least one publicly accessible ticketed or non-ticketed live music performance or named DJ set. This named DJ set it was initially kind of problematic, and is still a little bit problematic because loads of bars are now naming the DJ. Fred is DJing tonight. And it's very different to somebody like Sasha is DJing tonight or somewhere else. But what? Speaking to the kind of this conference, one thing I've found through doing this is that cities' musical heritage is actually predominantly where people have formative experiences, and this club Constellations was in the Baltic Triangle, that place I was talking about before. It was demolished during the just after the pandemic for gentrification reasons. So yeah, the map enables this kind of clustering view, which perhaps we all kind of know about. Clustering. So if we look, at nightclubs, large and small nightclubs, we can see where they are based. So that one at the bottom right, that's the Baltic Triangle there, where there are now sort of three main clubs left. There were more, And then these are all dance music places on the periphery, and then that kind of links to what I was sort of saying about before. These clubs emerged post 2008 in around on the outsides of the city centre, whereas in the centre, this is where the kind of mainstream clubs and I was critiquing are based in those clusters there. There's a few peripheral ones like that. The Blackstone Warehouse, 10,000 capacity, that's where Circus is. I've got 1 minute left and a few slides to go. Okay. All right, so yeah, moving on. That Baltic Triangle area of Liverpool is an interesting case in point. So prior to 2012, it was kind of, there were a few small businesses running outside of small warehouses. A lot of places were in disrepair. Then it went through this creative phase. That's Constellations in its prime, doing an all-day dance music party. There was this surge of venues and, the usual gentrification story. The artists move in, they start to repair the place. It creates this vibe, this hub, this vibrancy that people have talked about before. And this is really what Charlie was sort of talking about earlier on, this gentrification. This is the Times, the big broadsheet in the UK. 20 coolest places to live in Britain. Number 1, Baltic Triangle. That was in 2017. The connoisseurs, the flashy restaurants, that came, but a bit later, actually. It was the real estate agents that came first with student accommodation, luxury apartments. And then this is what Constellations was. It's in the middle there, and this is what is there now. So yeah, the usual picture. What we've been able to do with the maps is show. So what's happening here is this is a time frame we're going to go in. This started in 2002. The Baltic Triangle is this area here. This is house prices. So the density of colour represents the. I haven't pressed play. There we go. Represents the darker the colour, the more expensive the housing. So there's nothing happening really in the first decade. Where are we up to now? It's starting to happen now towards the end of the decade, 2014, 15. Yeah, there's more venues, and then like 2017, there's this massive increase. This is a massive set of land that was sold to build new housing. This is this is housing transactions. So the number of transactions, again, the first decade, not a great deal in this area. But then as time progresses and the venues move in, there's more transactions taking place. So there's correlation between, the venues. I mean, we all know this is happening. We can also, but we're now able to present this government data to policymakers to say, this is what you wanted, but now you're losing your culture as a consequence, which you also want. And that kind of balance that has been raised in the previous discussion. So, okay, this is the final slide. What we're doing next. So, it's still at an early stage, and it's still sort of trying to grab little bits of funding pots here and there to get people to do, ground field work and stuff. So we want to integrate. This is Martin's work in Rome, where we're starting to integrate media. That will be, various bits of media or signposts to other media sources, if we can't afford to host it ourselves, which is probably going to be the case. And create parallel mappings of venues' histories across different cities. As I say, we've got data on Liverpool, is quite extensive. We've also got data in Dublin, and we're wanting to increase this. And then, we've also been... Oh, there's a little video. Here we go. A little video of an event we ran that's not going to play. Okay, well, we did this kind of outreach work where we had people come to an event and tell us their stories, and they put stickers on decades, and we showed them the map, and they were able to give us their stories. So we're drawing then that kind of crowdsourcing in that information and applying the same kind of data accuracy matrix to that. yeah, and hopefully the map will exist as a kind of function for other people. So people who are doing guided tours in the city, people who are putting up plaques to say this is happening here, then, you know, the map is hopefully going to be some central repository for people and researchers to do. So one of the things we're getting is actually all of the artists that played rock music at every venue in the city. Historians meticulously getting that, so we'll be able to draw loads of things and pull that in. Okay, that's one of the stories of our heritage work, and thanks for listening, and for any questions.
Right, thank you, Richard. Hearing more about Liverpool, great. Any questions for Richard?
Thanks, Richard. My question is whether with this constant mapping and surveying of the city, so if we stay with Liverpool, are you able to predict gentrification areas?
Thank you. That's actually one of the key things. So across the water in Birkenhead, there's a venue open called Future Yard. It's quite a forward-thinking venue. It's a music venue. It's a recording studio. It's a place for education, music industry, music technology education for young people. And this is seen as sort of part of potentially seen as a catalyst for Birkenhead sort of redevelopment. But, you know, by having that map of that's what happened, is there a sweet spot you can get to and say, okay, you know, you need to protect that thing now because, you know, the developers have different plans. So, yeah, the prediction thing is one of the things, or looking back to look forward is definitely one of the goals that we're looking to use this for, to advocate for, you know, protection, which is, you know, one of the things that we talked about.
Hey, so yeah, thank you for this. I can't tell you how many of these mapping projects I've come across at various conferences. There was one at the Punk Studies Network in Vegas, a gentleman from Nashville doing a similar thing, but with every kind of venue except for country music. So, because that work was already done. I was trying to do a similar thing in Los Angeles before 2020. I ran into some of the same problems you have there, where the digital stuff that when I did my project in Madrid, I could just go back in time and look at like the physical paperwork. But once you hit like 2000, they can just press a button and delete like code violations, delete like all the records. In LA, what happened, a lot of people moved out after 2020, so I lost a lot of sources, and a lot of people died. Like a lot of my old timers that were like, could tell you, oh, in 1964, this place was around, and this person owned this place who also owned this other place. So my question is like, just on a practical basis, like, I mean, you can't really overcome like the death of one of those repositories like that, but what ways around that? I mean, like even thinking about like the digital, the disappearance of the digital, I've started like taking screenshots of everything I find online and preserving the URL and the date and everything and trying to like put that somewhere. But like even that feels like a little bit futile, like trying to hold on to that. Have you found any way to like kind of counter that?
Yeah, there's some initiatives. I mean, I'm just pick up on the last point. Yeah, I'm doing that, and I'm encouraging everyone to do that. You know, if you like have a URL that you're going to reference in a bibliography of something, you know, save to PDF. What we're doing, the sort of two things. One is these are recent losses or deaths of these digital archives, and we kind of know who had them, and so now I'm initiating attempts to rehost them somewhere. So that's not straightforward, but yeah, there's that, and that's going to some of the next session on. You know, I'm going to be learning from them on how to do that. But again, it's the same precarity around online things. Just in terms of that, going back to the 60s and or earlier decades, where the people who remembered, you know, that their time has kind of come. One of the things we're able to do, because newspapers have digitized a lot of their archives, we're able to, my colleagues is using some sort of OCR technology because newspapers used to be the site where there would be listings. So that Martin in Rome is doing this thing, and Milan is doing this thing where he's working through the newspapers, which had it pretty structured as well. So he's able to draw the dates of when performances took place, and then we can establish, not just that a venue existed, what kinds of music it programmed, how often did it program, and what kind of things, because that's one of the things we're trying to get that kind of level of fidelity. But yeah, the archive is a nightmare.
Thanks again, Richard. That was great. Kind of going back to Beata's question a moment ago, it seems that these mapping projects have a really clear, possible, tangible impact on policy if they get in front of the right people. And seeing that kind of map where the colours were changing was sort of quite alarming in a way. I'm just really interested, who are you putting this in front of or planning to put this in front of, and what's their response been so far, or what are you hoping their response to be?
Okay, so we are putting in front of policymakers because the Liverpool City Region Music Board has, we're kind of fortunate we have this organisation, and this has people from the City Council, Liverpool City Council, because it has a music office, because it's a UNESCO City of Music. And we also have the Combined Authority Culture Officer, and they sit in the music board, so they're aware of the map and they're aware of the developments, and they're very much supportive of it, and the funded aspects of it as well. So it's not going to replace Google Maps, for a visitor, but it might help a promoter. I want to know 150 capacity venues that exist outside of the Liverpool immediate city centre that I could put a gig on. So it's got multiple purposes, I think. But I think the audience is more industry practitioners and policymakers than the general public and the audience. And there was another point I was going to make, but it's gone. Yeah. Sorry.
But yeah, I think that's also time for this presentation. But thanks, Richard, and can we hear you for Richard, please? And if I can invite now Lorenzo Montefinese, who's an independent researcher, PhD from IULM of Milan. He's going to talk about Keep the Fire Burning, Dance Music Cultures, Grassroots Memory Work and Online Environments.
Okay. Hello, everyone. So I'm gonna talk about a few practices of cultural memory being carried out both offline and especially online. And starting with, I'm gonna start with an overview of the theoretical framework for popular music, heritage, and memory work, and then move to different case studies. So I'll try to keep it quick for the theoretical part. And so yeah, in the last 10 to 15 years, there's been a growing scholarly interest in the popular music, heritage, and cultural memory. And one of the first articles to observe this trend was by Bennett, who talked about DIY preservationists. So he was talking about rock music, but nonetheless, it is an important notion, this of being DIY. Preservationist, and other scholars have written about bottom-up heritage practices, and where preservation is experienced as a moral imperative. And this idea of doing the memory work and preserving as with a moral imperative is a recurrent. So oftentimes it's called a moral imperative, or affective archiving, doing affective memory work. And another article talks about a labor of love for this kind of DIY archiving. And all this framework about popular music heritage also, I think, is important now, it's relevant now for dance music cultures, because it's been more than 50 years that we have seen like various dance music cultures and various scenes. And also now it's a critical moment because a lot of clubs and venues are shutting down. I know in England, more than half of clubs are closing. I live in Milan, and in Milan too, like there's almost no space left for clubbing and doing underground events. And due to the rise of popularity in social media, we are seeing all this like contentification of club culture and dance music culture, especially on TikTok, with like terms like techno and rave being just like dropped casually without actually having a clue about them, or a lot of whitewashing. I was like documenting on the Frankfurt Museum of Modern Electronic Music, and it tells a very, very biased history of electronic music. And so in memory studies, there's one canonical text by Pierre Nora. It's a bit old, but it's important because he reflects on the abundance of the so-called lieux de mémoire, so sites, places of memory, and he complains that like the more we are as a society, as a Western society, building this kind of sites of memory, the more we are getting detached from real environments of memory, so where the real experience is lived. So he's very critical toward this trend, but I think, and other scholars do think as well, that the mediatization of memory is actually quite important and part of our cultural and personal lives. There is one scholar, Jose van Dijk, who's been written extensively about this topic, and she talks about mediated memories, and specifically that memory is always individually embodied, technologically enabled, and culturally embedded. And while she's not talking specifically about dance music cultures, it's easy to see how these theoretical notions clearly applies as well to dance music. Also, there's been writings about the community archive, again, not from a perspective of a scholar particularly interested in dance music, club culture, underground culture, more from like a general point of view, but still it is important when we read phrases like, grassroots activities, documenting, recording, exploring community heritage, and archiving material object, paper, digital records, audiovisual materials, personal testimonies, and we will see all of these in the upcoming case studies. And the web is, since I'm going to focus especially on online practices, so the web is particularly important for these heritage practices and memory work. And it was already Flynn in the article on community archives who noted how communities of shared interest no longer need to have a physical meeting place, but often come together online in virtual environment. And I think if any of you has joined a Facebook group or whatever, or a blog, a forum, like you have experienced this kind of online community of interest, perhaps not knowing that like most of them were doing actually archiving or memory work, but nonetheless they are doing it. German media theorist Wolfgang Ernst talks about the internet as an unarchive, which I think is a kind of poetic way to describe it, because it's actually the internet is not like an ordered place, but you can where you can get lost in it's an archive of sensory data. And now, getting closer to the core of the presentation, there are a few scholars who've worked and written on this kind of cultural heritage. And Les Roberts and Sarah Cohen have talked about authorized heritage, like State Museum, State Archive, for example. Self-authorized, which are heritage practices carried on by institution, like not state institution, but maybe like private foundations. And unauthorized heritage, which is, I don't know, that friend of yours who has a blog collecting flyers from your small town old parties. So they're talking about vernacular heritage and heritage as praxis, because it is lived in everyday life and not institutionalized. And it's important to note that all these practices, quite often people who do this are not even aware of doing this kind of heritage work, or perhaps may disagree when told, oh, you're like doing an archive, you're an archivist. Another taxonomy which is perhaps more precise is this one by Sarah Baker and Jets Collins, which is like instead of 3 terms has 4 terms. So physical authorized, physical DIY, online institutional, and online community. And I think like the second and the last one are the most interesting ones. Still, there are been writers, scholars talking about activist archivism, professional amateurism, citizen archiving. So you see a lot of these notions are quite like similar, quite often overlapping, and what emerges is that it is like something that people do on an affective level, like, you know, moral imperative, not done for money, just done for love of a scene, music, venues, or culture. So, Paul Long talks of affective archiving as labor of love, archiving and remembering as affective practices. And okay, more theory, let me skip it. And so I'm gonna show you some cases. So starting from offline grassroots practices, like one of the first thing we can all think about are ratio labels and thematic compilations, which highlight certain scenes or genres, subgenres, or specific cities, specific years. So I put like a few labels here. So I have some of the most famous, like Dark Entries, Music from Memory, or Sound Metaphors. Here you see releases such like the first one is on an Italian Dream House of early 90s. The second one is like Proto-Trance compilation. This one is like a collection of pirate radio adverts. So it's just a compilation of advertisements that were transmitted on pirate radios in the 90s and so on. It's full of this kind of works. One of the most recent cases, perhaps you've already heard about it, is the compilation Telepathic Fish, Trolling the Early 90s Ambient Underground. And Telepathic Fish was a party who was held in London in the 90s, and it was like the first proper ambient party. Mixmaster Morris was involved in it, Aphex Twin was often playing there. And it is like not very well known party, and now this ratio compilation that comes with booklet with inner notes, and the limited edition comes with like 20-30 pages fanzine, shed light on this on that party. So this is I think it's like a proper memory work conducted from like not institutional but DIY way. There are a lot of editorial projects, such like the publishing house Velocity Press, and flyers and logos printed collection. So you can see here, like on the left, it's the label catalogs by Velocity Press. On the right is a collection, like several collections of rave flyers published by Colpa Press from San Francisco. There is Masala Noir, who publishes like collection of record sleeves for various genres. A very particular project from Blackburn is this publication. So they published this book on Blackburn acid house parties in the late 80s, early 90s. And also they have set up a website with interviews that you can listen to the original participants of the scene. Also, it's a wonderful publication because like it is 4 different kind of zines that you can open. And there's also a map of Blackburn with all the music sites. Grassroots online archives. There are like a lot of different practices. We have the Dance Music Archive where you can, it's written on the homepage, like you can upload your pictures, your flyers, and your files. It's divided by decades with a playlist and notable events are taking place in those decades. there is on the Internet Archive this collection of rave zines, and you can search through them sort them by date published, date reviewed, by creator, because it's all uploaded by the people. Another open techno knowledge encyclopedia, so it's like all open code and open to contributions from everyone. A lot of Facebook groups like Paradise Garage, Raved in the 90s, Rave Flyers, and like I love the descriptions, because it looks like, I don't know, the messages that my dad sends with all the emojis. So like, share your tunes, flyers, pictures and memories of old school house, hardcore, techno, trance. We salute you all. We were 90s ravers. Top 1 is one sorted. Or like, but this one about Paradise Garage. So please don't share new mixes, podcasts, or songs that aren't from that era. They will be deleted. So it's like very like strong community rules. Or this is so funny. So people will post, can you remember taking your first pill? And there are 618 comments of people sharing the story of their first pill, of them popping the E's for the first time. Or when do you think the rave scene got wrong? And most of the people say between 92 and 93. And a lot of Instagram pages, like Dametal Messiah, which is like the UK Underground Archive. This is like the bio of the page, always posting like slideshows focused on grime, dubstep, and garage mostly. So he writes extensive captions, like this is cut, but it's much longer. And each post is usually 10 or 20 slides with like, the best tunes, dubstep tunes turning 20 years old now, or best 20 unreleased by artist X, best 20 tracks by women, grime MCs, and so on and so on. This another page like that. So this is like an iconic grime track, and the slideshow is a lot of different variations with MCs freestyling over the tracks or other DJs playing it. There is this Instagram page called Discogs Diaries, and they post screenshots of like particular records, old but also new. So you can see here 94, 93, 2017. And they post like all the screenshots of people's comments to the Discogs pages. So you see what people think about the records, and especially for old records, it's all recollection. So having heard them around, this is Jungle Archive with records, videos, record sleeves, memes. So bottom right, the day after a rave when you're over 40. This is just only the records and the name, so no caption, just like an archive of the mostly house records. Archives of pirate radio, mix CDs, track lists. So you see like here, I was searching for venues, so I put Hacienda or Larry Levan or Plastic People at Forward London, and you can reconstruct the tracks that were actually played in those iconic moments. You see here, it's like the guy who set up this track list is asking, email me if you can identify the unknown tracks. So this is a sense of community archive. Get Darker, which was like a proto boiler room for grime and garage, grime and dubstep music. They were doing live stream, and they did this very funny thing, completely ephemeral, a labor of love indeed, of putting fake blue plaque, which is the London like official heritage thing, and they put this fake blue plaque in at Forward Plastic People, the club night where dubstep was born, grime and dubstep were born, especially dubstep, and Big Apple Records, so the shop where Scream, Hacha, Banga were working and was pivotal for dubstep. Blogs where there are articles written, so words only. And finally, just some Italian cases. There is this Facebook group for the Link Club. Actually, Link wasn't a club, it was a cultural center in Bologna, one of the most important places of the 90s in Italy. And it was the first place to book Aphex Twin, Otecre, a lot of that warp sound, but also a lot of drum and bass for the first time in Italy came there. And so on the Facebook group, there are people sharing their membership cards of various years, or sharing flyers for the plate night, flyers for the first Aphex Twin gig in Italy with a photo of him. And then there are other archives of abandoned clubs and discos. So this is a photographic archive. Archives of a magazine I didn't know existed, honestly. I just discovered like last week. This magazine dedicated to like clubs, not really music, but clubs and equipment. And someone has scanned almost all the publishing issues, but also recent like publication, like by this book called Napoli Balla, which means Napoli Dances, and it's a history, counter history of Napoli underground like dance music, so starting from disco, funk to house and stuff like that, to a documentary made with a Kickstarter fundraising. And this is a documentary on the infamous club Cocorico, which maybe some of you have heard. Now it's a very horrible club with just booking Villalobos and Ricciotti and that kind of names, and that's it. But back in the 90s, it was like very like avant-garde, revolutionary, mixing, DJ sets, performance, art, theater. It was like very, very avant-garde place. And this documentary uses found footage from the era, plus recent interviews to the people who were there as performers, as DJs, as attendees. And finally, a project I am trying to do with some friends of mine, which is to map and reconstruct the history of sound system culture in Puglia. And it's widely known that Salento, the most southern part of Puglia, is called the Italian Jamaica. But I am from Bari, so that's why I am from Bari. And with my friends, searching online, reading books and articles, we found out that actually, before Salento, reggae and dub music started in Bari, in a squatted place in the 80s. And turns out that the guy who founded the first reggae dub collective in Salento was living in Bari and was exposed to reggae and dub in this squatted place in Bari. And then came back to Salento and founded this collective. And then the history in Italy has it that reggae, dub, dancehall music started in Salento. And so we're trying to map all the active sound systems in Puglia, and we will like to try to publish something, right, and tracing down the people who were there. I found a copy, most expensive records I've bought, of the first ever dub album made in Italy, which is of a band from Bari. I couldn't believe it, but yeah. So if we magically find money, I would love to have this album repressed. And yeah, that's it. Thank you. Sorry, I know I got lost.
It's okay, it's okay. We have time. So thanks for this, and interesting to see Campobasso on the map.
Molise doesn't exist.
Any questions for Lorenzo? If we're still thinking about it, do you mind if I get the first question? Okay. So it's a very short one. It's about, because you mentioned about disco comments and about you can tell what people thought of that music and so on. How valid would you take those accounts? And I say that as someone that goes on Discogs and does comment.
Discogs die. Okay, the
Discogs, not the Facebook ones.
I haven't screenshotted the comment.
I'm only asking that because I think it's a very specialized community that have some interest beyond the music itself, but also about the collective value of records and so on.
Yes.
So I'm just thinking, without saying what I think about it, we can talk about it later. I want to hear what you think.
So yeah, I think like in my experience of a person who spent the last 15 years spending hours on Discogs every single day, I've seen that like usually like comments are either this is a bomb EP, or no, this is a disappointment, or don't feed the sharks, they sell it for 10 quids. And especially for older stuff, so older house, older techno, I'm a lot into old hardcore and jungle stuff. And a lot of people just say, oh, I remember hearing this tune played by Fabio and Groove Rider there. Yeah, it was this dark club, and you entered, and you listened to this tune being rinsed over and over. Life-changing experience. And a lot of people, I guess, like, people older, I don't know, like than me for sure. So people perhaps in their 50, but a lot of them are sharing memories. So it's interesting that on certain records, on certain records comment sections on Discogs, the discourse is quite often not so much about the music, the record itself, but about the experience of listening to that record. Or, you know, like, it's full of comments like, oh my God, just turn it out of the shelves 30 years later, I can still feel my Molly up now. So, you know, it's very funny. It's funny to, like...
Yeah. Thank you, thank you.
Thanks, Lorenzo. Actually, a kind of a follow-up question, I guess, to that is, in terms of like archiving these experiences, do you take account, or do you take into account the role of like nostalgia, rose-tinted glasses? Like, a lot of these comments you see on Facebook are like super nostalgic for maybe something where elements of the experience might be forgotten, and it's almost, again, kind of utopian. So how do you take that into account when you're thinking about archives?
Yeah, I think like that to do a comprehensive work on that, yeah, you need to take into account, you know, like all the bias that are involved. So like, I don't know, for example, here, like when, you know, everyone complains that 92, when it started to go too commercial, and like what? But we know that, I don't know, from 92 to at least 97, 98, in, you know, the jungle drum and bass scene gave us so many great tunes and artists, but maybe for people who were there before, it was already shit. So you always have this, oh, it was better back then in my days. So I think this is where you have to like balance these personal accounts with perhaps accounts of people who came later, or with like histories of electronic music. I think, you know, like Simon Reynolds or David Toop books, and you try to mix and match. But of course, I think when you are focused on like the memory work and heritage practice, I think that you take into account that it may not be an objective recollection, but because that's what you want, because you want to highlight the affective value, the embodied experience. And it's not Simon Reynolds writing 800 pages of the history of every single tune released in the UK. It's more like how people lived it, more like, I don't know, the Sarah Thornton book about subcultural capital. It's not like a objective story of clubbing, it's how people experience this. So yeah, I think it's part of the game.
We have time for a very quick question.
Yeah, this might be a little bit cynical, but just because I'm teaching, and with a lot of the students online, there's the whole issue of AI. And that is my worry with a lot of the crowdsourced stuff, because I've seen that in other attempts where people will just start uploading like AI images. How do you distinguish when you're running one of these kind of crowdsourced projects?
Yeah, I mean, I hope AI hasn't reached yet this very niche stuff, but I don't know. I'm advocating for some, I don't know, like tool and legal regulation that flags AI-generated content. I don't know, some tool. I don't know if it exists already, but I don't know. I would love to have, I don't know, a tool that when you analyze the source code of an image or of a text, it has kind of a watermark telling you whether it's AI or not. But I don't know. I think I don't know. I don't want to think that really are people who made up AI generated images of raves in '93. I hope the world is not going this bad already.
Okay, well, so can we hear for Lorenzo, please, as well? And I think there's a break now for 10 minutes, is that correct? Yeah, okay.
Technicians are running to the room now. I can see them. Okay. I'll reintroduce the session. Berlin Techno, Heritage and Cultural Boundaries. The first presentation, Anita Yuri with Stepan Lepa, talking about archiving Berlin Techno, building a digital archive for immaterial cultural heritage.
So welcome everyone also to our presentation. And we are both of us from Berlin, and we actually, just to tell you a little anecdote behind this whole project, we met on the dance floor with Stefan, and we decided on creating this project together because we thought we really want to give back something to the communities we work with. And I really want to highlight this with, because we are talking about a community-based archive here. We're talking about something that we would like to build up together with the community. And so yeah, that's how the whole project started. And this presentation is specifically about giving you just a little bit of overview, what we are doing, where we are at the moment in this project, and we are going to specifically talk about the seminar that we are working on together. So this has been told hundreds of times today, I think, talking about club closing, talking about gentrification and how cities are changing, and together with cities, of course, club cultures are changing. And as you can see here, I put here the spiral of gentrification in Berlin that is really happening actually in the whole city. And obviously the club culture is also very much influenced by that, but this is just one of the reasons why things are changing in Berlin. And there are a lot of other people, not only us, who have been talked about it. There are thousands of publications, which I put here on this slide, that are talking about the relationship between gentrification and changing cities and urban landscapes and club cultures themselves. For example, there is this project too. We have talked a lot about mapping today. Richard, you also talked about the Liverpool State. There is also one in Berlin that was built up by Club Commission. That's the so-called Club Kataster, where you can also, as a club owner, you can go to this map and see what type of projects, building projects are going on in the city. And for example, if they have any effects on your club. So Berlin Techno is also part of Germany's UNESCO's intangible cultural heritage since 2 years. So obviously, we as researchers on this field or of this field, we thought, why not to preserve this culture? So why not to do something also from, let's say, from this academic perspective, and also involving, obviously, the communities together. So what to do when it comes to archiving Berlin Techno, and what type of materials we are talking about. So first of all, obviously, we needed a budget. So we kicked off this project in 2023, where we won this incubator prize by NFD for Culture. That is a funding body in Germany, and it supports really projects that are related to music, musicology, and music-related communities-based also archives. So we won this, and that was also one of our first signs that also German musicology is sort of changing, and then finally techno is coming into the playground, so to say, because even though you would think Berlin Techno and Germany and Berlin, we must be very rich that we live in Berlin and do research on techno, that's not the case. So still in academia, there is still a sort of a backlash when it comes to techno in general. So, as I mentioned we are in the realms of community-based archiving, and when it comes to the older phases, 80s, 90s, early 2000s, we definitely work with flyers, media articles, music tracks, entry tickets, so actually everything that is really related to the club culture or Berlin techno in general, we are collecting and at the same time digitizing. We're also talking about the digital archive that we are building up, but Stefan will talk about that later on. on. Also, the sources that we work together with have already been mentioned today many times: internet, private archives. We got also many wonderful collections by people who were there in the 90s and just, oh, I have a pile of flyers at home. Here it is, take it. And it's very valuable for us, obviously. Public archives, we work together with the Archive of Youth Culture in Berlin, and obviously scientific and journalistic or administrative texts are also super important for us. So what we started to do last semester, actually in the winter semester, we kicked off for the second time this project by archiving and preserving 2 clubs in Berlin. One is Renate, that meant to be closed by the end of last year, also because of the pressure of gentrification and property investment, but in the end they figured out. Also, we kind of have the idea that also because we sort of pressured also this whole project and went there and did the 3D scanning of the club, somehow they could figure out a deal with the owner, actually, who is one of the biggest investors of Berlin. And another club we focused on last semester was EWEG, who was a very important club in the 90s. All those people who founded later on the bigger clubs, like people from Bergheim, for example, went to this club back then in the 90s and were very influenced by this industrial atmosphere of the club. So also style-wise, we picked these 2 clubs because they are super different. Renate is this typical bohème, I would say, this, if you know different clubs in Berlin, there's Bar 25, Sisyphos, that direction, like this home party atmosphere in Berlin. And EWEG is exactly the opposite, this industrial look and also industrial feel and industrial touch. And we wanted to also sort of compare. One was in the 90s and the other one was about to be closed nowadays. So this one is still mine, no? You want to go?
You can go.
Okay. I will take it. So we divided the students into 4 groups. In between the two clubs, we initiated 2 major groups of preservation and reconstruction groups. So the preservation groups really work more like with research. What is the history or what are the histories of those institutions that were their main question, and they created a time-based hypertext narrative, timeline-based. And then the other groups, the reconstruction ones, really worked on the 3D visual and audio scanning of those spaces. And then also for that, we worked with people who were there in the clubs, especially with EWEG, that doesn't exist anymore. So obviously we had to ask people who used to go there and then experience that. And we also involved in the whole project process. So not only 2 of us were teaching, but also other people, guest speakers, were invited. And I will take it to you over.
So this is, it's a bit low in volume, but I hope you can hear me. So this is a kind of the workflow of the project that we did. So the overall idea was a bit to kick off our archive idea with having a solution for the cold start gap, so to speak, yeah? Because how can you make people give all their private artifacts to an archive that is empty? So we thought we'd take these first 2 clubs as an example to put something in the archive, and then we are hoping for a kind of bandwagon effect. So to do that, we initiated, as Anita said, the seminar with the 4 groups. And our students performed all the work that normally digital archaeology encompasses, like online research, going into archives, talking to eyewitnesses, and performing archaeological digital fieldwork. And the idea of the seminar, thank you, is to put everything that comes out of it by material into the archive. And then later on, kind of as the outcome of the whole thing, we were planning to have like an exhibition where the timeline is shown and also the VR installation that the student produced. For the archive, we draw on an open source system called Resource Space, which is used by diverse scientific institutions around the globe. We can really recommend it because it supports virtually all digital media types.
It includes a free OCR, speech recognition and AI function, and even some photo and movie editing functionalities. Also, you can configure the metadata fields based on your project needs, and there's a certain community archive workflow, so you have different user roles. Some people can only upload things, some people can put in the metadata, and some people can comment and put it free, so it's open for the public to view. So, furthermore, we draw back on the infrastructure of TU Berlin, where we have weekly security backup and a safe server. So to give you a glimpse on how this could look, like on the left side you see a 3D reconstruction made with Blender by one of our students, Julius Knote, who also makes his master thesis on this reconstruction work. And the idea is not only to have a visual reconstruction, but also to be able to listen to the original PA sound from that time, so to get back into this memory. Also, we have had time witness interviews, like for example this one with Mark Wohlrabe, who in the 1990s was the publisher of the famous Flyer magazine, where all the events in Berlin would be announced, and he was also a visitor of EWAC. And for example, unfortunately it's in German, but I hope still a bit of the message comes around. He talks a bit about it.
Quadrophonie-Sound-Event,
Maybe a
wo
bit
also
louder.
die Raumerfahrung nicht mehr durch ein Zwei-Boxen-System, was dann meistens eben am Ende der Halle irgendwo aufgestellt war, sondern durch ein quadrophonisch ausgesteuertes Vier-Boxen-System. Und das fand ich auch als Hör- und Tanz- und im Raumerlebnis fand ich das extrem abgefahren. Aber das hatte auch damit zu tun, dass meine persönliche Tanz- und Party- und Musikerfahrung sehr stark mit veränderter Raumwahrnehmung zu tun hat.
So what Mark said here is he was very fascinated at that point from the EWAC sound system because it was kind of quadraphonic, so having sound from different directions. But he also kind of jokingly said that for him it was especially important because his EWAC experience were always related to, let's say, altered room and space experience. Yeah. Okay, so much on that. And then, like for the still existing club, we take another technology which is quite new. This is 3D Gaussian splats. So this is basically a technology where you go through the rooms, take a lot of pictures, and then you use an AI algorithm to put them back together to a 3D image. So I can give you also a bit of a glimpse how that looks like. So this is like the upper floor of Renate. We made it here a bit more lighted so that you can see details in the actual experience that the students created. Of course, it's more club lighted, but here for the presentation we take the daytime experience, so to speak, so that you can get a bit of the detail and how the lookalike is. So this is really like based on pictures, but this is like how you could navigate in a 3D space to this world that was created. They are just based on photo images from a smartphone. Basically, you need no other thing, but a lot of rendering time, unfortunately. And here, for example, you can see similar things that we did with a drone from the building. Yeah, and as I said, this is combined with 3D audio recordings that we also took in Renate. Unfortunately, also you can only get an idea when I put play now how this could sound, because of course it has to be turned on very loud, which we probably won't do with these loudspeakers here, to make it sound like it would actually sound. But still, let's listen into it for a moment. Yeah. Makes not much sense, because normally when you're in this virtual simulation, of course you can turn around and the sound field will then move with your head and so on. You hear also how bassy the sound is in Renate. Okay, so much on that. So of course there are also certain challenges. When it comes to clubs from the 1990s, we often deal with what we would call pre-digital media. So it's hard to have full text searches like we're used to today over analog books and magazines. So all this has to be OCR'd, as we put it, but of course it's a lot of effort, it makes mistakes and so on. It's a big issue in the digital humanities research. I see people nodding, yeah. And of course it's also not easy to get an overview on the existing artworks. Also the creators of the artworks on the deco objects that used to be in the clubs are often hard to find out. And it's not easy to identify and analyze the music releases from that time. Practical, the problem is also that we are dealing with a non-institutionalized subcultures, so the artifacts are scattered in numerous private and public archives. The eyewitnesses and donators are sometimes not easy to find, to approach, and also to persuade. And also there are technical aspects from back then which we need for the 3D reconstruction, which are sometimes really hard to reconstruct. So literally some people already have died, for example, that put up the PA in E-Werk and so on. Yeah? So it's already some years ago. And at that time, they didn't take digital notes on it and so on. Jurisdictional challenges are also many. It's in a way a too recent cultural history on the other hand, because personal rights and authorships are hard to qualify with, for example, 20-year-old VHS videos. Who is the owner of this? Who is on that images that we would have to ask before we publish them and so on? It's really hard. So one strategy is blurring of persons and defamiliarization of existing artworks unless we have the rights for them. Of course, also some analog works are contained, and without full copyright clearance, we cannot just publish this, even if it's cultural heritage, it's not old enough. There could still be the owners who have rights on it. And of course, even if it's funny for us and even more to our digital-born students, so to speak, it's also not allowed to just archive websites in Germany or in the EU to a certain degree, because we have to get always full copyright clearance before we do that. Yeah. So what we currently do is we collect, we generate material, and at the moment we restrict it to scientific users. And when we do little exhibition projects, like we are planning, for example, in autumn, we simply try to get the clearance for those artifacts that we want to exhibit then. But we have far more in the archive that we probably at some point can only turn out when it's 50 years ago or so on, unfortunately. Yeah. So in the current semester, we continued this work in a new series of the seminar. So we are now focusing on the historical club Bunker from the 1990s and the still existing club Johnny Knüppel, which is unfortunately set to also close in this year. So we hope, jokingly said, a bit similar to Renate, that our work will help that the Johnny Knüppel will still exist afterwards. Worked with Renate already. And the long term, we are trying to apply for public funding for consolidating the Berlin Techno Archive also as an archival institution. So this could go via different funding bodies that you see here. Of course, taking the Berlin Technoculture UNESCO Intangible Cultural Heritage as a leverage, so to speak. Another way or road that we're pursuing is maybe make a little research project on some gaps that we see in the history of German techno. But this is more or less what you will see from us in the future. Thank you so much for your patience.
Thank you, Anita and Stefan. Very interesting and inspiring stuff. I'm taking into account we started eight minutes late, but so questions?
I was just wondering if you could speak a bit more to the copyright clearance issues. Like, is that, for example, stuff that's specific to Germany or international law? And if your purpose with those items is to include them, like just as a digital scan, for example, in the archive, is copyright law caught up with kind of like this technology?
It's very simple to answer, I think. So we are talking about a copyright law which is valid for the whole of EU, first of all, so not only Germany. And we have to differentiate two different legal frameworks. One is scientific and archival work. There, copyright is not a problem at all, yeah? As we know as scientists. Yeah, we can. This is why we put now everything in the archive, regardless whether we have the clearance or not. But the problem is, at some point, for example, even if you want to do media work for your project, yeah, you have to put out something. Yeah. For example, we're now approached by RBB Berlin Television. They want to report about project. Of course, they want something to show in their feature, and then the problem begins, because then we go into the legal framework of publication, and at that moment we cannot even show a website that is still existing, because it's not ours legally. It's the truth. It sounds funny, but this is the world we live in.
Any other questions? No? Yes?
Thank you for the presentation. It's really impressive how much you managed to build it. I'm just curious about, because when I speak with the producers that are live streaming online, one of the things that they often bring up is that it can be hard to transform the physical way sound behaves when you are reproducing it virtually, especially to someone in a room. So I was just wondering, when you are presenting this, are you putting up a full club sound system, or how do you go?
No, but you're asking the right person. So I'm coming from the audio communication group at TU Berlin, which is like, I would say in Europe, quite genuinely a chair where we are dedicating our research exactly on that topic mainly. So a lot of my colleagues are basically engineers or acousticians, and there are several different options as a solution for your problem that you bring up. So the very simple way that we do it, for example, for a small exhibition is via headphones, and you have a tracker on your head, and the tracker knows the direction of your head, and accordingly the sound image will be rendered. Like similar as you do with VR glasses, so to speak, but for the ears. If you want to have the enjoyment for several people, you could put up an ambisonic setup. It's basically what we have here, like a lot of speakers in the room. When you know how they are like positioned, you can calculate it, how the sound should emanate from the speakers to give you that impression.
Time for one very quick question.
Hopefully it's quick. It's about the interview data. So I'm just wondering, when you're archiving the interviews, like how many are you putting, how detailed are the interviews, and are you using a kind of an extraction for something to do with the venue? Like, how are you doing it?
I'm not 100% sure I get how you exactly mean, but of course I get your question. But so what we basically try to do is to evoke all the memories from the contemporary witnesses. For example, like this interview took place in the original building because we've found that when people come to that very places, their memories are connected to the place. And the whole interview would get longer and, in that term, better when you bring them to the place, because then the stories come to the head, right? And we basically tell them to tell us everything they remember. Yeah? And again, maybe related to copyright again, then the question also arises, of course, with this year. We also often try to persuade our interviews that we are also allowed, for example, to make this also publishable. Not everyone agrees to that. Like, again, we have those different frameworks. So we have like a consent form where they can say, A, we agree to this being used for scientific work. B, I also agree this to be shown to media or to the public. Is that a bit where you were aiming at? Maybe Anita has another answer?
No, maybe just adding to that a little bit, that no one has, but I think it's also a little bit related to your question, that what are the potentials of this project? So it's not only this flashy technology that you could see here, obviously that looks very nice, but also the criticality and also the cultural historical perspective is super important for us. So, because if you think about Berlin Techno, you have thousands of sources. You have all those like anecdotes, nostalgic ideas, how it was fantastic 90s, and we want to correct it, so to say, a little bit. So also communities, marginalized communities especially, can come in who have never been asked about talking about Berlin Techno, and then hopefully this platform will be, give them a little bit of hope and a little bit of source that people can come together really like from every corner of the community to talk about it. Because the general historicizing about Berlin Techno is that East and West came together, we were all happy, sunshine 90s, glitter, glitter, and we sort of disagree with this argument when it comes to Berlin Techno, especially around when the wall came down, because there were many issues that are not really mentioned because of the nostalgia, because of the anecdotic idea, and we would like to highlight them too. So, yeah.
I might add, and I think then we might close. Yeah, just one sentence.
Really
this also encompasses, of course, the view of just how you conduct, how you lead a club. That just very basic thing. I think part of technoculture is how you deal with parties, how you organize them, how do you announce them, how do you teach your bouncers, how selection procedures work, and so on. These kind of aspects are also very interesting for us. Not just like the big star names, as Anita says. What does it mean practically to lead a club to make those parties? Sorry.
Okay. Okay.
Thank you so much.
Again from Anita and Stefan. Okay. Just the next speaker is Timo Koren, who's an assistant professor in cultural economy at the University of Amsterdam. And kind of leading on from that last question, or the last answer, club cultures as heritage is Berlin techno and its others. So I'll just let Timo get set up and then we'll start.
Yes, it's working. Perfect. And is this working? Ah. Wonderful. So yeah, this I'm going to talk a bit about my little project called Berlin Techno and its others, or Berlin Beyond Techno. I think the starting point is actually quite similar to many people here. So one of the things I'm interested in is that with this whole sort of like narrative of decline in club culture, also in Berlin and Amsterdam, I think one of the things that's interesting is that you also see this sort of like response in the sort of institutional landscape. And one of the things that I've really noticed is that, and this is also something that I've described in this paper together with Miguel Neba and Alina Tomescu, is that basically nightlife policy is starting to look a lot more like traditional cultural policy. And I think UNESCO cultural heritage as a sort of intangible, as a status, also kind of speaks to that, right? Like, so basically nightlife is consecrated in a way which reminds us of basically traditional forms of cultural policy. And I think in Berlin specifically, this idea of intangible cultural heritage is also predicated on quite a lot of like popular work, which is sort of talking about and creating kind of like this genre city, specifically around the genre techno, which indeed also produces some of these glorious narratives, right, about like the reunification, the fall of the wall, etc. So this is kind of, I guess, constructing what Fabian Holt calls a genre city, the sort of built-in mythical dimension. And what Holt kind of talks about is also that this built-in mythical dimension has sort of like these exclusionary elements, right? So it basically like prohibits or constrains the possibilities of narratives of pluralism. So I guess perhaps it's also good to sort of like think about this as like, okay, what are the alternative histories that we can produce around Berlin and around Berlin techno? And this is kind of like the exploratory project that I'm sort of currently writing up, kind of like I'm trying to write a few things about this. So one of the particular interest of mine in the sort of critique on the historiography around Berlin techno, and specifically also the heritage construction, particularly when it comes to the intangible cultural heritage, is that basically I think one of the sort of major things that there's three critiques which all kind of relate in some way to how Berlin techno is narrated in terms of and constructing and reproducing forms of whiteness. I've looked at three arguments, I think, in particular. The first, I think, was already mentioned just by you, the connection between euphoria, reunification, and national identity. It's very much contested. The other argument is around you could say like the cultural appropriation or the erasure of like specifically black futurism, Detroit techno, that's specifically thinking about like techno as a sort of black vernacular, as a way to sort of address these sort of like sci-fi themes in relation to, for example, segregation and racism and the trauma of slavery. So there's also been some work about that. And then I think the other sort of like critique that's really happening is that blackness and the blackness of techno is very much constructed in these narratives as like the sort of points of origin. So blackness is kind of like frozen in the past. It's kind of seen as geographically distant. So basically it's sort of pointing towards like the impossibility of like German multiculture or black Germans. Well, of course, we know this is not fully the case. There's also alternative geographies of Berlin nightlife, and also Berlin nightlife from the 90s. So, for example, here we have quite a well-known song, I think, Dickes Bay by the reggae group Seed. And what I think is particularly interesting here is the sort of geography, right? So you see a few reggae parties being mentioned: Escobar, Tanzbar, Subground. They're on Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday night. So I guess this also goes to tell those are not, the most commercially viable nights, but it shows that these cultures were sort of like present at the time, and they've also been archived in song. So when I started talking to people in Berlin and started talking about like these different heritage practices, one of the sort of key things that I heard was also around this book Der Klang der Familie, which is quite prominent and also been quite prominently used, and also I think basically is kind of like the founding sort of text for also a lot of documentaries. And basically what this promoter said, and I'm going to quote, is that I think this should be a much more multi-dimensional story, but as with most stories, people want the Hollywood version. They don't want the art version. So art is like the channel with all the cultural documentaries in Germany. They want the simplified version, and it's working for people. So thinking about that, I guess my idea was to sort of build out on that and try to find do a sort of like exploratory research project, specifically looking at like non-techno promoters. So like, who are the people in Berlin who are programming music in all kinds of ways and forms, but are not are explicitly distancing themselves in some way or form from techno. And I think my concerns here are sort of like twofold. The first part is really about like this sort of like promotional activities, and this is something I'm very close to sort of like submitting, which is like, okay, what are the sort of constraints that they find in their day-to-day practices of being a promoter in a sort of like city where techno is seen as the most commercially viable city. And the other thing is also kind of thinking about like this idea of symbolic justice in the archives, and what does that look like, and how can we sort of like think about that a bit more critically through the eyes, basically, of those who are sort of symbolically excluded, you could say, from this whole place myth around Berlin techno. Now, I don't think necessarily that these other genres have some sort of more perfect way of sort of archiving, narrating their own histories. And I think a lot of these informal archival practices around other genres actually also focus on very similar, or like are kind of like, how do you say this? They kind of like speak to like very similar constraints, you could say. So the constraints around these genres follow very similar structures as the constraints that we see in techno archiving, or the archiving around Berlin techno. So for example, there's this idea of very narrow definitions of genres. For example, parties that are very much focusing on 70s soul funk, not later than 1976, or specifically 90s rap. And then if you would ask them about German hip hop, they would kind of like see that as less important or not as good as the sort of 90s US rap. So we can also see how in these other genres, blackness once again is sort of constructed as geographically distant and also historical, like, you know, the originators, or like a specific scene, a specific time. I think also these sort of like structures of cultural appropriation, or like this inscribing of whiteness into cultural commodities, is kind of happening in some of the production processes in these other genres. So for example, there's artists sampling Afro beats, but not necessarily crediting it in a proper way. There's parties in London, or sorry, in Berlin, who are hosting dubstep night, but without an MC. So basically, this takes some of the black vernacular out, right? This idea of call and response, which is kind of always seen, for example, by Paul Gilroy as one of the sort of essential, or sort of the key elements of black vernacular musical culture. And I think also in other genres you see this, this is not necessarily from my interviews, but also in other genres you see this like coupling with national identity. And I think also within these heritage processes and heritization processes, it's kind of the question, like, to what extent is that really necessary or important? Like, do we actually have to sort of reproduce these state narratives, the nation state, in these archival practices? This is kind of going a bit, again, back to this idea of blackness and as sort of like geographically distant and also historical, spoken about through origins. One of the things that I noticed as one of the sort of like differences between German music culture and for example, Dutch or UK or French or Belgian music culture is that a lot of the encounters with blackness for German promoters that I was talking to, especially those promoters who were active in the 1970s and 1980s, was through the GI radio. So this is the American military who were stationed in Germany. And this is kind of like how they got a lot of their knowledge around genres like disco, around genres like reggae. So it's kind of interesting that these encounters weren't already not predicated on, like, you could say, local forms of multiculture. Whereas, for example, if you make comparison perhaps with like jungle in the UK, or if you make comparisons with certain like Caribbean Dutch styles or like French styles, you can sort of like think about like how this was more of a continuum, and also like had a more of like a sort of local articulation or local black interpretation, you could say, or European black interpretation of these American styles. Again, this is an argument that I'm trying to sort of explore a bit, and correct me if I'm wrong. But I think the main thing is sort of like to think about like these heritization practices in terms like kind of like trying to undo this purism, kind of like trying to undo this sort of essentialism that's sometimes ingrained in them. And there's always this sort of like a need to narrow definitions down. And I'm kind of like interested in that sense in sort of like finding this multiculture both in past and present, talking about roots in with an O and a U in Paul Gilroy's terms rather than roots, thinking about like sort of hybridity and cross-pollination as ways of also as those things which are actually perhaps interesting about like how music comes together in cities. So yeah, from my fieldwork in Berlin, from the 28 interviews that I did, I will show like a few quotes which perhaps point at some form of hybridity. So first, the WMF Club, which I think is quite interesting because it shows like how this is very much not a techno club specifically. It's a multi-genre club, and perhaps also this is one of the interesting things, like what kind of like specific roles do venues play in championing new genres. If we're thinking about like venues as one sort of unit of analysis, perhaps we don't necessarily need to focus on techno, but we can focus on how these clubs were bringing all these different communities together, etc. And I also think the last part of this quote, which is about grime specifically, is also quite interesting because it shows that these encounters with blackness weren't necessarily predicated again on like the sort of import of black US cultures, but specifically with the connection with UK grime artists. And I think that also led to quite a few interesting insights and also like perhaps a different direction for music genres. Also, perhaps there's different genealogies and different genres that open up spaces for multicultural beyond techno in Germany. So, for example, when this is actually more in dialogue with the UK than the US, you see here, for example, this specific promoter who specifically is a black German promoter and was sort of educated by the drum and bass collective Sick Girls. Was always felt more connected to eclectic music than techno music because she's straight edge, and this sort of like four to the floor didn't really resonate with her. So again, this is another way in which this hybridity can perhaps be narrated in a different way or form. And then the last one is about the other Berlin club genre that is not so basically is not so consecrated, you would say, as techno, which is Balkan beats. Which was very popular in the 2000s and 2010s. And also I think here it's kind of interesting how cities sort of break barriers between cultures, and that is kind of like exciting when groups that come together in ways that you didn't really expect to see. Again, also, of course, these specific quotes can be very much tainted by nostalgia, but I think it's interesting that, I mean, I'm almost done, so that's going to be fine. Yeah, it's interesting that, for example, indeed, Balkan music and Latin American music find some sort of collective and shared vernacular and can become something new, which you also see on this poster, right? Berlin Balkan Oriental Salsa Madness, which is already pointing at this hybridity here. So yeah, I think basically what I'm trying to do here is sort of think about like this process of heritage and think about symbolic justice, and specifically like how can we formulate symbolic justice in different or better terms, and also thinking about this sort of like problem of hybridity, or not problem, but like the existence of hybridity, I would say, and how does it need to be captured, does it need to be defined, to what extent does this sort of problematize some of these heritage projects. So to go back to the work of Holt, Fabian Holt, he contrasts the sort of like the genre city, which is a very specific notion of like how a city consecrates and like sort of narrates its own platesmith around a specific music genre, and he contrasts that with like the sort of pluralism and the openness to innovation that he calls then the metropolis. So maybe also one of these questions is like, how can we open the genre city to these specific metropolis qualities? I think this is most of my story for today. I will leave you with one last slide, which is from the documentary Berlinized, which I thought was a very interesting 1990s documentary, which is also not really focusing on techno so much, and it's also not even focusing on music so much. It's really focusing on like this idea of open spaces and spaces where people can come together. And perhaps it's not necessarily this one genre that needs to be preserved, but more like how can we sort of take back this culture, this culture of openness, and indeed create these spaces of openness without predefining what kind of music should be played there. Thank you.
Thank you, Timo. Excellent timing. So we have time for questions. Does anybody have any questions? Yes?
It's not so much a question as a comment, just that Balkan salsa, because I'm presenting on hybridity more recently too, and I just noticed that the disco with the K, like that's what one of the parties I follow in San Antonio, he does the disco with a K. So I just found that interesting, and I wonder if that's kind of a little, shared heritage now that hybridity is kind of becoming like a more standardized, maybe, if that makes sense.
Yeah. Who knows? I mean, I guess it's also just like this, the sort of spelling, right? I guess the way that, I don't know, some American words are indeed like spelled. But I guess
Oscuro in Spanish with the K. Disco oscuro in Spanish with the K, which is you don't use the K in Spanish unless
Yeah, maybe it's interesting like how indeed like around these styles, these new sort of like genre formations emerge. I mean, one of the other things that I really like was this Italo disco party in Amsterdam that I interviewed for my PhD project, which really merged like all basically these older men who were listening to the radio and just came to the club with their coats on and they were like in their 50s or whatever. And then this sort of like young queer people who were like really dressed up and like, dressed to party. So it was kind of interesting how like this one genre sort of brings these different people together in like these sort of like temporary formations. Yeah.
Any other questions? I have a question. With these different genres and styles, were they club specific? Like one club would just play one style, or were there clubs that played multiple different genres and styles? And has that changed over time?
So do you mean the clubs that I specifically interviewed? Or the clubs? I mean, I interviewed both like clubs, nightclubs, and promoters, so people who were organizing parties at nightclubs. And sometimes there was some overlap with techno. So there were, for example, some clubs that would do like, let's say, a few techno parties, but not so many. There were also some promoters who, for example, would try and get into to do their parties at techno clubs, which kind of like implied a whole different way of marketing themselves. And there's also was one club which specifically said, we don't do techno, we don't want any four to the floor beats.
Right. Okay.
So, which is very sort of a very narrow sense of genre, you could say. I mean, lots of other were like multi-genre, so sometimes they would have like parties in different kinds of genres. Yeah.
Oh, one. Just come this way.
I mean, it sort of seems like a question that is very 101 entry level, but I'm genuinely curious how, when you're talking about non-techno, right? So then if we're defining a techno club or a techno party, what would you give that as a definition for that? Because, being out in Berlin so much, it's like so many parties, it's a techno room and a house room. And that's kind of the standard formula for a long time. So why, for example, are we calling this a techno party and not a house party, right?
Yeah, I see what you mean. Yeah. I would say like there's like sort of, you could say a narrow definition of Berlin techno, which is a sort of meditative depth, lower tempo, kind of like that sound associated with Berghain, right? But I think techno is also used sometimes in a much more broader sense, the way that, for example, other countries would use electronic dance music. So here, for example, you could then incorporate, let's say, house or the panorama bar. And the way that I've done it is kind of like thinking about sort of the broad terms and those things that fall out of the broad definition of techno. So this would be specifically bass music and experimental music, and those two genres I would say are still within the broader umbrella of maybe electronic dance music. So they market themselves in very similar ways. For example, the DJ has like this author status, right? Whereas, but I've also focused on like lots of different other genres. So this is like Afro beats, this is dancehall, indie, punk, etc. And these places typically have parties, but they are more organized around like themes. So the DJ is not as central, for example, in these parties. So it's a whole different way of marketing, which also has specific repercussions. If you were like, for example, let's say an Afrobeats promoter, you can, for example, you have a few chances a few clubs where you have chances if you have like a party which is based around like a certain theme, which is kind of like typical in the genre, or you could sort of like market yourself as a sound system and play Afro house, and then perhaps you could also be included in electronic dance music club. So it's always like these boundaries are constantly being redrawn, you could say.
Thank you. Any more questions? Yeah, the last one.
It's not a question, but also because you asked the question which I wanted to ask, so and you answered that. And I just wanted to add that there is also even a more broader way of using this term, like Berlin techno, and that's actually what we are sort of jumping on with our techno archive too. That it's not really focusing on this Detroit tradition, one genre, but in German, and especially with capitalized T, and also in German academia, techno is used for club culture in general, underground club culture. So also in this way, everything that goes around that term, you know, like it's included. So it's also house, and all the genres are part of it. And yeah, so there is a whole confusion around this term techno in this way, but also we use it for the techno archive, also not only focusing on specifically on this genre, but more like the club culture. And I don't know if you have followed this whole argument about the intangible culture heritage list. There was a huge, counter discourse around that from the Detroit community, that why Berlin got actually this position and why not Detroit. And it goes just back to this misunderstanding of the term. That is like, because Berlin techno in this way, and also how Rave the Planet actually applied for this position, was just this club culture in general. So it was just an unfortunate way of using the terminology. Yeah.
Yeah, and also, they do say, for example, in their application on their website, the origins of like this and this, which is not the contemporary practices, which is, I guess, which is the critique that I think is the critique that still holds. Yeah, because they're still talking about like sort of Black America in terms of origins, as if nothing happened after that.
Okay, thanks again, Timo.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, next up we've got Max Weiner from the Technology University in Berlin, who's going to be presenting on profiling the post-pandemic techno scene in the wider Berlin area, a raver typology. And this is part of a master's at that university. Okay.
Okay, yeah. Hello and welcome. Thank you for being here. And today I want to speak about the Berlin techno scene as well, and empirically map the internal complexity, and also examine where they are socially anchored within the city. And I do this by the clear research questions like who is actually participating as the monolithic definition of a raver in the Berlin techno scene today, and are there distinct subgroups within the scene when we look at their forms of participation and their social background. And answering this question is relevant, of course, because of the inter-scene diversity. We need this because usually they rely on a little cliches, and from a practical perspective, as we had heard today a lot, there's a paradox of technoculture as an urban cultural heritage, but on the other hand side, there's the gentrification going on, and it's always good to have some more hard empirical data to help support the structure. And I have these main three pillars as my literature base. Like, of course, there's the traditional audience research with the genre preferences, the event attendance frequency, and the general motives. And they are, of course, helpful, but a little outdated. As you can see, the only techno-relevant quantitative data was from Otte back from 2007, and Kirchner did some qualitative work from 2011, and they also looked into the subcultural dynamics, which we define as scene capital nowadays, and it's the insider knowledge, aesthetic codes, and social networks, as you might know. And the external stratification, it would have been too easy to just look at the social demographics, so I chose the Berlin cultural milieus as an external stratification, because this model integrates the values and practices of a certain lifestyle. So it provides a higher explanatory power. And it also allows comparison to the modern Berlin society, which is also good for the cultural base. And I did this with a twofold approach. First, I developed a data-driven empirical audience typology, and the second step was to analyze its embeddedness in these cultural milieus. Yes. Here you can see the twofold approach. First, I had a survey data. It was all quantitative, and on the right side, I had the cultural milieu approach, like the external certification, and the internal structure I did with a latent class analysis. So I had 36 items online and 38 items offline, and I collected this data online, of course, in Berlin club queues with QR codes. I posted in Telegram groups and contacted some event collectives. And on site, I was working in food truck at Fusion Festival and Field Festival, and had like a 2-paper questionnaire where people that were queuing could fill out. And in the end, I had over 500 filled formulas, but in the end, there were only 341 active scene participants. And the measures, so the items I used, were all from the 3 pillars I just described in the intro. Yeah. Sorry. So, as you can see, the sample composition in the age pyramid, like the gender distribution, is pretty normal, with an median age of 32. It's a super or pretty mature audience, and it's also pretty active. So it's active since 10 years in median, and also they go 50% go once a month clubbing, or even 11% go once a week. And also a lot of people visit 3 to 4 festivals, or even the majority 1 or 2 festivals a year. So it's a really experienced and active crowd that was filling in this questionnaire. And 2/3 came from the online questionnaire and 1/3 from the festivals. And this is not just, and they were highly educated, so it's not really good to put it into social demographic models, but to the Berlin cultural milieu model. And I compared it to the data from Tevis Stünzel to all the population in Berlin. And you can see that the general distribution is quite similar with all the milieus, but the more highly educated young milieus, like the precarious avant-garde and the affluent modernists, are overrepresented, yeah. And the more less academic milieus are marginal, no, a little bit underrepresented. But of course, like the general distribution justifies the relevance of the study in the Berlin context. And then I did the internal structure by a latent class analysis. To keep it short, it's a pretty complex model that finds hidden subgroups based on an observed response pattern on every type of questions. And in the end, the most stable model was like a 4-class model based on 10 core items of the 36 items. So a lot of items didn't get in, but the 10 core items were still from every scene relevant part of the survey. And so now I come to the four groups, and there's always 2 groups based on a polarization. This first group is more is the core of the scene, like the scene. I call them scene embedded ravers, and they visit a lot of festivals a year, a lot of clubs pretty often. They create the scene, they produce the scene, and are like pretty involved. Like they define it, and on the other part is the opposite. There's the part-time ravers. They are just casually attendance and see like the techno culture more as a leisure activity, and they don't go clubbing so often, and are also not so connected in the scene. And then there is the second polarization, which is more in spatial and aesthetic sense. Like, for example, on the left-hand side, there's a daytime festival ravers. They prefer to dance outdoor and prefer to dance in daytime. But on the other hand side, there's the nighttime club ravers. They like the purest techno and like to dance in nighttime and in indoor establishments. And you can see a big difference also in the tempo preference. For example, like the outdoor ravers, they prefer the lower tempo music, and the nighttime ravers, they like more the high tempo techno above 135 ppm, and also the aesthetic senses. It's much different. There's organic instruments preferred in daytime, and also vocals, but on the other side, it's the complete opposite. And they are both also pretty active in the club sense, and they also both have high scene capital, but not as much as the scene embedded ravers. But this is the bigger polarization axis, so I put it there. And to validate it with the Berlin clubs, you can definitely see that the scene embedded ravers, they have an abnormality, high preference for small scene-specific venues. The part-time ravers are more into the wider popular clubs like Sisyphos or Kata, but also like in more bar vibe after hour party clubs like Birgit or Club der Visionäre. And daytime festival ravers, they prefer more the clubs which are famous for outdoor and daytime events. And of course, the nighttime club ravers, they prefer the institutions for purist and high tempo techno like Berghain or ASO. So it's quite validated by the club preferences. And to have the cultural milieu background, there was a 3-step multinomial regression involved. And you can see the 3 upper milieus are the more educated milieus. And there its distribution is quite normal, but in the lower educated milieus, you can see a really like a disbalance, especially with the daytime festival ravers. So yeah, these both milieus, they prefer the daytime festival context. And to check if it's significant, there is the forest plot here, but you see there is no significant effects. So like the internal structure is not really stratified by these cultural milieus, but there is like small tendencies involved. For example, the inclusion of a vulnerable milieu like the roof-down milieu, and the sociable aspect of the entertainment milieu, and also like the affluent modernists, they are like more highly privileged cultural people, and they are in the more extreme parts of the raver groups. Yes. So to conclude everything, we can see that the Berlin techno scene is, in this survey, was a highly educated, 30+ gender balanced crowd, and they have a high active club experience, and also like the two axes of the structure is on the one hand side the scene capital, so if they're involved into the scene or not so much, and on the other hand side it's really an aesthetic and spatial difference, like nighttime ravers, they also prefer to dance indoor and they also prefer high tempo techno, and it's more about escapism. On the right side it's more about the daytime socializing aspect of lower tempo organic sound and socializing. So you can see like from the bar plot in the beginning, the external social origins, they shape the general scene participation, but the internal differentiation is more structured by scene-specific practices and subcultural integration. Yes. Of course, there were some limitations, like the statistical power. I only had 341 people answering, which is for the structure of the 4 groups, it's pretty good. But for the cultural milieus of 9 classes, it's not enough to have a significant effect. And for future work, we could enhance this for sure with more venue-specific data, more sexual orientations, or other parts of that. And for a theoretical contribution, I updated the data from Otter and Kirchner on a modern basis, which changed a lot through COVID in Berlin. And I also had new empirical data where urban planners can use it now to diversify and let the scene grow a little bit more into the right direction. Yes. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Max. And I should have said Stefan's involved in that research too. Do we have any questions? Yeah.
So from your data, I can see that these Berlin ravers are quite old, right? They're 30s. I mean, I'm like, yeah, older. Sorry. Perhaps, I mean, of course, it's hard to sort of compare this with other countries. I also noticed with the promoters I interviewed in Amsterdam, they were much younger. Some of them were in their early 20s. Most people I interviewed in Berlin were indeed like in their 30s or older. Not many people in their 20s. What explains this?
Like, I think a lot of people, they just stayed in the scene, like from the 90s, where it evolved a lot. And new people, of course, they come because of the electronic music is growing, but a lot of people, they just stay in the established context. And also a lot of the questionnaires were at Fusion Festival and also in the wider area. So I didn't just look at the small venues, but in the context of a festival, I think there's more older people involved than in general. But I think in Berlin, the culture of techno music is more mature, yeah, than in other cities maybe. This would be my guess, but yeah, who knows? Yeah.
Do you think there maybe is also a propensity to fill in surveys? Younger people just can't be asked.
Yeah, this as well.
Yeah, I found this when I did it. I had this kind of huge array of like older people answering the questionnaire until I managed to find a kind of ticket swapping site and posted my survey on there. And then I got the young people. But yeah, it's
This is also explained here. Like of course, the more educated milieus they prefer to answer surveys for free.
Just squeeze past. Okay, another question.
Yeah, thanks so much about the age question. I think it depends a lot where you're looking. We have this new thing now happening in the old airport Tegel. This is very young people, for example,
Turbulence,
running. I went there like 4 weeks ago. I felt so old. So they were all like 21 or something, and then like let's say 2,000 of them.
But it's also an open air.
That's true. That's true. But I know also like some of the Telegram illegal clubs were driven by very young people. So, but my question would be, of course, like an obvious question, but also very sensitive. Have you considered to ask about substance use? Because it's so much related to which kind of music you want to hear. So that would, of course, it's a sensitive topic, but to neglect it in an anonymous survey, I think it could be possible to integrate it. Right?
I had a question about substance use, but it was more about like it was also from disagree to agree, and it was like is the use of intoxicating substances essential for is it a reason for going out or something? And there was no real.
It wasn't a discriminating variable.
Yeah, like I should have.
Because then I think you will get relations.
Yeah, like for example here, like consume intoxicating substances when going out. This was the question, but like all the profiles, they had pretty similar taste, except for the part-time ravers, they're a little bit less. But it was not really. Yeah, but I feel like the item was. Yeah, I would ask differently. Like, when was the last time you consumed that or that? Yeah.
Anita.
Yeah.
Thank you so much, Max. I really, really like the categorization and this typology you built up. Could you say some more about it? How those different raver types crystallized in your research, or how those categories? If you go back, maybe in the last slide there were some of those names. So maybe make one more back. Yeah, this milieus and so on.
Milieus. Yeah. They're all described over here. They're like based on research from Tevis Schönze from the Institute for Cultural Participation. And it's based on research from Gunnar Otte, and he modernized it. And these are like the 9 milieus. And here, like all the ones on the right are the younger ones, the middle-aged ones, the older ones. And the more educated ones are on top, and the less educated ones are downstairs. And like the dominant milieus in the scene are, of course, more like the educated, young, alternative, cosmopolitan milieus. And the withdrawn milieu is like the only milieu which is a little bit less, like they don't go out so much. They are a little vulnerable, middle-aged, focus on domesticity and security. So it's a good finding that open air areas can just take people out of their home and get a little social. Yeah, and of course all the right milieus. It's pretty straightforward that they use the scene, and the upper middle milieu is the base milieu in Berlin, like also the main part of the population. So yeah, there's the descriptions. Yeah.
We have time for more questions.
I might add, so this milieu are based on a survey that is done every 3 years, and it's fully representative for the Berlin population. Oh, okay. So this is also how Max knows if he got good coverage of all the milieus, because we know the figures for Berlin. And we even know which percentage of each milieu is normally going to clubs.
Okay.
It's interesting. We have similar but differently named classifications in the UK. And there's an organisation called the Audience Agency that, using kind of cross-references with census data to draw maps of where they live, which might be. I don't know if you've got that as well. Yeah. Right. So distance travel to, or propensity to travel to an event might be interesting as well. Any more questions? We have time. The presenters have done amazing work in catching us up from the late start. No? Oh, early coffee then. Thanks everybody. Thanks to all the presenters. Thanks, Matt. These for the next chair.
Sehr schön präsentiert.
Oh, that's great. Thank you.
Pardon, you don't start. There's just a moment.
Okay, oh, we don't start. Okay.
Announcement anyway.
I can make the announcement, right? Yeah. So for those of you who are already quite hungry.
We are online.
Okay.
This one is for you. Yeah.
I'm super loud.
It's for you. Yeah.
Okay. So hello and welcome to the final session of the day. I hope you're still with us. It's been a long day already. For those of you already hungry, after this session, and hopefully we'll finish on time, there will be sandwiches outside. And if you're interested in tonight's talk, we can, if you're interested, leave together at 7 o'clock from here, downstairs, and take public transportation. Or, of course, you make your own way. Or if you're really exhausted already, you might want to go to bed early or just have a drink somewhere else. I don't know. Okay, so now let's start. So this is the session on bodies as archives, embodiment, well-being, and somatic recall. And we're starting off today with Maren Hancock. Maren's talk is entitled Embodiment, Memory, and the Global Circuits of Toronto's Brave... Oh, okay, no, it's changed.
Body, but it's got a different title.
Okay, so then and now, Toronto's outsized impact on rave culture. Over to you, Maren.
All right. Yeah, so I will be talking a bit about the body and embodiment. But...
You must use microphone.
All right. Sorry, I'm going to be so loud. So I will be talking about the body, but this has evolved. So first of all, I just want to start by thanking everyone for being here. Thanks to my co-presenters on this panel. I'm looking forward to your papers, and thanks to all the conference organizers. I'm thrilled to be here in Prague. This is my first time here. So, of course, I'm absolutely blown away by how incredibly gorgeous and clean and safe compared to, I know this might sound strange, but compared to Canada, this is a very safe, clean city. And so it's a pleasure to be here. But I'm here to talk about a different city, which is my part-time hometown of Toronto, or Toronto, which is the traditional lands and gathering places of the Wendat, the Haudenosaunee, and the Mississaugas of the Credit, and other Indigenous nations that have lived on Turtle Island, the colonial name of which is Canada, since time immemorial. So this presentation is previewing a chapter from the forthcoming edited collection, We Can Dance If We Want To, Canadian DJ Culture Turns Up. And that is co-edited by myself and Charity Marsh. Charity's from the University of Regina. And it's forthcoming on Wilfrid Laurier University Press later this year, hopefully, if not early 2027. So this collection, to our knowledge, is the first academic volume dedicated specifically to Canadian DJ culture. So we're bringing together scholars, DJs, promoters, journalists, and artists, or in the case like somebody like myself, all 5 of those things. And the collection examines Canadian DJ cultures through feminist, queer, anti-colonial, diasporic, and practice-based frameworks. So the paper that I'm presenting today is based on a chapter in progress that I'm co-authoring with Denise Benson. And the chapter is tentatively titled Then and Now, Toronto's Outsized Impact on Rave Culture. So this paper examines Toronto's significance within international rave and electronic music networks during the 1990s and 2000s, while also considering how the city's nightlife cultures continue to shape contemporary forms of DIY and community-based electronic music practice. So I want to acknowledge at the outset that much of the period under discussion predates my own time living in Toronto. I arrived in Toronto in 2009. I was quite familiar with the city as an international touring DJ and a member of the group Stinkmit. Our management and our booking agents and everything was in Toronto, and that's where we shot all our videos and all that kind of stuff. So I was familiar with Toronto throughout the 90s, but I didn't live there until 2009. And I continued to participate extensively in its DJ and nightlife communities. But again, I did not directly experience the formative rave years of the late 1980s and 1990s in Toronto. I was doing that in Alberta and British Columbia. So I'm sure you know, Canada is quite a large country geographically. So as a result, this chapter relies heavily on an oral history, particularly
on oral history, particularly an extended interview that I conducted with Denise Benson in May 2024, as well as Benson's own historical work in Then and Now, Toronto Nightlife History. I also draw from recordings of the 2013 Harbourfront Centre. That is a big arts organization in Toronto. So they did a series of panels in 2013. One was called the Toronto Rave Movement, the History, and the other was Toronto Rave Movement, the Legacy, both of which were moderated by Denise Benson. And they are available to watch on YouTube, and I've got the links in the references. I also used archival and secondary sources. So the reliance on oral history is methodologically significant. Electronic music and nightlife cultures are often poorly preserved within formal archives. Clubs close, as we all know. Flyers disappear, websites vanish, and scenes transform rapidly. In many cases, memory itself becomes a crucial archive, and so this is where the embodiment comes in. During our interview, Benson reflected on her motivations for documenting Toronto nightlife history. Again, in this book, which did very well, but is no longer in print. But there's a website, so you can go to you can just Google Then and Now Toronto, and the website is very extensive. So Benson's reasons for documenting Toronto's nightlife history, she said, "I didn't want the stories to disappear. I wanted people to know who built this." So that statement has become central to my understanding of this project, and it frames the analysis that follows. So today I will focus on 5 interconnected themes. Toronto is a global node in rave culture, the foundational role of queer, Black, diasporic, and immigrant communities, campus and community radio as cultural infrastructure, the shifting geography of rave spaces, and the resilience of DIY nightlife cultures. So across these themes, I argue that Toronto rave culture functioned and continues to function as a form of embodied cultural memory. So, Toronto's emergence as a major center of rave culture during the late 1980s and 1990s was not accidental. The city's size, density, multicultural population, and status as Canada's media and cultural capital created conditions that enabled electronic music cultures to flourish. Just out of curiosity, I'd love to see a show of hands of anyone who's been to Toronto. Okay, so 3 people have been to Toronto. Fabulous. So by the early 1990s, Toronto was hosting large-scale rave events that attracted thousands and sometimes tens of thousands of participants. Promoters such as Better Days, Atlantis, Destiny, Exodus, and Sirius developed events that became internationally recognized within rave circuits. What distinguished Toronto, however, was not simply scale. Rather, it was the city's remarkable sonic diversity and openness to experimentation. So genres including jungle, trance, hardcore, progressive house, Detroit techno, drum and bass, and UK garage circulated simultaneously within Toronto nightlife spaces. So during the 2013 Harbourfront Legacy panel, multiple speakers described how international DJs frequently commented on the unusually knowledgeable and musically adventurous nature of Toronto audiences. So this openness was deeply connected to Toronto's transnational character. Musical styles arrived through migration networks, imported vinyl cultures, Caribbean sound system traditions, which cannot be overemphasized, community radio, which again cannot be overemphasized, and transatlantic exchanges with cities such as London, UK, Chicago, Detroit, and New York. And it's worth remembering Toronto's relative geographical proximity to Detroit, Chicago, and New York. So Toronto became a site where multiple diasporic musical traditions intersected and were transformed through local practices. So importantly, these exchanges were experienced physically and collectively through dance floor participation, and in these ways, rave culture was fundamentally embodied. Participants learned musical languages not only intellectually, but through movement, repetition, and shared sensory experience. In this sense, Toronto's rave culture functioned as a lived and bodily encounter with transnational cultural circulation. So a central argument of this chapter is that Toronto rave culture was built through the labor, creativity, and organizational infrastructures of queer, diasporic, immigrant, and racialized communities. These communities were foundational to the emergence and development of rave culture in Toronto. Too often, rave histories are narrated as though rave culture emerged suddenly and independently within abandoned warehouses and temporary event spaces. However, Toronto's rave scene developed within a broader continuum of nightlife practices already established by Black, Caribbean, queer, and immigrant communities. During our interview, Denise Benson emphasized this point directly, stating, quote, "The queer and Black communities didn't just participate in rave culture, they created it." So this observation challenges dominant narratives that detach rave culture from the racialized and queer cultural histories that made it possible. Figures such as Marva Jackson and Michelle Geister played critical roles in shaping Toronto's electronic music landscape. So Marva Jackson was one of the first Black women DJs playing house and techno in Toronto, and she moved between LGBTQ plus nightlife spaces, campus radio, and underground dance events. So Geister's radio program Hard Drive on CKLN 88.1 FM, which is sadly stopped in 2011. So Geister's radio show introduced listeners to jungle, drum and bass, and UK hardcore. Excuse me, jungle, I was trying to see, I know that you're about to give me the 3 minutes. So Geister's radio show introduced listeners to jungle, drum and bass, and UK garage at a time when these genres remained marginal within mainstream Canadian media. So, the chapter argues that rave culture in Toronto was not solely about music, but about social relations and community formation. So values such as collectivity, openness, experimentation, and care became central to how participants experienced rave spaces. So multiple participants in the 2013 Harbourfront panels described rave culture as creating temporary environments in which racial, sexual, and social boundaries could be somewhat and temporarily reconfigured. So Mike Gibbs of Box of Kittens, for example, described rave culture as offering participants a vision of how people could actually live together. Such statements reflect the utopian dimensions frequently associated with rave culture, while also underscoring the importance of dance floors as spaces of social experimentation and alternative relationality. But it is important to trouble these ideas of rave culture as inherently equitable. And I think Tammy Gadir's book, Dance Culture, a feminist account, Dance Music, a feminist account of an ordinary culture, does an excellent job of challenging these utopian narratives. And I incidentally reviewed it for Dance Cult in a recent issue. All right. So, radio as community infrastructure. It is impossible to understand Toronto rave culture without understanding the role of campus and community radio. Prior to the rise of digital platforms and social media, stations such as the aforementioned CKLN, as well as CIUT, which is the University of Toronto radio station, and CHRY, which is the York University radio station, functioned as essential infrastructures for underground music circulation. So these stations connected scenes, educated audiences, and fostered collaboration across genres and communities. Denise Benson's radio program, Mental Chatter, which aired on CKLN between 1994 and 2002, so 18 years she did that show, became particularly influential within Toronto electronic music culture. During our interview, Benson recalled that listeners frequently taped the broadcasts onto cassette and circulated them hand to hand throughout Toronto and beyond. Radio, therefore, operated as both cultural infrastructure and archival practice. It enabled underground music to circulate beyond the spatial limits of the club, while simultaneously producing shared forms of cultural memory. Importantly, stations such as CKLN also existed within broader activist and community-oriented contexts. So programming frequently intersected with anti-racist organizing, queer activism, housing justice movements, and independent arts communities. As a result, electronic music cultures developed within a politically engaged media ecosystem. The sonic diversity of campus and community radio also shaped Toronto audiences. Listeners encountered jungle, reggae, industrial, hip-hop, queer dance music, and experimental music, and experimental electronic music within the same broadcasting environment. This genre fluidity became one of the defining characteristics of Toronto electronic music culture and contributed to the city's reputation for musical openness. Because I just have 3 minutes, I am going to... Actually, maybe I got time for this. So, the geography of Toronto rave culture reveals broader tensions surrounding urban development, commercialization, and public space. Early rave events often occupied temporary or unofficial spaces, including warehouses, roller rinks, church basements, and industrial buildings. These venues enabled forms of spatial experimentation and temporary autonomy, but they also existed under conditions of precarity. Police raids, licensing issues, fire code enforcement, and media moral panics were recurring features of the early rave era in Toronto. As rave culture became increasingly profitable during the mid to late 1990s, electronic music moved into larger and more commercial venues such as the Government, System Soundbar, and Turbo. This transition produced important contradictions. On one hand, commercial venues provided stability, visibility, and improved production infrastructures. On the other hand, commercialization altered the social dynamics of rave culture. VIP structures, corporate sponsorships, and bottle service economics increasingly replaced the more collective ethos associated with earlier underground spaces. Benson reflected critically on this transformation during our interview, stating, "Once the energy drink companies got involved, you knew something had shifted." So similar concerns emerged during the 2013 Harbourfront discussions, where several participants described the commercialization of rave culture as producing exclusions along lines of race, class, and accessibility. At the same time, contemporary Toronto nightlife demonstrates that DIY cultures never fully disappeared. In the post-pandemic period especially, there has been renewed interest in underground, queer, and community-oriented electronic music events. And I'm just gonna skip to the conclusion. Sorry, I ran out of time. So I would like to conclude by returning to the relationship between rave culture and embodiment. Toronto rave culture demonstrates that electronic music cultures are bodily and spatial practices shaped through movement, sensation, and collective experience. Dance floors become spaces where participants negotiate identity, belonging, pleasure, exclusion, resistance, and community. Importantly, not all bodies moved through these spaces equally. Black, queer, diasporic, disabled, and immigrant communities frequently experienced both marginalization and cultural appropriation, even as they played foundational roles in shaping rave culture itself. And yet these communities continued to build spaces of connection, experimentation, and resistance through music and dance. As Benson reflected during our interview, the dance floor was where we learned how to be free, even if only for a few hours. That statement captures the broader argument of this paper. Toronto rave culture was a collective social practice through which communities created forms of memory, belonging, and cultural continuity, both then and now. Thank you. I just pull it out, the USB. Do I need to like inject it?
Maybe somebody has a question still and you want to go back to the...
We're going to do them after, certainly.
There are already some, okay. Maren, if you want to take the other microphone to answer the questions.
Yes, hello.
Okay. Let's start at the back, okay? Question 1, question 2, and question 3, okay.
I'm not that loud. Thank you so much. Coming from dance studies, like this is super. I've been excited about this panel all day long. Thank you so much for your work. And also thank you for mentioning college radio. That was one of these things, I think for those of us, I keep talking about how old I am, but I'm one of those
51.
people. Yeah. 49. I'm one of those people that used to tape the shows, and it was frustrating. Well, this is in Texas, but sometimes they wouldn't tell you the names of the songs. So I have tapes where I didn't know the names of the songs for decades until the internet. So thank you for that. And then I'm just making some notes. So you're talking about public space. And talking about the dance floor, but what about also outside of the dance floor? I use the idea of the choreography of the city, walking in the city, and transportation as another form of like accessibility. And when these places, these nodes close and move, and the reshaping of the city, how that affects people's access and who how does that change it? I don't know a lot about the history of Toronto, it's per se, in the different areas, but I don't know if you want to speak to that a little bit.
I mean, massively, like gentrification throughout Canada, but particularly in Toronto and Vancouver, has had a massive impact on dance music culture and dance music spaces. I highly recommend going through Denise Benson's website, Then and Now. She talks a lot about how, I mean, Toronto, it is crazy how much it has gentrified, even since I moved there in 2009, and certainly since the 90s. It's almost an unrecognizable city. So I'm not sure like exactly what aspect to speak to in with your comments, but I do want to say that being from North America, and especially of a certain age, as we discussed, I mentioned this in the presentation, I cannot overemphasize the impact of campus and college radio in Canada, which we call CCR, Campus and Community Radio, prior to the internet. That, as well as our public broadcaster, CBC, specifically a radio show called Brave New Waves, which was hosted by a few people, but significantly for me anyways, Patty Schmidt. So super impactful. So I grew up in Calgary, Alberta, and I grew up listening to CJSW. And there is a radio show on there called Sunday School by DJ Rice that has now been going for 30 years. So there's a lot of these really like legacy DJs and legacy, but I'm sorry, same with Toronto, to go back to Toronto. Another interesting aspect of Toronto is our transit system is terrible. It is constantly made fun of. People will superimpose maps of the Toronto subway over top of like Paris's and be like, ha ha ha, we suck. And like over top of like the Tube in London, be like, we are so sucking compared to this. So it's difficult actually to use the TTC. But there have been a series of subway raves. And those were organized by a prominent queer activist, Will Monroe. And I have a big debt to Will Monroe because he was the first person to bring my band Stinkmit to play in Toronto at a very huge night called Vaseline. So he would throw raves on subways, and you can find footage of this on YouTube. So I don't know if any of that. So in terms of moving through the city, it's changed so much, and so a lot of the places where they were holding the underground raves in the 90s have been made into condos, and that's like another sort of joke or common theme that runs through discussions of Toronto space and dance music spaces. Is now it's a condo, now it's a condo, now it's a condo building, and it's depressing. Sorry to end on that note.
Hey, thank you. So, sorry I was only able to come in halfway through because it was really exciting to hear about those parallels between rave culture and the development of rave culture and the demise of rave culture in Canada and how that compares with the UK. It sounds almost identical. And what you were just saying a minute ago as well about what's happening in the kind of infrastructure of cities, same thing happening in London, same thing happening in Bristol. The thing I was really excited about was when you were talking about pirate radio, how that's integral to the fabric of underground dance.
It's not
music
pirate
culture.
radio though. We have to make that very clear distinction. Pirate radio is the UK. Is very different. Campus and college radio are funded by public infrastructure. So the radio stations I mentioned were all connected to universities. CIUT, you can still listen to. You can listen to this online. You can go to CIUT and listen to it. It's the Sound of Toronto. So it's the University of Toronto's radio station. So they are funded. They are funded by public money. So they're funded by university money, but they're also funded by community money. And what some people don't understand about specifically campus radio, and I worked for a campus radio station and newspaper at University of British Columbia for almost a decade. CITR, which some people know about because Nardwar, the human serviette, came up from CITR and still does a radio show on CITR. And I had a radio show right before him. So what a lot of people don't know is that campus and college radio in Canada is not just to serve students and campuses, it's also to serve the community. So you need to have community radio shows. So if there's distinct Ukrainian community has a radio show, the Filipina community has a radio show, and that is required from us. So it's very different than pirate radio. It's got infrastructure, it's got funding, it's got boards of directors, the National Campus and Radio Association, or NCRA in English, ANRAC en français, is the governing body of campus and college radio. So, but I think the real similarity with London is the transnationality and the diasporic communities. So much of rave culture in Toronto is built on sound system culture, and my understanding is that is similar in London. a lot of DJ infrastructure comes from the Caribbean sound system culture.
You possibly already answered my question then. So that kind of ecosystem of pirate radio was, pirate radio in the UK, in the area around in and around London, and that practice of recording cassettes and exchanging cassettes with and you've got kind of third generation duplicates of cassettes. That was such a massive, massive part of my musical nurturing as a young person. But what I was going to ask is that it was very specifically a heteronormative homosocial space. So I was interested to know how that was perhaps reoriented in Toronto. But the fact that, as you say, you're talking about it's not pirate radio. No. Yes.
It is not. Every time I think about pirate radio, I just think about people just do nothing. But I think it's interesting to point out too that the DJ culture has always been DJ culture has really been formed by mixtapes and exchanging of mixtapes. Like when hip hop was developing in the 70s and the 80s, a lot of, so this might be where the heteronormativity comes in or whatnot, but a lot of military personnel were trading mixtapes when they would go out into the world and do their military thing. Sorry, that wasn't a very academic phrase, but you know what I mean? So there's always been a foundational aspect of DJ culture, or the exchange of cassettes, of home taped cassettes I think has always been foundational to DJ culture. I would argue. Thank you for your questions. These are great questions.
Thank you very much. It's very interesting to hear about Toronto. It might be a little bit in line with what has been asked before, but I was curious about the resurgence. Where does it take place? Because like the infrastructure of empty warehouses, does that still exist? Because we lost the last empty warehouse in Copenhagen 10 years ago.
It does not. So what happened, so the resurgence, and I kind of had to skip over that part, but very interestingly to me, and I was in Toronto for this part. I was in Toronto until late 2021 when I got a job at the University of Wolverhampton and moved to Birmingham for 3 years. But prior to that, what happened during the pandemic was, and for, you can have different moral takes on this. I'm not saying I necessarily condone this, or perhaps I do because I did participate in it. But what happened during the pandemic was a lot of people were organizing secret outdoor parties. So they weren't happening in warehouses, but they were happening in a lot of them happened underneath bridges, so underneath major transport infrastructure. Some of them happened by where I live. I live in High Park North, which is by the Humber River. So raves were happening in the Humber River towards the end of the. And one thing that is significant is Ontario had the longest lockdown in North America. So we were under lockdown for more than 2 years. And so for queers like myself and queer communities who have chosen families, perhaps it was much harder for us to be isolated from each other because we were isolated from our chosen families and from our support structures that we had developed as queers. So we were throwing outdoor parties that were illegal. And so when the restrictions were lifted, there had been for a couple of years an infrastructure built on throwing illegal parties again, right? And doing it like on the DL. So not advertising on social media, so using Telegram channels or using, Slack or whatnot, right? So that's sort of what happened. So in a way, the pandemic, because we had to go underground again with raving, some of those practices brought back, and then they stayed. And one of the prominent party promoters, I didn't mention that, but she plays in Europe a lot, is Chippy Nonstop. She got booted out of the U.S. For immigration stuff in 2015, and ended up in Canada, even though she's not from Canada. She had like a distant relative there, and so they sent her to Canada. And so she got to Toronto and started a thing, a promoter group or a party group called Pep Rally. And so they throw a lot of big parties, and they still do things like, I think, sort of underground. So it is actually pretty exciting. The pandemic sucked, but the silver lining was, again, these underground parties that were, in terms of the morals of it, they were all outside, right? So they were considered safer. But again, I know it's in Canada, it's a very contentious subject. Thank you for your question.
Unfortunately, we're out of time for more questions. So thank you very much again, Maren, for your presentation.
Well, rip it out, that's okay? That's okay. It won't explode? Okay, great. Thank you.
Next up, we have Mark van Bergen. Whilst earning his living at Fontys University, he's doing his PhD at Tilburg University, and he is talking to us about pre- and after-party affect, exploring well-being beyond electronic dance music events.
Thank you for the introduction, and thanks for having me. Shout out to DC26 and Charles University. I'm Mark. Leading up to the occasion of this paper presentation, I'll start with a short note on myself. I'm active in electronic music business for some 30 years now, but I'm actually quite new to academia. Started as a journalist after university, writing on electronic music, and then delivering a couple of books on the history of it in the Netherlands. Switched to education, and then in COVID era, it was just already mentioned, it triggered a spark because the subject of necessity of clubs nowadays confirmed with clubs shutting down, etc. That really sparked a fire in me, and luckily Fontys was so eager to give me a grant and let me do this research on the subject of electronic dance music events and well-being. The last couple of decades, we've seen a rising interest in the importance of well-being in general, but also within this field, a rising interest of the relationship between arts, culture, and well-being. Whereas, the subject of electronic dance music culture within this arts and culture field is quite limited. I saw, especially when I dived into it after the COVID era. So that's one of the reasons I dived into it. Existing studies focus mostly on the in-event moments, despite a broader timeline. And for instance, and that's why I've included this visual of DEF CON 1 festival, which is like the biggest gathering in the harder styles worldwide, months in ahead of the actual festival, which takes place in June. They drop the lineup and people really go crazy, and it's already seems like a pre-party itself. And this is reflected afterwards as well. I think Lorenzo was one of the first, one of the guys who told about it with the nostalgic aspect that people can really get hyped years and years and decades after certain clubs and events. So I first did a literature review on what exists and does not exist within the field of electronic dance music and well-being. And one of the gaps I noticed was the focus on the in-event effect. So my assumption was that pre- and post-EDME experiences may also matter. That led to the following research question. How do EDME visitors describe the ways how EDME participation shapes their sense of well-being before and after the event? So I used the following methodology, semi-structured interviews based mainly on my first study, the literature review on well-being, arts and well-being, electronic dance music and well-being. I did 18 face-to-face interviews, 4 focus groups, which led to a total of 28 Dutch EDME participants who frequently attend those events, and I try to strive to diversity as well, which you can see in the figure below. For me, it's important to stress that I wanted to go beyond the credible musical genres. I see a lot of studies that zoom into the house, the techno, more like the psytrance as well. And like I just said in the Netherlands, especially the harder styles are very huge as well, so they can't be neglected. So for this exploring study, I really tried to cover the whole spectrum, which of course has limitations, but it's an exploration, of course. So I just finished the process of coding and thematic analysis, and I will take you through the results. I saw that 4 dominating interconnected themes came out of the transcripts. The first one is letting go, which is all about a break or anticipated break from daily life in terms of duties, responsibilities such as work, study, etc. Connecting, which in contrary is all about bonding, connecting with peers or the expectation of connecting to them. Ritualizing, which is all about extended EDME activities initiated by participants themselves, so not provided by promoters such as the live event itself, but actually created by the respondents. And on a more abstract level, I saw the theme of implementing, which is more about how the EDME experience is integrated into your daily life. So I will take you through some illustrative participant quotes and then connect them to existing literature. So on the subject of letting go, pre-EDME, Peter said, the fact that you know that there's a day coming when you can, for a moment, completely break away from the system, a temporary holiday, as it were, that's what makes you look forward to it. And we can't neglect the level of pre-fun that people experience weeks or even months before an actual live event. And I will get back to the holiday aspect later, because that's something that I hear a lot, a mini holiday or another world into which people hope to appear at the event. Millie said, I think that the prospect also gives a kind of calm. If I have a really stressful week and I know I'm going to a party on Saturday, that can really help me. A healing prospect, she said. Reflecting on the experience on letting go, Cornell said, you've been able to throw out all your energy for a moment, just not think about anything, just really let go. In the days after, you just feel more relaxed and more zen, as if it was simply necessary for a moment to stabilize yourself. Cornell actually was one of the sober clubbers, so that's why this quote comes from him. Not everyone is as stable as he after a night of clubbing, I can tell you. A big majority uses substances, I think all except 2 said to use it. And of course, letting go then gets paradoxal, you know, because you have to let go of the clubbing experience, and that gives some challenges as well. Good to stress that with well-being, I also look at the negative or positive and possible negative impact. So what Gerard said was, depending on what I have taken, it is mostly difficult to fall asleep. In the days that follow, my sleep is often poorer as well. And with MDMA, I never become extremely down, but I do notice that I become a bit more emotionally sensitive. And this is quite symbolic for what everyone else said. Some little Tuesday dip, as some in the Netherlands say, but for the rest, it's okay. On the theme of connecting, pre-EDME, Bart said, you do it together. It creates a sense of community. You go somewhere with a group already knowing it will be enjoyable. And I think that is something very important. Post-EDME, Betty said about the relationship with her husband, who she actually met at a festival 20 years ago. Every now and then, you just need some time together. I mean, when you have a family, you can easily get caught up in the daily grind. So this is something we do, and it gives us new energy for our daily life. Skip to the ritualizing theme. Pre-EDME. This is very, thank you. This is very common. Bart said, it is quite important to me that I go through lineups and look up background information. It gives me excitement, anticipation for the day, and a great deal of energy. But it also feels like a form of cultural development. I acquire a lot of knowledge about things, also about artists I had not encountered before. This musical research is executed by a lot of participants in advance of EDMEs. And post-EDME, Millie said, I might not think about it every day, but every now and then I do. It's in my mind. I also get a tattoo, and when I'm doing my hair in the mirror, I see it, and then I think, hey, there actually are a lot of beautiful moments, and this is the tattoo inspired on experience at Boom Festival. So how does this relate to literature? The theme of letting go connects with theories on escapism, liminality, the idea of a temporary other world, vitality, but also when it comes to drugs, health risks. This connects with socialization, intimacy, a sense of belonging, but it also demonstrates that, already in advance and afterwards of the event, people can kind of enjoy this. On the ritualizing part, we of course have studies on musicking and ritualization, and I think this builds on what it has been researched by Small, for instance. The fourth, more abstract theme, implementing. Olaf said, when I'm standing there on such a dance floor, you're surrounded by so many different people, young, old, white, black, it just doesn't matter at all, to put it bluntly. Everyone is equal, and I take that with me into my shop. He is a shop owner, but also to my children at home. Like, it simply doesn't matter where you come from or what you are. Everyone has value. And he is an age clubber. He is almost 50, and he goes by himself, always, Olaf. He's a married man, and he still goes. And Anne, she's even older, 57, she said, I can say that through EDMEs, I've become a more pleasant and more approachable person, and that's something I've also been told at work. Wow. So this builds on theories on identity formation, personality formation, vitality again, inclusivity, and tolerance. There have been studies on this, and I think, I can give some more depth in it. Initial conclusions and follow-ups. Based on this exploring research, I think pre- and after EDME phases are likely to have positive impact on well-being as well. And support comes from studies on a holiday and a sport event anticipation. I think especially Nawijn has done a great job. He has demonstrated that the anticipation to huge sports events can even bring more happiness than the event itself or what happens afterwards. And the same, no, not sport events, but holidays. I made a mistake. It's about holidays. And the parallel to holidays was actually made a lot of times by my respondents. Of course, this is not covering, so additional quantitative research is needed, and that is exactly what I want to do, not only on the pre- and after EDME phase, but also on what happens during EDME. So I will start a survey soon, and also I'm planning to do a relatively new method called experience sampling, in which I will try to follow people live, well, not during the event, but in the lead up and afterwards, so I can ask them questions on certain moments to really, because this study was reflecting, looking back, and I really want to do some more live sampling. So that was it. Thank you, and I'd be happy to answer questions.
Thank you very much, Mark. Are there any questions for Mark?
maybe it's more to comments. Thank you very much for the presentation. Very interesting. I think you're doing very important work. One maybe suggestion, what you call implementation, I would rather call it maybe transformation, because there's a whole discourse on the transformation aspect of, for example, of festivals and so on. And I think you could also attach to that literature. That would be my first point. No answer needed.
I can answer if you like.
Maybe just let me make my second point. My second point, I think this is very important. And when you do this work, if you really want to put out that you have good effects on well-being, my suggestion would really to implement standardized scales, which are already in the literature. Because I've seen many different studies not doing it, and they had always problem to attach to that research discourse.
Yeah,
so both strategical suggestions.
Thank you
I like your work.
very much. That's a good point. Of course, there's limited time here, but I can tell you much more on well-being scales, types of well-being. So in the survey, I will, of course, implement 1 or 2 scales. And coming back to you on your first point, transformation in the literature is quite literally seen as a changing process, and I think it doesn't cover all the effects. I think it's also in very daily things, daily affairs, such as the shop owner said, like dealing with customers. That's not a transformation taking place at that moment. It's a result of a transformation, a process he has experienced at dance floors. So it's also like a definition thing, maybe. But when you talk about liminality and transformation, it's mostly about the actual change that's taking place at the EDMEs. Whereas I think the effects are more like on a daily basis as well. That would be my perspective.
Sorry, me again. Thank you, that was really interesting. I'm interested to know, so you interviewed 18 participants.
28.
28, sorry. Is there any kind of commonality in the kinds of events that they're attending? Because electronic dance music events come in all different shapes and sizes, and I think what you're suggesting makes a lot of sense with regard to, say, like the kind of fun fair aspect of like the kind of rave parties in the UK in the sort of circa 1990, the kind of rave bunnies of like Gatecrasher era, circa 2000, the Boomtown Festival and the kind of fantasy world that's constructed. But is there a kind of aesthetic commonality with the particular type of events that they're attending?
Yeah, good point. And that's exactly, I forgot to mention, but that's exactly what I do want to dive in further with the survey, because this was really an exploring study, as you have seen. I think the styles really reflect the EDME preference as well. So it was really broad. I think I have to make some choices in the survey, but I'm really interested in how, for instance, BPM relates to well-being, because there is a saying in Holland that the higher the BPM, the higher the commitment, and I actually believe. Yeah, I actually believe there's a core of truth in that, because when you, for instance, look at GABA, which is born in the Netherlands, that became a lifestyle with people dressing up in Australians and Nike Air Max and really living the music. So that's very interesting to see all those demographics and how they relate to aspects of well-being.
We have time for one more question, if there is one. Okay, if not, then thank you very much again, Mark. And we are coming to our final presentation of the day. Stephanie, she is an independent dance scholar, and her paper is entitled Dancing Memory, Somatic Recall and Embodied Archives in Electronic Dance Music Culture.
Thank you so much for having me here. Oh, like this? Hear me? All right. Thank you so much for having me here. It's great to be in Prague, and it's a city that means a lot to me.
dance-wise as well. So yeah, I'm gonna dive straight into it. I'm a dance scholar. I'm very nerdy. I love talking about dance. Dance is my life. I do it in different ways. Like I dance, I perform, I'm backstage, I'm side stage. I read about dance, I write about dance, and anything that's involved about dance. So just you know where I'm coming from with this whole research. So what I was really particularly interested in was, you know, when I do dance research, I do mostly historical dances and the dances of Ireland, but I'm also very much involved in electronic dance music, subcultures, dancing and everything. So I was wondering, if you don't have choreographies and if you don't have memorized steps, that's what you come across in dance research usually, how is that implemented in electronic dance music? You know, like how does the body remember anything in a club culture? Sorry, there's so many things here to look at and to take. So, yeah, so I place myself in the field. This is very much an autoethnographic analysis as well. I talk about my own subjective perception and personal memory. I have a multicultural background, grew up in different places in the world. I speak several languages. I attended lots of festivals and a lot of subculture events and substance-free attendance. Like I don't take drugs or anything like that or alcohol or anything. So it's really purely what I experience. It's purely like coming from my own body. And something that I perhaps wasn't aware of either, that's people with stronger pathways between sound and emotion, they experience sound and music a bit more extreme than perhaps other people, and that's just something I found out about it. Like now, what you see in my research, it can trigger extreme full body and emotional experiences from dopamine. People call frisson. It's a French word for like the tingling you get all over the body, or like what you get down the spine. You know, like shivers down your body and stuff. And yeah, and I love combining knowledge and storytelling. So the aspect of that is very important to me, to kind of try to bring academia across through storytelling, through personal experience, so people maybe have a connection to what I'm trying to say. So perhaps just quickly, two terms that are very important for you to understand a little bit what I'm talking about is somatic memory is usually used a lot in psychology. I wrote it down there at the bottom, but it's mostly reflecting trauma and stress responses, like whenever you start shaking like now and high, like myself now, you know, like high stress responses that you have, or when a traumatic event happens, you have the fight or flight kind of reaction to it and stuff. But I was wondering, what is that actually in dance? How is that used in dance? So that's more of like the body's way of storing past experiences as a physical sensation rather than a conscious thought of stories, you know, like it's just stuff that happens. It's a database that's inside your body. And it's used in order to perform the expression, the technique authentically and precise, focusing on an internal experience of a movement dancing from the inside out rather than a memorization of a pattern. So it's not just, oh, this is a dance step, I know what I have to do. It's not muscle memory. It's really you understand your movement from the inside and dance it that way. Embodiment in a dance as well, it's just, you take that database that you have in your body and you put that through and you live that, you know, it's like, it's active living of the whole thing. There's, for example, if you have a troupe of different contemporary dancers and they're all different, there's something that I've seen myself, like one is pregnant, one is injured, one person is tall, female body, queer body, different types of bodies, different type of personalities. They can all do the same choreography, the same movement, but it looks different because they embody that movement in a different type. And that's what you see. That's when you kind of say the true and authentic dancer is visible in the audience rather than when you have a line of river dancing people, you know, that just like it all looks the same. It's not like that. So embodiment is really different. Just quick, just to kind of come from dance scholarship, what does it actually look like if you see people dancing, focusing now on psytrance, because that's where I'm most of the time. it's very hard to describe, you know, it's very hard to describe what does a dance look like, but maybe I would like to point out a few things here. Like one important thing is there's no set rules, you know, like anything is possible. The community creates a safe space where the individual can just be, and that's very important, you know. It's like there's no rules of anything. You can just be, you can just express yourself and your body in the way you want to. And the dance is very personal as well, and it's not performed for anyone. It's not performed for an audience. It's like it's your personal thing. You're not presenting yourself to anybody else. You know, so all in all, it's a very individual and not easy to describe dance type. The dancer expresses his inner world through personalized and unique movement. So going straight into my first story, I was a very young woman. I went to my first ever big, massive festival outside of Switzerland. First time in Africa, first time traveling without my parents, first time exposed to different type of music. Somebody was explaining the fact of exchanging mixtapes. We didn't have access back then to different music. You couldn't go on YouTube and find something. It was the first time I was ever exposed to music from Australia, from Japan, and all the different DJs from around the world that I never heard of, and different types of psychedelic trance music. So it was an incredible experience, especially as it was peaking to a nearly 4-minute-long solar eclipse in the middle of the bush in Zambia. So that was like really life-transforming. There was a party DVD, a VHS that came out after, so of course I looked over it over and over and over again until it nearly ripped apart. But there's one special moment there that I would like to show you, and bear with me. It just kind of captures the whole madness of the festival, and the more I watched it, the more I felt like this is really showing what that festival felt to me back then in all that novelty.
I liked Ollie's set so much. Thunderstorm.
And I find some of the music around at the moment a little bit tame, so I like to put a bit more intensity into the mix.
It's a bit like a big acid test.
Chap who freaks out just hasn't passed the acid test.
I went to Samothraki Dance Festival in Greece. Another pivotal point in my life. It was huge, it was massive. It was the hottest summer that maybe you can remember back in the day, 2003, summer of 2003. It was really hot throughout the whole week. The day that Ollie then Space Tribe played, I wanted to go see him, woke up in the morning and went, but it was a stormy day. So it was like this intense change in weather. If you see the upper photograph, you could see it was the sacred mountains in the back. You had the woods, you had the DJ set there, you had the dance floor amongst the mushrooms, and then if you turn around, you look at the bottom, you had kind of like a rocky elevation and a rocky beach and the sea, and then you had the wind coming from the sea in that morning and the sun getting up on that side. So it was kind of like, okay, what way do you turn? Do you turn towards the DJ? Do you turn towards the sea and the sunset? And it was a lot of energy that morning. So when he started playing, was all good, very well. I was there like the two girls at the bottom, dancing away, looking, facing the other way. When I recognized acid test, there was a shift. I started screaming, went straight up to next to the DJ set. I don't remember anything about my dancing. I just remember kind of afterwards, I kind of like woke up, opened up my eyes and was like, what just happened? And like my body tingled from head to toe. It was like really, really intense, an intense moment. And it was like the whole energy of Samothraki Dance Festival clashed together with my whole experience of Zambia, and was kind of like a clash of two massive events that just showed up like that, with a tingling and with a massive frisson in my body. Another example that I remembered and looked at was this one track called Gamma Goblins Part 2 by Hallucinogen, that I was very much listening a lot, because many of the tracks that I was listening to inspired me to create some art through the visions that I had while listening to the music. And so very well, I created this drawing, and it was played live by a DJ at some party in 2002 in Switzerland. And this is from my Goa diary, like an excerpt that I used to write down all my notes and all my reflections of my parties in my personal diary. And so what happened, like I was drinking a cup of chai, so I heard the track, and then cup of chai, drank it down and burned my throat as I heard a witch's song, ran down and turned into a witch myself. So it kind of made me feel that I turned into one of the characters that I was portraying. You know, this is the drawing that I did. I can't really show much. Yeah, there's some melody to that. I can't really fast forward. I was trying that, but it's just like there's blubbering there, so that's what made me think of the blubbering, you know, of the hodgepodge soup that they were cooking, and the little what do you call the little witches, or the little characters there. So 23 years later, I ended up at the Zora Festival, 2005. Mere coincidence, Hallucinogen was playing. I heard the beginning of that track, and I was like, oh, that sounds familiar, but I didn't recognize it straight away. I started taking the camera out because I wanted to record, because I knew it was something old style for my friend that I wanted to show that wasn't there. Until then, I realized, the moment I started recording is the moment I realized, oh my God, that's my witch's song. And you kind of see a little bit what happens. That's me screaming there. And I can't hold the camera still. It was just kind of like, okay, you know, like I was kind of like getting back into that moment 23 years earlier. Yeah, I stopped it right after that, so I could not hold it anymore. I went straight up, and I ended up hopping. I used to dance in a very hoppy way, whereas now I found myself, I dance grounded. And all of a sudden, after 23 years, I started hopping around like a teenager. And that was something I was like, okay, what's happening in my body? You know, why is this happening? Where does this come from? Is this somatic memory in some type, or what is this exactly? Last quick story. Dance ethnographer and me, I wanted to find that last moment, you know, when you know the festival is finishing. I wanted to capture that energy. So Boom Festival 2003, GMS was playing. The crowd was going mad. So it was just that ecstasy that felt, you know, the festival is finishing, it's wrapping up, everybody's giving their most, you know. Funny enough, bless you, funny enough, then something happened like 2 years later. And I just think it's gas because my friend managed to pick up that exact same moment. Maybe I'll mention to you here, I was dancing grounded all evening long. My hair was up in a dot, but oh my God, what happened? What did I do? I don't know. Oh, yeah. Yeah, okay, thank you, sorry, so sorry. So just so you see what happens, like this came very unexpectedly. Hair was up like I have it now, and this happened. And I haven't danced like that at all evening long. I was dancing in a grounded way. So I was like, okay, what is this? I tried to find similarities between these three stories and couldn't really find anything satisfactory besides basically that all three included like a massive surge of frisson or of eargasm, some people call it. And it's just maybe due to how how my body reacts to sound, you know, how my pathways in my brain are connected to sound. So maybe, you know, like my friend was saying, there's not really much that I like found satisfactory in this research that I wanted to kind of like dive into it and kind of realize, okay, this makes sense. It kind of just put out more questions. One question that really like surged here was especially, I think, I'm not sure if it was last year at the Dance Cult Conference, but I was telling the story of my first ever concert. I was 13 at the time. I was high for a week. I was like walking on clouds. And then somebody then told me, just looked at me and said, and we've been trying to chase that kick ever since. And that really made me reflect, like, okay, is this really what's happening? Is this really what my body is trying to get back into this whole experience? So basically, what I can give you as a final conclusion is that I argue that somatic memory in electronic dance music culture would be mostly triggered by recognizable tracks or moments in a track, like more sound rather than smells or other things that you find through the body, like, of course, because of electronic dance music. And that research shows that not everybody can experience those frisson moments, and my observations and autoethnographic analysis are thus not the standard, certainly, but it offers another perspective and another layer to this topic. And also as well, the dance floor is a safe space in psychedelic trance music culture, and it offers a place where people can practice and live out their personal embodiment in a dance. So you dance to the same music, the same beat, but you still embody your own movement. You dance the way your body makes you feel it, makes you experience it. And these rather scarce findings are open possibilities to further research to be conducted and explore other areas further, such as the frisson experiences, the role of dopamine in the dance floor, or the dance addiction in a substance-free body, amongst others. That's just what opened up from my personal experience that I have to share with you today. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Stephanie. Are there any questions?
All right, first off, thank you for talking about autoethnography. I didn't, it's such a dance studies thing that I didn't, in my presentation, I'm using it and I didn't even like call it out because I'm like, yeah, it's autoethnography. And also the idea of the somatic memory where it's not just like everything you've danced before, it's everything that's happened to your body ever, like can be triggered. And thinking through that and the idea of the dopamine. Have you read about the work of dance for people with Parkinson's and other issues like that? There's a book from Intellect that I have that I never finished, but I would recommend that to you. And just the idea of the grounding versus that's a very dance studies approach to come to that. And just for out of curiosity, what dance styles are you referring to, like outside of your EDM experience?
I'm mostly involved in the dances of Ireland, like Irish solo step dancing, group dances, set dancing, all of these dances, folk dancing, and early dances, which is formations and choreographies and all that. So the Parkinson's book you mentioned, that's very much used now with elderly people doing set dancing, and to see how that actually helps their brains restore and actually not shake that much anymore. I also have a friend, he's shaking like that. The moment we start set dancing, the shaking is gone, So there's a lot of research on, but it's never been connoted to me with electronic dance music experience. It's always just with the choreographed dances and group dances in the folk style. Yeah.
Thank you for your beautiful presentation. It was really beautiful to see how you put your experience into this kind of environment and genre. So it's just curiosity. In the genre of trance, which one you see more yourself, or if actually each subgenre of trance pushes maybe some different emotions to you?
That's very interesting. It's mostly psychedelic trance I'm involved in. When I discovered it, I used to go a lot to trance parties, techno parties, house parties, and it was nice, and I had really great experiences as well. Some like flying out experiences as well, with types of Faithless or different type of DJs and people that make music. But it was maybe more the community then that I found inside trance that was more appealing to me, more kind of like the hippie style community, everybody together, and more what I said, the safe hub. You're not dancing, like nobody's courting another. When you go to a club, you're kind of like, okay, who's watching? Or people dancing like that because they want to dance towards you, they want to like flirt with you, and I wasn't interested in any of that. So I was just happy out in my happy space where all the hippies danced together. Nobody cared what you looked like, nobody cared, nobody's really flirting with you in that kind of sense. Everybody's just in their happy bubble, but you're still in a community together. So that's kind of like what I think also the dancing type or the movement style of people in a psychedelic trance party tends to be a bit different than maybe other more regular parties in the cities or different dance styles, different dance music styles. Sorry.
Hi, thank you for that presentation. I really liked, as a term, the somatic memory and using it for dance. And I can very much recognize this thing about when I start to dance, there's something hidden that I sort of like rediscover. I was just wondering, and maybe this is just me being autobiographic back, but when I've spoken to several of just my friends and dancers, a lot of people have brought up there is some sort of like wall you have to break through. And I recognize it very much with some sort of an element of exhaustion. Like at one point when I get too tired, it's sort of like, then I can disconnect my self-aware mind, and then I can start dancing. And I was just wondering if you made any, like, brought attention to other stuff than memories that sort of like emphasizes these things. Yeah.
I think what you mean is as well, when you're like, say, even when you're writing a paper, you're really tired, you're beyond that moment of exhaustion that you kind of nearly start hallucinating, or you feel, okay, you're not quite yourself right now. And I think that's what then, when you're at that stage where you're so exhausted after dancing for hours and hours and hours non-stop, when you just realize, okay, if I stop, I feel my body more, so I keep dancing. And when you hit that wall, or you say you breach through that wall, then I think the music, if you have those pathway connections, I'd say, that's what made me fly. And that's what caused what I mentioned in different presentations, my dance addiction. And that's what I'm just about to understand now. I was just like addicted to that feeling of flying away. And that's why I didn't need the drugs, because I was already out and about, and maybe, so that's something very interesting to me that I'm just trying to discover now. And how is it now? Do I still get those feelings now coming back after a longer break into electronic dance music or into psytrance festivals? Do I still get those kicks? And apparently I still do. So I thought they were kind of gone, but it's interesting. There's a lot that happens inside your own body, and if you're dance nerdy enough, it's really interesting to look into those things and reflect them, maybe write them down and start analyzing them yourself, because you find a lot about yourself, about your own psychology, about your own body and reactions, and it gives a lot of interesting questions to talk about with other people.
Right, we are out of time. Thank you very much, Stephanie.
Thank you
for
so
your
much, everyone.
presentation.
Thank you very much.
Also to the other speakers, Maren and Mark, today. It's 6 o'clock, so if you want to make your way to grab a sandwich and maybe continue conversations, and then maybe see some of you tonight at 8 o'clock for another engaging talk. Thank you very much for surviving the first day.